Chasing all my dreams out lately. never enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
anybody else going to forget?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It is day number 3, a crucial day because it will decide which teams stay and which teams are flying home. Welcome to the studio where we have two men able to bring you their thoughts as we look forward to day 3 and take a look back on day 2. And we'd love to hear from you as well about day 2. What did you enjoy yesterday? Which was the big match that you want everyone to watch? Let us know via all the usual social media channels using the hashtag #ESL1. Two men are doing plenty of social media using the hashtag as well, of course, alongside me, BSJ and the Has. Good morning, gents. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Ready
Day
for
2
some
was
crunch
fun?
time Dota, yeah.
Lots of variance yesterday, Brian.
Yeah, we had some real back and forth games. Sometimes you just didn't know who was going to win up until the last moment, and then there are other games where it's kind of just a slow but sure grind to the death of, the 10K gold lead all the way up to 30. But I would say mainly I'm highlighting the Beast Coast run from yesterday,
yeah.
just a
Good,
4-0 back, and they're looking good to advance into the playoff bracket, and potentially if things go crazy, they could make it into the upper bracket, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Alan, what stood out for you?
I think that, again, the two turnaround teams, Beast Coast being the big one, right? 4-0 yesterday after opening 0-4 against some of the top teams of the tournament. NIP, though, also has had kind of a nice turnaround. Again, they got 2 of their wins via default against Quincy, but again, they were 0-4 in the first 4 matches that they played, and they really righted the ship. They looked dominant against Wind and Rain, and that's exactly the kind of team that we expected. Gunnar had a game. He was 13-1-12, 44K damage in 50 minutes on an Earthshaker, nobody else over 20K in the game. He was brilliant.
Yeah, they've certainly given themselves a chance qualifying today. We're on 4 points. Let's start with Group A and review what happened yesterday. Brian's already mentioned it. It was the story of Beast Coast bouncing back after going 0-4 on the first day. And you built them up on the first morning. I remember standing here and you was like, Beast Coast, these are the real deal. They're top 8 at TI. They can have a really good run. They could go really far here. They might even be able to win it. 0-4 against the best 2 teams in the group. Admittedly, yesterday they looked fantastic though.
They really did, and I think they checked all of the boxes that made them successful at TI in terms of drafting solid lanes, bringing that early game pressure, and just starting in about 20 minutes, they run at you and they don't stop. And when you're an opponent, that gets into your head. It's a little bit like, I remember scrimming Wings before TI6. You just knew that at some point in the game, they were going to be on your side of the map and you were going to have to make them leave somehow.
There were 2 heroes that stood out yesterday for them. In particular, it was the Bloodseeker and the Wraith King.
Yeah. The Wraith King you kind of expect, though.
Yeah, because that's old hat. We know about that one.
The narrative of their story yesterday is just so funny because they went 0-4 the first day. And the first game, I'm not going to lie, yesterday, they looked really shaky. It was just really just chaotic, throwy game almost. And if you've ever had a pub streak where you lose 4 or 5 games in a row, you don't necessarily know what's going wrong, and then suddenly one game you just win, and it just makes you feel really good. And you can see it in their attitude and play the rest of the day, where suddenly you got that win under your belt, and then you're feeling comfortable. You're like, okay, we can win. It's not that hard. And then they just they cruise the rest of the day. I think the other 3 games impressive.
I like their boo. If you watch their boo throughout the day, Alan, it started off in the morning. They're all a bit glum.
Yeah.
They're all a bit serious. By game 2, they've lightened a little bit, and then by game 4, they're all smiling and joking and laughing inside the bit. I mean, a massive change in mood.
One of the iconic images to me of yesterday is the very last draft of the day in their game 2. They're all just in those chairs as the heroes are being
I can't remember who it was, but there was one
great.
guy who was literally singing to himself in his chair.
Yeah.
He was kind of dancing in his chair, wasn't he?
Look, that is who they are when they're right. And I mean, you talk about the series highlights that they played just now over Fighting Pandas. Fighting Pandas was a team that had been having success with Run At You Dota, and Beast Coast just said, oh yeah? Oh, no. That's our brand.
We could do that. Switching to the other group, TNC. Has to be the standout story, not just of yesterday, but the whole tournament so far. 8-0.
The next time I go into one of these lands and I'm saying, oh, TNC, the dark horse team, the Cinderella story, the upset, just fire me.
Okay.
All right? This team is good. And
That's what it takes.
Production, did we get that on video?
We worry
got
about
that
roster
clip?
changes. We worry about coaching changes. But this TNC team, time and time again, they're just a great Dota org, and we need to stop doubting them.
Yeah, Brian, you were impressed with them yesterday?
Yeah, they just look like they're having fun, and as a team, they're comfortable. I talked about it after their games. The leadership of March, everyone looks like they've bought into the same game plan, and that's hard. Like as a viewer, if you don't know too much about Dota, yeah, exactly. Like he's their new captain, so. It speaks a lot of volume to March as a captain, but also to the players that they're willing to just kind of put their egos aside and just say, okay, you have this master plan, we're going to follow it, and we're going to let whatever player is going to win us this game based on the draft win us the game. We talked about their kind of core player to take over the game is not always the same player, and a lot of teams are limited by that because you can easily target one player.
The other difference, Gabby has looked special.
Yeah,
absolutely. Gabby, MVP potentially as well. We'll talk about that in just a moment. More from both Nahaz and BSJ to come as we look forward to day number 3, the final day of our group stages before we head inside the arena of the Barclaycard Arena tomorrow for the start of the knockouts. We will have one knockout game this afternoon on this stream, and of course the first round of that as well to come, as well as the final 2 games from Group A and B. Now, yesterday, Sir Action Slacks was busy trying to find himself someone to interview, and he found himself a very stern-faced admin. Let's find out what he's up to on day 3.
Hey guys, it is me, Sir Action Slacks, here on site to give you all the interviews, impressions, post-game, pre-game that your heart can handle with your favorite Dota 2 players and talent. Day 2, what a slammer. Day 3, last day of the group stage, looking exciting. And look who I have here. It's one of the player wranglers. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Kiki. What's your name, Slacks?
I'm not going to tell you my real name so you can DDoS me. What, do you want my address too? Stay away from me, kids at home. Stop emailing me. All right, anyway. What's your job here? What do you do?
I'm actually taking care of the players, trying to get them here in time and giving them water and stuff like that, Service job.
You're like a cowboy, They're like roaming out and you're getting them into the rooms and stuff?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah. Can you do any cowboy impressions? She said she really didn't want to be on camera, so I wanted to embarrass her as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, I would say that I fucking hate you.
Okay, I told her not to curse either, and there she comes again. Who is the hardest team for you to wrangle?
I think you're the hardest one to wrangle.
Yeah, I am elusive and aloof, so I understand. All right, well, get back to getting those little doggies. Yeehaw, off you go. Yoo-hoo! I don't think cowboys say yahoo. That was more Mario. Things are real rough over here. Back to you guys.
Each morning, I just look forward to checking in with Jake and figuring out whether some of his mind has just come a little looser. And each day I'm impressed that it has. We've got Nahaz and BSJ with much more sanity here on the desk as we look forward to day number 3. Or at least I'd hope so anyway.
Well, when you set the bar at Slacks, I think we're all right.
Between
all about the measurements,
Between Norton Slacks, you're...
Well, no, not and Slacks.
Oh, not and Slacks. Okay, this is very black and white. I didn't realise it was quite that cut. Day 3, let's look ahead. Some good games to come today, and it's going to figure out who's going through. Both groups up for grabs, Brian, still.
Yeah, I want to highlight the fact that Ninjas and Pajamas got that
a second game
win against Quincy Crew to start the... That was first round, right?
Yes, it was.
And
the
now
first
you're
round,
looking at it that Quincy Crew has 2 points in their last, and Ninjas and Pajamas has 4.
Yeah.
But the fact that all in the Group B specifically, the difference between second and last is 2 points.
Right.
So anyone in one series, you could just see some wonky stuff coming out today.
On our A stream today, Alliance versus Virtus Pro, we're going to kick that off. And Gambit versus NIP. Both matches make a difference, Alan. Not just for finishing in the top 2, but actually finishing in the top 4.
Oh, yeah.
And that's incredible. When you think of Virtus Pro, they've got a win to stay in contention of... what?
I think a lot of us expected a little bit of up and down coming from VP, but not necessarily to this extent. They've looked like a different team in some of these games and even series to series. This one is a little bit more defined. Alliance need 1 point. They need 1 win here to guarantee themselves an upper bracket slot. Virtus Pro need 2 points to mathematically assure themselves of moving on. Depending on what happens, we could get some lower bracket ties, which would be resolved by tiebreakers. The first of those, of course, is head-to-head. But the bottom line is this is a series where VP may very well be playing for their tournament lives. And it's been interesting watching them. It's been Save, which was the guy that you might worry about stepping in really big shoes for Roger, has been really consistent in the eye test in these games. And it's Epikid that's been a little bit more up and down at the carry position.
Yeah, not surprising that it's tough when you come in for a brand new team with a monstrous team like Virtus Pro, and the expectation that must be on those players must be enormous.
The weight on your shoulders for sure. I've also noticed that for me the biggest question mark is resolution on the offlane. It comes down to when you're playing against these other better, like these long, I don't want to say better offlaners, but offlaners have been playing offlane longer. Yeah, more experience, exactly. You just haven't put as many games on these heroes, and you'll see him miss like a Centaur stomp where a really experienced Centaur would have like canceled it and then gotten in range, or those types of little nuances of these offlane heroes that just come with playing the role. And I think over time that's something that naturally fixes itself, but right now I am yet to see it kind of sort itself out for resolution.
We should talk about Vici Gaming as well, Alan. We haven't really spoken about them an awful lot since the very beginning of the first day, because they've kind of just gone about their business and got on with it. They're 7-1. They've qualified for the next two, and they will be guaranteed top 2, but not necessarily finishing in the top spot. If they drop a point or maybe both against the Fighting Pandas, Alliance have got a chance to sneak in first place.
Absolutely, but I think Vici tend to be a team at these tournaments that we don't talk a lot about until the last couple of days, because they just do what they're supposed to do in group phases. And there was a little doubt again with the roster coming in, where you talk about Fade leaving the team, you talk about them being forced to use a stand-in for Yang, but again, PYM is a guy that's had plenty of competitive experience with Team Serenity and been in sort of the farm system, if you will, of Vici Gaming potential. He's come in, not missed a beat, and the offline position has been a strength for them in this tournament. The Dead Yang strategy lives on.
Yang, absolutely, and it kind of added to the mythology of Dead Yang by him not actually being here this week as well. Standings in Group B, TNC obviously qualified in the top 2 spots. They've qualified in top spot, in fact, with 8 points. The rest, though, very close. Ninjas and Pajamas 4, Gambit 4, Liquid 3, Win and Rain 3, Quincy Crew 2. Still anyone's game. But TNC are playing Quincy Crew, so I don't want to be too rude about the boys, because obviously they've lost Quinn this week, but you can't see them winning that 2-0, can you?
I know I have promised myself again today that I'm going to stop doubting TNC, but again, I will say this. Remember the region they're coming from. They are used to high volatility matches. They're used to these pub star kind of matches. And when you talk about who is one of the more likely favorite teams to get just 2-0 dumped on by Sumail, you wonder a little bit. I still think TNC is the tournament favorite, though.
Okay, yeah, the tournament favorite now as well. Okay, I like that. So he's changed his tune a little bit. He stopped calling them a dark horse, and now they've become tournament favourites. So presumably that means they're going to lose 2-0 today and then crash out in the knockout stages. Thank you very much to Nahaz and to BSJ. We're headed to a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Don't go too far away, though. Our first series of the day is just around the corner, and it's a cracker for both teams. It's Alliance versus Virtus Pro. We'll see you soon.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
motivation in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Our first series of the day number 3 here at ESL One Hamburg, is between two familiar faces, but with unfamiliar faces in their lineups. It's Alliance versus Virtus Pro for a place in the next round for both teams. Alliance already qualified for the next round, of course, but would much like to be in that top spot if they can possibly make it, and would definitely like to be inside the top 2. And for that to happen, they need to win at least one of the 2 games that they have in the series against Virtus Pro. Likewise, Virtus Pro are sitting at the bottom of the rung in terms of qualification. They are currently sitting in 4th place, so they need both points to guarantee their spot in the next round. Nahaz and BSJ are alongside me to bring you their thoughts as we look ahead to our first series. Alan, it should be quite competitive considering what we've watched already. Alliance have looked strong at times. They've looked a little bit vulnerable, but Virtus Pro have looked more vulnerable. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, both as a general statement and specific to this series. I think this is a very good matchup for Alliance. If you look at how they played in this tournament so far, I think the key to this series by far is the side lane matchups. You look at VP Dota statistically over the last 2 years, the one thing that stands out, they secure their safe lane, they pressure yours. That was the secret to Ramsey's success, and that also explains, by the way, why they've stumbled at TI. Teams have taken that away. Within this tournament, Nico Baby has been such a strength for Alliance. He has looked like a world beater. The question remains, can you win if they take him away? But VP got to take him away first. Right. They have not looked solid in terms of Epikits playing the safe lane, and Resolutions playing the off lane has been another question mark. We know his talent.
Yeah,
results
Brian, you've already raised that, but I want to push you on it a little more with Resolution in the off lane. If Alan is right, and I think he is, that Virtus Pro have to focus on taking out Nico Baby and removing him from the equation and stopping Alliance playing the 4 Protect 1. Likewise, the other way around almost for Alliance, they've got to be saying, if we can just, make Virtus Pro put everything on Resolution, that's actually a good thing for them. It puts more pressure on him.
I would say so. I think Alliance in this series is the one that just kind of has to do their own thing, and it's on VP to stop them from doing that. It's certain series, the way play styles kind of match up. One team is supposed to counter the other, and then one team I think is more comfortable. Like with TNC, I think they were the team against Gambit yesterday that as long as they do what they need to do, they're just going to win the series. And Gambit attempted to use their own strategy against them, but that just doesn't work. And I think it's usually the better team that has that edge. They're the team that just kind of does their own thing. And I contrast Alliance with Liquid, where Liquid this patch, what they are really good at, the one thing they're really good at, doesn't really fit the meta that well, and you're seeing it in their drafts and their results. Alliance, on the other hand, they really only do like one thing well. This like 4 Protect 1 turn into 5-man, but it fits the meta really well.
Yeah, it's sort of blending in, and it's blending their style as well.
Exactly.
More from both of these two in just a moment, but let's catch up with the man in the off lane for Virtus Pro. Resolution is with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey guys, here with VP before the game starts, and of course Resolution. Rezo, it's been a while since I talked to you. How you been?
Hello, I've been great. I'm feeling good about my team, and just having fun playing these games.
All right, sounds good. You guys are up against Alliance. That's kind of a big team. They've been winning a lot. Won the last event. How are you gonna beat them?
Well, we have a strategy, and we will follow it.
Okay. Very good. Very tight-lipped here. Tell me, how do you beat the Morphling Earthshaker? We saw that all day yesterday. Can you give me any ideas on that? Will you share that with me?
Well, you actually can't. I have like 100% win rate in pubs with this strategy, and it's actually insane.
Yeah.
You just get stunned one time, second fissure, you get jumped, second jump, and it's like 15 seconds of stun and like insane amount of damage.
Well, I guess it's up to Ice Frog to fix that then?
Yeah, I think it is.
All right. Well, won't be getting a patch before your match, but I'm sure you guys will find a way to deal with whatever comes. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Have a good time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's not getting patched. Not today, anyway. It'll still be a thing as well. I'm sure it'll be banned out to numerous opportunities, especially when they're playing TNC. Chances, guys, of that coming out in this series, though?
I think I gotta believe it gets banned.
Yeah.
But
or at least one of the two gets banned, like the Morph or the Earthshaker gets banned. I guess more likely the Morph gets banned out.
Yeah, I really, either one. Yeah. I think it's just... It's something you don't want to play against right now, and it flew a little bit under the radar because, like we talked about in the very opening panel of the tournament, there were 6 heroes that came in like statistically, individually in terms of their win rates that looked really good. Morphling and Earthshaker were not on that list, but we've seen what that combo can do together.
Yeah, it's devastating. Let's switch our attention over to Alliance. They've had such a good start to the season, Brian. Almost a perfect season, many would say, a perfect start to the season. When everyone else is kind of feeling their way and figuring out what they need to do, this team looked like they're red hot from the get-go.
Yeah, and that is something that can't fully be answered until next patch, in my opinion, where, as I was mentioning a little bit before that interview, are they only good at this one play style?
Right.
Or is it just something where they're good at saying, hey, that's the meta, we're going to do it? Yeah. So once the meta shifts a little bit, I think these players are good enough, but that's a test that they're going to have to pass because they could just be a one-patch team for all we know.
But that's sometimes good enough to get into TI.
It can be, and it can sometimes be good enough to win TI twice. But I actually...
Did you just go there?
I actually strongly agree with what BSJ just said. We've seen it, and to me, Exhibit A is Liquid struggles in the middle of last season. I don't care how good that one player is. I don't even care how good the 4 players are you have around him. It's 2019. Teams are not going to let you have your one-player win condition. If you're counting on one guy, and so far it's been Nico Baby for Alliance, he's been magnificent, but he has been their win condition in most of these matches, and we've seen when they put Limp on Sniper against an OD in the loss against Vikings, they were counting on him to be a win condition, and the team just looked not nearly as sharp.
Okay. One of the other star players on this particular team, one of my favorite players to watch actually, is 33, and he's been catching up with Sir Action Slack's pre-match as well, so let's hear from him now.
Hey guys, here with 33 before your match against Virtus Pro. Sir, we didn't get to see you yesterday on the main stream. Tell me a little bit about your day so far. Yesterday, not today.
Yesterday we played against Vici, and we went 1-1, which was pretty good for us, so happy with that.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that was going to be like your first big test coming out after the last tournament. So Vici Gaming, did they live up to the hype? Did you feel like that tested you quite well?
Yeah, I think they really felt like a tier above the teams we played so far, so we are happy with the result. But I mean, I'm not sure if they're still going to be as strong as they were last year. They did change some players, so it's hard to say, but they're definitely a good team.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that going around this season, a lot of changing players. What do you think about VP? What hero are you going to pick?
I'm going to pick Legion Commander.
Perfect. Don't ban that one, guys. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in your match, sir, and we'll see you in this next series. Back to you.
I love that he's so matter-of-fact about it. He's like, going to pick Legion Commander. What else would I play in this game? He might only be half joking as well.
6 out of his 8 games here, he's been our Legion Commander. And I actually really like that about this guy. When we talked about him last year coming into NIP as one of the hot off-season acquisitions, the discussion was focused a lot on his sort of unusual hero pool. He's a great Brood player, great Visage player, great Lycan player. But the fact is, this guy is just a great technical off-laner. Yeah. They're putting him on Legion Commander game after game, and he is just locking down that off lane, which, again, I think that's the series.
Yeah. I as I said on the introduction to his interview, Brian, I really like this guy. I think he's got great promise in terms of the charisma department, in terms of having fun on camera, but also as a player in game to watch. I just love watching his offlane.
Yeah, I remember eating, I think I had dinner with him, it was before TI8 when he was on Optic, it was at the Summit, and his only complaint about being a competitive Dota player was that he got to travel and couldn't play as many pubs. Like, this guy's just a fiend. Yeah. He just wants to just spam Dota games, and that's why I think he's such a mechanically technical player. And I also think that attributes to why his itemization and understanding of his core role in the game. Like, is he initiator and he buys the early blink? Is he just the guy that sits behind Nico Baby with the pipe and the solar crest? And he plays the same hero like Legion Commander in multiple ways depending on the game, and that's something I highlighted with KP as well. And it's a big deal for offlaners right now because your job is to kind of fill in the gaps, I think, as a core right now.
Yeah, if you're one-dimensional, Alan, as an offlaner, that's not good in this meta right now. You need to be able to, I mean, like Brian said, the KP is a good example of that over the last 2 days. We've seen him play the flashy stuff and the really heavy farmed core. We've also seen him play like almost a support Venno kind of space creator. Like, he's played all of the roles. And I think that we also had the, what was the other game that he had yesterday where we had... it wasn't the Morphling game.
Well,
it was
LC
the
6 out of 8, so there's only one left.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of the other game.
No,
there was a Naga Siren game yesterday as well. He didn't play the Naga, but he was, again, it was a core.
So look, I mean, it's been true for a long time that the offlaner is kind of the glue guy of Dota. He's the kind of whatever you need from your other 4 positions that you're not getting, you need to fill in that gap. And I think BSJ is right that it's never been more key than in this meta. And the unusual thing is typically when you see players grow into that role, it is the veteran players. That's something that you learn how to do over time. And it's impressive to me that 33, he came out with a reputation built on an unorthodox hero pool, but he's actually matured so much in the last year, far beyond what I believe was reflected in NIP's results toward the end of last season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to say, I loved him in PPD's teams, which has been the previous 2 teams that he's been in, because I think Peter helped him with that as well. It was a good fit between the two. But also working with Zai last year, I remember that 3-4 was always kind of like a flexy thing between the two of them. So it showed that he's got that Dota brain, not just a good player mechanically, he can play some crazy heroes, but he's got a good Dota brain as well.
I absolutely agree. I mean, and Zai is, by the way, at completely the other end of the spectrum. He's a guy that when he's not playing Dota, doesn't necessarily want to be thinking and talking about Dota, but it's just, is your personality type compatible with the rigors of this incredible season-long grind? Yeah. We all deal with it in different ways.
Don't put 33 in the same team as Anna. Well, because they both want to go off and play pubs.
Anna's
right?
just a mutant, all right?
They'll just want to take 9 months off with each other to play pubs. That's not going to work.
Anna is in a category by himself.
When people use like his reasoning, you could be a pro player just party queuing with your friends in 4K.
Pre-match before a big Dota match at TI, I've never spent so long talking about everything other than Dota with a player other than Anna.
Yeah, I believe it.
Oh, yeah. And everybody that talks about speaking with Anna around matches, they say the same thing. It's just, again, we respond to stress in different ways, and the most important thing is to know yourself.
Well, we're going to get to know Virtus Pro and Alliance in this
I love it.
game.
I love
the draft
Look at the LC ban
underway,
by Virtus Pro.
And I did wonder whether they would... I mean, you know, he was partially joking, but as you pointed out, he's played it 6 out of the 8 games so far, so they knew it. They knew it was going to be... This has left a lot on the table, by the way, guys.
I tell you what, though, exactly. The LC ban, the Morphling and Winter Wyvern ban, Abaddon's on the table, Void is on the table. Absolutely. Wow. We're going to get to see a lot of the meta heroes coming into this tournament that have been overrepresented in the first 8 bans. There's the Void.
Yeah, that was a fairly telegraphed pick from Alliance. I know that Solo would have understood that.
I really want to see, I don't think you have to pick it first phase, but one of the comfort heroes for Epikid is the Naga Siren. I really want to see the classic OG Naga counter to Void at some point in this draft.
Worked well yesterday.
I think you have to assume from VP's perspective that Alliance is going to potentially go Omni or Abaddon on the second pick. Just enables, it's like the way 33 has been playing this patch. It enables a hero like Void. It's so easy to play Void when you have these types of heroes behind you. And I personally, I've had viewers ask me, when is Void a bad pick? And I'm just like,
right now?
Yeah, right now, never. Like, there's just never a game where I'm not willing to play Void.
I think, honestly, the best answer to that question we saw earlier in the tournament. Void is a bad pick when you can put an offlaner like Puck against him that has very high right-click harass potential so that you can't get value out of time walk in the laning phase. That's the only time that I've seen Voids get really, really pooped on in these games.
I agree. He is a momentum-based hero despite the fact that he is a late game monster, but if you give him this like mid game, this ability to participate in the mid game, either by giving him heroes that naturally dump damage into Chrono so he doesn't have to deal the damage himself, or by giving him heroes that make him naturally more survivable. Void is so powerful in the mid game. Time dilation's insane. Even if you don't have Chrono, you're obviously incredibly difficult to kill. Once you get that level 10 talent, you have that 12 strength, and you just... His bash nowadays is effectively a double damage rune or like a double damage crit, excuse me, with like 40 bonus damage on it.
And this combo, by the way, I think is just unbelievable because Mirana, one of the big problems with Void, if you can pressure him early game, is you can start taking his towers, and that really limits his options in terms of forcing those big fights with Chronospheres on his own terms. Mirana both leaves some of that pressure early with her roaming potential, strong lane support, and also, I mean, you get that Chrono and you just choose who you want to kill. Yeah. Arrow in the Chronosphere, it's unbelievable. This hero also, it stops pushes is the big thing. I think if you took away Arrow's one-shotting catapults, Mirana would be like kind of a bottom third hero.
Yeah. A lot of times the early draft picks in a meta, the ones that are popular, kind of check a lot of boxes, and the fact that Mirana immediately means your draft doesn't have to worry about this early tower pressure offers a lot as the hero, and if you don't get that out of the hero, then you suddenly have to think about it later on in the draft, and just makes it a lot less appealing to pick this early.
Naga is banned.
That's
Naga gets banned, and they also took away, did Virtus Pro, the Shadow Demon was a first phase ban, but they take away the two classic Mirana combo heroes in the Shadow Demon and the Bane. That's interesting. So if you find fault, though, Alliance has given away a lot more information here in the first phase of their draft than VP. VP have a lot of flexibility.
So what's their combination with Mag? Most carries that go with Mag, such as the Jugs, the Trolls of the world, don't
really want to play against Void?
Yeah, they don't feel very good. So if they're going to pick these heroes regardless, they still haven't exactly addressed the Void. Yeah, they picked Rubik to quote-unquote steal Chrono, but
I think Wraith King, honestly.
Okay.
So Wraith King, we saw, obviously, Hector
PL's
you sort of discount, but PL in particular is a comfort hero for EpiKid. He's like, Naga Siren and PL are the two sort of non-meta carries that he plays really, really well.
Omni was the next one I was going to bring up, which the Virtus Pro banned.
By the way, we are in the second phase of a draft, 5 bans each team, and Abaddon is still on the table.
Yeah, I like that transition because I mentioned wanting Omni Knight or Abaddon with your Void, so since nowadays the second pick team has the ban into pick right at this stage, they just go Omni and then they pick Abaddon, so it gets rid of both.
We also have a Leshrac in the pool.
Sure, and I think that fits for that's not what I expected. Core support.
3. Yeah, it could be 3 or 5. Yeah. I think that's nice about this because it pairs well with Mirana and lane, and it's also just a good buff up for Void as well as lane partners, so they'll have a lot of information revealed by Virtus Pro in this next pick.
Yeah, this is where as VP you have to commit. If you pick a Leshrac here, it's almost certainly going to be a core. The Ember Spirit, as shown on the screen there, isn't bad, although I would prefer the Wraith King. Again, Wraith King all of a sudden gets chronoed. You're like, oh, thanks, great.
Yeah. You do have to be careful if you do pick Wraith King that you're setting up for the opponent to pick Lesh. So they do go for Ember.
Okay.
OD still in the pool. Maybe, that's actually, I don't know if Alliance plays OD. That's the only question I have now because it goes incredibly well with Void and it's really good against Abaddon and Ember. So,
let's see, I'm mixing my, Limp plays OD. Yeah, his OD is, I like Koikva's OD a lot. I'm still between old and new Alliance, but yeah, Limp's an OD player. I think Lina is probably a better pick for him in terms of comfort heroes, and he really likes the Lina Ember Spirit matchup.
They love Dazzle as well against
mid
Ember
Dazzle.
Spirit. Yeah, they love Dazzle in general, and it's also considered a hard counter.
We've also just hit the Triumvirate, by the way. All 3 of us have referred to Alliance as Liquid or Liquid is Alliance at some point this week. But you've now completed the Triumvirate.
Yeah, we did mention that yesterday. That he had to do it
Brian
at some
did it
point.
yesterday. I did it day 1. Alan's now done it day 3, so
I just caught myself.
We've hit the trio.
I recognized what I was doing, but I caught myself thinking of Koikva's OD when in fact it is Limps that is relevant.
Indeed.
This is, I think this is one of the best, if not the best heroes in Dota in terms of just dumping damage into that Chronosphere.
It just makes playing heroes like Abaddon that prolong the fight so much more difficult because if you're keeping your teammates alive or yourself alive, you're just feeding him damage. And at that point, OD's just like, you're making me stronger, and it also has the buff up from Ogre. You have the Astral and the Arrow. I'm pretty sure this is a big misstep by VP because that's too good of a OD pick. Like, it goes really well with Alliance's draft, and it's really good against your 3rd, 4th pick.
But the problem, right, historically, when you've seen a 4th pick OD is that you've only got one ban left, and there are 2 very popular laning counters to OD that are still in the meta, that being the Pugna and the Sniper.
Yeah, I think the Pugna is probably the ban for them because it also counters your Void. You kind of have like some natural gap close with the Void to get rid of the Sniper, and you can also probably... I think Sniper, Mag, Ember just sounds awkward to me. So
sounds awfully greedy.
Yeah. Pugna kind of makes sense for a VP's draft because you have the Space Makers and the Space Takers. That balance is nice. But Sniper is not generally a hero that plays very aggressively until his team is able to group up. And that's going to be a little while since you have the Ember Mag. I think if you ban the Pugna, you feel good about this. There might be something.
It's a very nice Centaur ban, by the way. I think that's, again, it's a hero that we know Alliance can bring a lot of pressure in the off lane behind, and it's a hero that can sort of negate that big team fight wombo combo behind RP.
Could they just make this Ogre 3 like we said and pick
I
a defensive support like an Oracle? Yeah, I was thinking Oracle.
Against an Ember?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Bye-bye Flame Guard.
Yeah, it's good against a Batten in lane 2 because you purge the shield off.
Yep. No, I think you absolutely, that's kind of the OG school of drafting. You pick a flex pick in your first 4 and you pivot back for that 5th pick Jerax Oracle.
It's not too crazy to pick support last, apparently, in this tournament. We've seen it
a few times now. A bit more popular.
TNC even did it with their last pick Disruptor.
The only thing surprising to me about that is that it's taken so long. OG was doing that at the last couple events even before
especially when you're talking about 9th pick rather than 10th pick.
Right.
You don't want to waste your last pick of the entire draft with a support when it's supposed to win you the game. But the 9th is kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. They do ban Pugna.
Yeah, okay.
That's a really important ban.
I agree. The Pugna was the ban there over the Sniper.
Yeah.
The Sniper, I think, is just...
I think they're more likely to play the Sniper,
it's still on the table, but again, if I'm Alliance and you told me coming in that I was going to have no one on Sniper, I'm actually pretty happy about that. Oh, come on, Paul. This is not your pubs.
That has been a pub thing, by the way, for me recently.
Are you confessing? I'm going to make you confess on stream to playing 5-position Sniper.
I did play a 5 Sniper.
Do you go like the Veil build, or what's the item?
Yeah, well, I Maelstrom as well, but whatever.
Bristle. Okay.
Yes.
So the Sniper hero still is on the table. The reason why I thought Ogre might go offlane is because he does build these Aura teamfight items, but Bristleback does this as well, and they have pretty low armor heroes so far on VP. Yeah. You have this hero that kind of sits in front of them and enables the Void to get a better chrono by forcing the opponent to go on him. There's like the 2 ideas. You have a primary initiator, then the Void, or you have a hero like Bristle that kind of soaks attention to himself.
Is there a draft winning pick here though for VP? That Bristleback just gives you such a powerful combination of team fight potential, but also sustained damage.
Yeah.
This is just a very hard. It could be a 5th pick Sniper. Do you pivot to something? I don't know. It's tough.
There you go.
We knew it was coming, and I don't know if you're gonna have enough damage on this Sniper to dissuade the aggression from Alliance running at you.
Well, I can tell you one thing, and that's we saw Alliance on the opposite side of this matchup, and Limp's Sniper did not crush the OD in lane, and that pretty much decided the game. I think no one needs to go off in this mid lane, or this Virtus Pro lineup is in a great deal of trouble.
Yeah, I hope this is a Batten 5, because then what happened in that other game was the Sniper got roamed on and arrowed, and or whatever it was, ganked, and by the Tiny it was OD Tiny. And in this case, if you put the Abaddon 5, he can have a TP ready to react to the Astral and the arrow combo to save him with the 3 mag. I'm curious if there has to be 5 Abaddon.
I was going to say
it's Rezo, so it's probably 3 Magnus.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what they've run him on so far.
So solo Abaddon. Interesting. Which way is this going, gents? Very quickly, Alliance. Or Virtus Pro?
Yeah, I got Alliance.
Alliance, both of you?
No doubt.
Very direct. I like that. The being decisive today in the studio, we've decided we're going one way only. It's all on the Alliance train. Let's find out as we head into game number 1.
Man, you love it when a panel agrees with themselves because it just shows that they are drinking their own Kool-Aid. What do you think, Kyle? Alliance versus Virtus Pro. Let's get a pro's perspective on this.
I definitely I like what Alliance is doing here. I think their draft concept works in theory against what VP is looking to do here. Whenever you're playing against these mag drafts, I think it's great to have this just beefy tank hero to oversimplify things a bit. And Void really benefits from having this hero that can run in. Bristle provides vision and engagements, and it allows Void then to more effectively use his chrono, and also you have now disables that you can get kills without chrono. You have Ogre synergizing with all three of your cores. It's just a really nice lineup. This is the Alliance bread and butter, and I think Nico Baby's KDA on Void is like 17 or something insane like that. So.
Yeah, I think he's also in the top 3 for the Mercedes-Benz MVP vote, and rightly so. This guy went absolutely nuts over at DreamHack, and now here at ESL. Things are also looking very, very good for him. That man on the screen, Resolution, so used to saying like, oh, he'll be in the 1 position, really carrying the team. He's in the 3 role. And they actually put him on Magnus this game as well.
I'm not sure. I haven't really been impressed by Resolution Mag, to be honest, but we'll see how it plays out here. He's been, you can see in the interview a little bit, somewhat sheepish. I don't think VP really know their identity yet. They haven't had enough time.
What was it, Resolution? It's like, I'm just here to have fun. Like, we just want to play and have fun. It's like, well, that's the old Virtus Pro motto. It's like, hey, we're going to go, we're going to play every single hero. We don't care about consequences. We're just going to do us, and that's it.
Yeah, it's funny. When I was actually doing the qualifiers for this event, as you check out the odds, big favorites are the Alliance squad, which, you think back historically, this is probably the first time we'd see something like that since, what, like TI3?
Alliance and VP, like the brands going against each other to have that kind of, like, swing. I most definitely agree. This is a new Alliance. This is a new day. It's a new life for them.
So when I was actually in Kyiv doing the qualifiers for this event, I went to breakfast like every day with Rezo, and he was really funny because he was going back to America. He was gonna go play with J-Storm, and he was a little like, it's all right, but he was saying he's waiting, he's hoping for that phone call from VP. Now that he's got one, hold up, mid, you've got an OD imprisoned into an arrow.
Yeah, there's your old classic setup, imprisonment and arrow together, and no one. He's always got to try and keep that distance as a sniper, but it won't happen this time around. Hunskin and Limp combo together to get a very simple pickup on a sniper, and that's first blood.
We haven't seen one of those in a while. I actually forgot how good that was. I mean, it's OD Mirana, right? But just another example of how this meta kind of reuses old ideas in new ways, and you sometimes forget no one caught sleeping there.
33. Duke's long enough, he gets a little bit more duration out of that salve, and the quill spray stacks is pretty high, and he's actually going to kill off Solo. Save died as well down the bottom lane, so a little bit of an extra rotation. Mirana involved once more. And 33 will die to the creep wave before he's able to finish it off.
But look top. Look at that creep wave,
Deny it.
Oh, God.
One. No, just one. And just okay. Okay, he needs to hit harder. He needs more than 63 damage.
It's so many. It's actually not worth the kill because of these denies. Oh, my God, that hurts.
He got there for some of the experience at the end, but yeah, that was not the dream for him. But hey, a kill still.
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't see Bristle picked more often. A couple teams are picking it, but it's one of the few heroes that isn't yet fully in the meta that can do this, where you're not only a strong 2-on-2 laner, but if you're 1-on-2, you just run around, spam your quills, you're gonna farm every CS.
Man, 33 Solo is really just trying to push him out of the lane. With no TP scrolls, it's like, 33's going to play the tree line. That's the only real choice here.
Oh, hold up. Oh, my God. Solo?
Yeah, he's staying pretty close. One more spray will do it.
He's dead.
He's in range. Down he goes. While on bottom lane, Resolution feels like he's playing bait, but Hanskin's rotated himself over. He's gone leap as well as arrow, so all the repositioning, and Resolution's got no escape. He went level 1 shockwave and has been holding his second point. No point in Empower, no point in Skewer.
Yeah, it is just not the greatest lane from VP. When you pick this mag hero, if it's a core, you want to be able to go Empower and actually contest the lane, or have some higher damage support hero that can harass. Rubik, not the ideal lane partner, especially when you're in a 3-on-2 situation where, look, another arrow setup. You got to skewer out of here, Rezo, but
No, I like this fortification from Virtus Pro. 33's got to keep the coil spray stacks up, but he's only got one more spray to go with. Resolution will die as well.
Dude,
so
he's dead
33
too.
consumes the mango. And with the TP in from EpiKid, 33 just has to outrun this. The arrow will connect over on save, so he'll die at the rune, and 33's just walking it off. Solo doesn't have the range for the missed coil. And 33 is actually going to have some help from Hanskin. Or is he? He's trying to deny himself up to the neutrals. Solo will arrive, but 33 denies to the neutrals.
That definition of space created there, Toby. EpiKid missed 7 creeps top to chase him to no avail, as Solo also now runs all the way back. No boots and only 275 HP remaining. Alliance getting ahead in literally every possible way you could. It is 7-1, 4 minutes into the game.
Hanskin would have loved that regen rune to get the full duration off, but Save's going to stay with him. Resolution just having to contest Fada, who's doing these pulls. Hanskin doesn't have an arrow just yet, so they don't have that long-range stun to combo with.
This is...
Oh, there we go. Buys up bottle. Arrow is now online. First stun into second. It's just simple setups coming from Alliance. We talk about ease of draft on day 1 and day 2, and it feels the same here for Alliance. It's not difficult. Fada's fat enough. He'll survive any kind of attack from Resolution to land a secondary stun, and then they just keep going underneath the tower. Resolution slowed up so much, first by the time dilation and by the orb. Fada will probably lose his life here, but it feels worth it. Especially when 33 continues to be unharassed on this top lane. Battling both against Epi and Solo, 2 melees who just cannot stand in this close proximity.
Yeah, this is looking like the Alliance that a lot of people expected showing up. They came fresh off of a land victory over in Sweden, or rather, they're from Sweden, but they were in the Netherlands.
Yes, they were.
And now they're here in Germany looking to repeat. And I gotta say, from draft to play, like, I don't know what VP really looked to do to
They're gonna lose no one.
Here.
Rotation in, Ogre with 2 points up in the Fire Blast, looking for the extra stun time. They should just get a TP rotation in from Rubik.
Biggest surprise of the new season for me has got to been Fada as well, adjusting to the 5. I think a lot faster than a lot of people would have assumed. I've seen this before. I've done it a couple of times, and it takes a while. You do some really dumb things, but he's gotten to a point where you've got people in the community questioning whether, like, you have to start banning Jakiro against Alliance because he's just so solid on that hero.
But Fada was always one of these players where even when he was playing core, he'd still understand the elements of support.
Yeah.
Mr. Mech mid lane. like this guy has played Dota for so long. He understands this game well. He's played with a lot of big captains, and now he gets a chance to prove it himself.
That's a good point, because when you think about him from as a mid player, right? He was, and this isn't meant as criticism, but his style was not your flashy all-star. He was a game manager. He was your DK, Viper, Razor.
Yep.
He did his job. He bought good items. And he understood what his role was in the game. It's
he set the
perfect
tempo with his hero and the items he picked up without it being that flashy. I just killed them all, and that's how the tempo is set.
Yeah. And my concern right now for VP is, well, one, you've got to support a bet. This is one of, I think it's the best off lane in Dota at the moment, and you've put it onto your 5. Not really much to help your sniper either.
Boy, the Starfall's coming in. Solo's wrapping around. TP support's on the way from VP. Save's already gone down with a shrapnel. No one can play from the tree lines. Nico just time walks and TP's out. There's no stuns to stop him. So Fada, he'll lose his life for the trees. The courier, not exactly where I want it to be. But that's a 1-for-1 trade-off, but you've got almost all of VP to TP to the bottom lane apart from Epi. And that means now Bristleback. Like, this guy was always picked up in the offlanes. Hanskin is fine. He's got a leap available. But the Bristleback was always picked up as this 3 roll because when rotations happened, he has this huge amount of damage once he's level 6, and he just takes the tower.
He's got to be really careful on this Empress. I was going to say. Doesn't get the tower top, but the fact that 3-3 in a 1-on-2 scenario has taken a top tower, rather impressive.
What are you doing here, Hanskin?
He's got the leap.
Yeah, he does. No one's there waiting for him, however, and the attack from no one will finish the job.
Get peeped.
They have a very defensive observer ward that they've planted inside their own jungle to watch this kind of movement, especially now the tier 1 tower goes down. It's going to be a lot more useful if Alliance remain aggressive.
And I think they're going to look to do so. Big thing, I understand the sniper, you know, as Alan was saying, sniper's one of those heroes that you just pick against OD. It is a counter. But if the OD stays even or even gets ahead, at a point you're going to get that Blink Dagger, you're going to have a BKB, and you just get on top of the sniper. It's going to be very important that no one has ideal positioning as this game continues.
Yeah. And he is a very talented sniper player. He's got the CS to go with it. So this is a good farmed up CS. So it's just like, if he's behind, then we'll have problems. But for now, Virtus Pro, they still have opportunities to play with. Because you do have this 3 position, Magnus, you hopefully will get to a point where Resolution can start looking at jumps in, and RPs can turn these fights around very, very quickly. You just have to hit it hard and right, and then let Sniper have the space. But it's taking so much time to get there. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're keeping the pressure up. Chasing after Solo. Cool spray stacks up way too high. No shields will protect you from this.
Support Abaddon can do nothing against Bristleback. It's something Will's talked about a lot. Hang on, we're going to get a fight underway in a second. They might go
nice observer for Sentry. Alliance put it down so they can battle against no one. 33's just got to stay on top of this sniper, keep the cool spray stacks coming up. Doesn't have a lot of life to work with anymore, however. Fada, he'll have to finish the job, but then a salve. Sniper's getting his life back, and Fada just wants to punch him and cancel this. He can punch him and cancel the salve, but now he's surrounded by 3 different heroes. The arrow flies forward, but then Rubik takes it for the team. The skewer from Resolution pulls Fada underneath the tier 3 tower. Yeah. And there's just not much more that Alliance is going to get from this. Very aggressive, but VP bring the entire team to combat it.
Yeah. And so Will's talked a lot about Abaddon, how you address it. It's these disables that Shield can't deal with. You've got 3 cores on Alliance, Bristle, OD, Void. Abaddon does effectively nothing to prevent what these heroes want to do. You can't deal with the banish. You can purge off Bristle's Q for a moment, sure, but it's a 1.5 second cooldown.
Okay, just checking for a 10-minute rune. Nico Baby's had this Chronosphere for a while and so far hasn't had the opportunity to use it. Courier's coming out as well. That's not what that wants to be. Fortify it up after it takes 2 hits, 1 each from Fada and Nico. They chase it into the tree line, but 6 HP is enough for the Drodo to survive.
Nico's going straight for the Maelstrom, one of his favorite builds. He either goes for this or the Diffusal when he's ahead. In a game like this where you're going to be able to outscale, I think it's the right choice just to get that farming item up ASAP, especially when you're the real carry for your squad.
I'm loving this with no one, like where they give him the stacks. He's able to get a hand of Midas, doesn't finish up the treads he could have. Like 10 minutes in, the Midas is coming on the Courier.
You need it. If you're going to win this game, Sniper's got to be top net worth from 20 minutes till game close. And especially with the cooldown reduction talent you're going to pick up at level 10, it's just another way to make that Midas more efficient. Mid tower is going to be the next move for Alliance here. They've got Mirana Invis active and Chronosphere. Really like this maneuver. They smoked up, and now look at VP. They've got 4 heroes all concentrated in their own woods underneath these Alliance wards. Now 5.
Oh, don't smoke on the obs. The way they were grouping up. All right, the Sentry, yeah, it finds it.
So far so good though. All things considered, the fact that it's only a 1K lead for Alliance, you'd expect that VP would be even further behind based on how that early laning phase went, but they're recovering well. The fact that no one was able to get a 10-minute Midas is quite nice for their chances here.
Yeah.
And we've yet to see a Chronosphere, but Nico Baby, already 4-0-3. He loves to get involved early. I would not be surprised to see him make a maneuver with a Mirana Invis very soon. Limp finishing up a Veil. Have that in like 400 gold. As now 3-3 moves to stack Ancients. Will he land it? It looks like... Yes, it's a 4-stack now. Another reason Bristle should be picked more, because he's literally going to jump up to 5K net worth off of this one.
There's your Moonlight Shadow. Arrow flies forward, just denies the Invis rune to Solo. Will also take his life in the bottom rune. As Moonlight Shadow being burned pretty early, however. Maybe Virtus Pro feel like they can do something themselves. It doesn't feel like Epi Kid's like ready to fight just yet, and no one's in the same position.
It's just so hard for VP to make a move. It's the big issue with the lineup at the moment. You want Ember Spirit to be that guy making movement, but he lost his tower so early. You don't have that ability to push the lane and then cut towards mid, especially when there's a Bristleback who's just nigh indestructible already with 1500 HP and a hood and root. It's just tough, and you're left to having all 3 of your cores farming. And look at the supports of VP as well. It's just a Rubik, really, who could look to make something happen. Did steal Bloodlust, though, quite nice, especially when you consider he can just follow no one around Ensure he's got that extra farming speed. Solo got caught, got ult procced, but Hanskin's going to retreat.
Yeah, they just keep chipping away at Solo, but Solo is the only one from Virtus Pro who's really putting himself in a position where Alliance can gank him. Unless they want to get aggressive and move into the VP jungle, into the farming area of no one. There's an Observer Ward to give a little bit of information for what they want to do, but even attacking the Tier 1 tower, the wave clear from Virtus Pro is quite effective. It's only a level 2 shockwave, but they're able to always drag the creep wave away from the tower. Sniper can come in if need be. And if Alliance do want to fight underneath the tower, it's just shrapnel. It's a lot of range, and they don't have any information behind the lines, and they don't have any easy way to jump unless Hanskin finds his target. And now no one. Oh, there's the one leap that doesn't perfectly work. In fact, even gets stolen by the Rubik.
He was hoping for the arrow, just a little late on the steal. Pipe, oh my god, there's a pipe on the Bristleback, man. That removes Shrapnel and Ember Spirit's Flame Guard pretty much from the game. And it's 14 minutes in. 3K lead for Alliance. You can see, because they have the ability to farm Ancients and VP does not, that's a big part of where this gold disparity comes from. Because Bristol's able to play the triple camp, no one on VP can do the same at their respective shrine because they simply can't clear Ancients just yet.
Yeah.
And he's taken 6 camps of them already.
It'll get easier once, well, you've got the empowered Ember Spirit, so that's one way you can get through it. But he needs to tank harder.
VP might look to make a move. Haven't seen an RP yet. Perhaps that'll be coming up soon. But Rezo is going for that tank build. Mech, his purchase, not a Blink Dagger. 50-minute rune about to spawn.
I love watching Rubik with the way his cape jumps around when he goes for the leap. Trouble for Ogre, getting Searing chained up. Arrow will fly forward from Hanskin. Threads the needle between the two players of Virtus Pro as they wait for the 15-minute bounty runes. Bristol will take both off the top.
And
in fact, Ember spirits himself back over to
None of
33
detection.
while the jump comes forward, looking for the
Jesus.
Chronosphere with the hammer. Oh, no one on Resolution thought they were still going to be safe there. They thought wrong. Arrow flies in, that'll hit the stun over on Solo. Borrow time will break him free as Nico gets in front with a time walk. Body blocking up Solo. He's trying to reach the tier 3 tower. The banishment's there from Limp. You may need one more hit to finish this job. Okay, they need a couple more with the 1 charges. But it's still done from Alliance, and a perfect chrono and the 2 perfect targets.
Yeah, VP just caught napping there, man. You know Alliance is in the area. You saw multiple heroes. There's a Mirana on the enemy team. You've got to respect the invis. You don't have a sentry down. And Alliance even had high ground vision. That was the easiest setup for 3 kills I've ever seen. And they also collected both bounty runes top for free. You really can't ask for more. Love the build from Limp too, just getting the early Veil, Treads, Triple Null. Very slot efficient, effectively maxed out. His next item, Blink, means he'll be 6 slotted in theory. You know, very efficient. Null Talismans, Wraithbands, Bracers. These are the most cost efficient items in the game right now. And it ensures that once he has the Blink, he'll just jump right on top of no one. What's he supposed to do? He's got a Midas, he's going Maelstrom next, but until he has a BKB, this hero's squishier than his 5 position.
Yep, which means the rest of Virtus Pro now have to start stepping up. Epi Kid needs to be the man on the front lines, working with the Resolution. And they have to fight while Chrono and Hammer is down. Like that's going to be the only options for them. And they're coming in. RP is available. There's a first Searing Chains over on the Bristleback. I know things are not working out well for her, but it feels like there's no other choice for Virtus Pro. If they don't get control of this game right now through a couple of kills, get some momentum on their heroes, and doing it in the next 30 seconds while Chronosphere isn't available, they're just backing up. They saw no one arrive. A deep observer and sentry planted down by Alliance. They've got all the information.
This is a no-go zone. I mean, you have a Mjolnir finished on Nico. He's just farming top side safely. He'll have Chrono up in 10 seconds. So Alliance, no, look, we'll just plant ourselves behind this Bristle. How does VP kill Bristleback? He has 2,000 HP and a pipe. Soon to have a Vanguard on top. Like, this is the strength of this hero. It's your big watermelon that you just plant on your objective. VP, you can bring 5 heroes. You cannot initiate on this target. You would lose that fight.
This is nice. Observer and Sentry down for Virtus Pro. They understand the Moonlight Shadow Alliance are moving up. Resolution, he's standing on top of the Sentry Ward. Almost feels like Bates. Get the double RP off, allowing no one the time to attack him, but that defensive imprisonment, it's saving the Faceless Void, and Resolution's kind of trapped here. Abaddon staying in the middle of the fight too. Here comes Epic Kid. It's a 1-for-1 trade off. The 2 big AoE controllers are down. Limp is on the run, stuns onto Solo. Limp still built up a hell of a lot of int, but he doesn't have enough life to fight with, and that's why the Spirit jumped forward. Defensive imprisonment. Epic Kid still waiting for the fight. Solo's going to be there with him to bring down the OD, and now they can move to the Bristleback, and we test your theory, Kyle. Can they actually kill him off? If no one can keep the range, if no one cannot catch that arrow, they can just walk away from everything. There's no engagement to happen after this by the looks of it.
That was huge from VP. Nico Baby, a little over-eager there. You cannot allow yourself to be initiated on. A big reason for that was they were baiting Bristle. They were giving away information to VP. He's showing bottom. We're going to make this cool move as 4. And that works if Virtus Pro is caught napping. They were not. They were prepared. They got that initiation on Nico. If he drops a chrono on 2, both heroes are just immediately dead, as we saw earlier on that bottom shrine. But really nice job by VP. Read the movement. They know that this is a play Alliance is going to make, and you've either got to allow somebody to just die split or pray that you bait a better engagement. They recover a little ground here as we're just 1 minute away from those bounties. You won't have Chronosphere for that engagement if Alliance look to take another.
Yep, and this is that window. VP see it wide open. A minute of time. They can try and take this tier 1 tower on bottom lane, clearing through waves very quickly thanks to not just Ember being the natural clearer he is, but having the Empower buff up from Rez. And no one's positioning in the last fight felt really, really good. I even like the fact that Resolution held his skewer, making sure he it's like you RP2, you feel like you want to skewer 2 heroes back into the tower, but it's going to hurt you so hard in the long run.
And this,
the short run.
You know, this VP lineup, they were behind, but this is a sniper on top of the net worth charts. Your Ember Spirit went for this Drums Maelstrom build. They didn't sacrifice their item progression, even though they were suffering as far as map control goes. So if you're Alliance, you've got to make sure you continue to execute. The onus is on you. They get the Roche kill right away. Really nice. Now they're going to move forwards. Chrono up in 10. They smoke again. They know VP is going to be contained bottom side, and they have this nice ward on the high ground. They see no one. They see Solo. They see Rubik. They're coming right for him.
Yeah, all that information is what allowed them to get Roshan in the first place. Solo's putting down his sentry walls just in case anyone's trying any kind of shenanigans. But they really need to get rid of that Obs and Sentry. VP have had no idea this is here. It's 1 minute away from a full duration ward. So the Moonlight Shadow stolen by Save. Now Moonlight Shadow going the other way around. What have we got? Time Walk stolen. And everyone's just bailing out. The Ember's adding a lot of pressure to the tier 2 tower on bottom lane. While Sniper's getting to farm up on the top. They know this will turn into a trade-off. Solo, the borrowed time, trying to actually give him that space. Or give his team the space, but yeah, he's dead.
But what he's really given away is 36 intelligence to Limp.
Oh, very true. And the hammer is up.
One of the big downsides of the Abaddon. Yeah, sure. Please, by all means, heal. Let me keep beating into you.
What was it? We talked about during the draft. Hey, this lineup from VP is really cool, but when you got Bristle and you've got OD, both get stronger as these fights continue on. And what does Void do? He also delays it by putting down the Chronosphere. Like, it's so difficult to escape that prolonged fight.
Sniper, he's gonna have, no one's got his BKB in what, 400 gold or so? If he can get that off, even if he were to get chronoed, it's tough for Alliance to actually take him down. Especially when you consider a large part of the Void's damage are those Mjolnir procs. They aren't going to do anything under the cover of a BKB.
It also feels hard for Alliance to push high ground.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird to say that. I think it's going to get a lot harder once Resolution has his Blink Dagger, because then you've got those Blink Skewer opportunities on 33, who's not going to be the fastest hero moving side to side to dodge it. But if you pull him under the tier 4 towers, it's very isolated. Tries problematic. Aegis Immortal's going to break off for the Faceless Void.
He's just going to get
Meanwhile, 33 running in towards no one, and Faceless Void has Chrono, but
he got both!
And OD jumped in as well. Limp got hit. He's dropped the hammer for the pickup. He's still got it available, trying to build up this int. It's up at 12. Drops it on Epic Kid, but he still ends up dying without finding the kill. Protection was there. The mech charge gave the life back. And now 33 is on the run. Save's got Time Walk off cooldown. Same with the telekinesis in 1 second time, so he can go for the jump and pull him back, but they won't do it. VP are just very happy with what they got. I want to see that again in slow motion.
That's just terrible decision making from Limp. You can play that in multiple different ways. Either one, blink outside the range of the RP as your Void respawns, or two, if you're gonna make that play, blink in early, get the aggressive RP, even if then the mag responds to get you first, Void comes out, he's not stunned, he's gonna get a chrono off. You can never put yourself in a position where you both get RP'd.
Here we go.
Tier 4 towers is very isolated. Tries problematic.
And here we are as well.
Will's going to break off for the Faceless Void.
We'll try that
And
again.
there we go.
Hey, well, what a sexy dulcet tone. And that weird Australian.
Do you ever listen to your own cast? Because I can't do it. I actually feel...
I forced myself to do it very early on for reviews, but eventually I just hate myself.
Yeah, me too, dude. I don't know how the community puts up with me. I listen to myself and I'm like, God, that's terrible.
Like you have someone like Cap who's like, oh yeah, like my voice is so great. That's not how Cap sounds.
No,
I can't even. I can't even mimic to sound great. Like, if I sound like Benedict Cumberbatch, I'd be like, hell yes, this would be the greatest cast ever. Well, a little trouble for Ember Spirit. Arrowed up, locked in, and down he'll go. Yeah. Close the point. We both sound stupid. Why the hell do people even want to hear us? Anyway.
The self-burn, the most effective.
You know, the only time I actually like my voice is like when you're 5 days into an event and I start...
You really talk about your voice for someone that doesn't like their voice.
And I start hitting Barry White mode and it's really, really raspy.
What? Barry White has the voice of an angel.
I know.
So,
but when my voice gets really, really tight, I drop like 3 octaves.
I see.
And then it sounds good.
Uh-huh.
But only then.
We'll have to review the tapes later. Much like Alliance is going to need to review that fight in the event they were to drop this game. The gold disparity hasn't changed, but bounties are up in 30. VP should be able to control both of the ones on the bottom side. 3-3 beating into the top tower, but keep in mind, I love the hero, but he has sacrificed his item progression for his team. He's got the pipe and the crimson. His damage output is not there, nor is he really able to close gap on on no one too effectively any longer.
You know what I always want to feel like I want to see on him is like a silver edge on no one. It's like, what have we got that's really going to mess from range?
Never refuse gold. Contributes to my house.
We got coming down. No, it's just going to be a bracer. Abaddon becoming tankier and tankier as life goes on.
You got a BKB coming out on Epikid as soon as he finishes this one. Creep, sure, there's one on Void, but...
And there's one coming for Limp.
This is the anti-OD item, though. If you get your BKB off, it does not matter if you're disabled. Like, the OD, the Mirana, the Ogre, these heroes do nothing any longer. And Bristol's damage output is not what it could be because of this defensive item build that he's chosen to go for. Rezo, not Ramses, is soon going to be finishing off his Blink Dagger. Not bad. In fact, if you look at it is still a huge lead for Alliance. A big part of that is because if you look at the net worth, compare the offlaners. That's a 6K gap. That is 75% of this lead. And while sure, you'd like your mag to have more farm, like what would more items on him actually do? He's mostly here for the Empower, and at some point he's going to land an RP once he picks up Blink, so.
And by farming up this top wave right now, he's going to get that Blink Dagger. There it is. So 33 as well as Nico can keep the pressure on the top lane.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think no one sold his Maelstrom by accident. We saw it would like come back up on the right side of the screen.
So it came back up on the right side of the screen because he sent it back to base on the courier.
I don't think so. Look at his net worth. It would have been higher. He was like 1,500 ahead a few moments ago.
True, maybe he did. Like it was definitely on the couriers being sent back to base and then coming out. So I don't know
because
if it was
you wouldn't see the notification on the right if he hadn't purchased it. He definitely bought a new Maelstrom, and he only has one.
Okay.
That is unfortunate. And also, yeah, why is Alliance 9K ahead? It was 5.
It was.
There's got to be something going here.
Yeah, something is suspect. Something is definitely suspect.
This is not going to go. And VP, just when they got a foothold back in, it's the mental anguish that a mistake like that makes. That can really affect your chances moving forwards. VP now looking to get a little aggressive, but didn't find an opening. Alliance wisely retreated onto a fortified position near their own high ground. This mid tower has got to die if VP want to establish foothold in the enemy jungle. Right now, they're limited to their side of the river until they can take out that tower.
Man, I just wouldn't expect something like that of no one.
Why not?
Well, one of the best in the world? Well, yeah. I'm sorry, you're saying you can be the best in the world and still make mistakes. That's,
exactly, Toby.
Yeah. I can feel your point coming from a mile off.
This is something got troublesome. It never feels good when the 4th position on the enemy team is a Greaves and your 3 position just has the mech. Invis pops. They're going to look to get aggressive here. Limp might find no one. He's got BKB TP, however, and he's going to use it. Void should not be able to close the gap in time. Limp, man.
It's the first game of the day, right? It's just the first game of the day.
Yeah.
I'm not warmed up.
Hey, and I will say, as there are members of the Twitch chat community, I'm sure, reminding me, it's better to sell your item by accident than to misplace it on the ground. It could be worse.
Hey, I wasn't going to bring it up, Kyle. JJ.
What?
He circled your exact spot of the crime.
Thanks. Thanks, buddy.
That's right. We never forget. Great smoke wraparound coming in from Virtus Pro. They are going to look for their target. The scan comes out from the Dire. They're thinking about if Alliance are near Roshan, which they're not, so Epic Kid will show himself on bottom.
You need a fight if you're VP. This whole game is going to come down to initiation. Think it's the RP versus the Chrono, it's the Sniper, and the OD. You want to be able to use this big ability to take out that high damage dealing hero right away. Whatever team is successful most likely wins this next engagement. And they all Alliance had vision, they got the mag.
Oh, great arrow. Able to connect.
RP.
The BKB's playing in the background with the RP coming out and the Chronosphere. Who's going to go down first? North. This one Faz actually survived, but no one. He'll be locked down and controlled by Nico. So they've lost their big parts of the damage, and Ogre is the only sacrifice so far from Alliance. But Limp is building up a lot of int. He has dropped the hammer, but he still hits hard. That's going to be 52 int. Yep. Now on that OD, hoping to catch any more from Virtus Pro.
And honestly, I got to give the the mistake made there is on solo once again. The same thing as that earlier fight around 10 minutes, the bottom shrine occurs here. There's no sentry down. Rezo's positioning is where it needs to be, on top of the hill, guarding, trying to find this OD. He would have, but out of the cover of Invis, he just gets astraled because there's a ward on the high ground. You can't allow this to happen. If you want to play in the enemy jungle and take a fight from a high ground, you need sentries, Solo. You cannot come to this fight without one. It went down, but it was too late. That's not acceptable.
That spells a lot of problems now for Virtus Pro as their tier 2 tower gonna get beaten down. This is the last remaining outer tower for Virtus Pro. Not able to find the damage, being split in 2 different parts. The fortification will dissuade Alliance enough that they'll retreat from the tier 2 tower. Remember, they don't have Chronosphere, they don't have Sandy's Eclipse. So while these are not up, they should at least give a little bit more respect to Virtus Pro, but VP don't have their RP for 40 seconds either. Moonlight Shadow movement from Alliance.
Yeah, there's a BKB up on Limp as well, so he's a lot more formidable nowadays. As we check out the items, you're having Ags on the Ember Spirit coming up soon. There is a blink on the Rubik now as well. Scotty soon to be complete on no one. Looks like Hanskin's going to go for a Lotus Orb here. And 3-3 going for the AC. Like that item choice a lot.
Mid. Catching out the bristleback, pick him up, throw him back down again, having to battle inside the shrapnel, skewered a long way up, over towards Norm, but now Limp comes in for the defensive imprisonment. Solo will stay on him, a secondary shrapnel being planted, arrow flies forward, won't hit anybody, 33, still trying to run out with his Crimson Guard. He just tanks for so long, even the OD has to start getting chipped away by no one, because they just have to find a different target. 33 feels invincible, a blink forward from Limp, this time he's taking Sniper out, the RP, able to connect from Resolution, but Nico, the skewer, they're inside the Chronosphere, he's got so many of his own teammates, while Solo and Resolution trying to hit into them, but the Sniper goes down. He's the bigger damage on 57 HP. OD's able to blink away to safety. 33 gets the double kill, and the Chrono, it felt rough with Alliance being trapped in there, but without the Sniper hitting any damage, it's all Alliance.
What? The bristleback, Toby? You know what 3-3's trying to do? Absorb the punishment. It's his entire hero's purpose in this game. He's itemized for it. He's got 23 armor, nearly 3,000 health, 25 health regen on his level 20 talent. You cannot do this if you're Virtus Pro. It is child's play now for the Void to identify, oh look, there's the sniper. I'm going to chrono him. He is going to die. We have won the fight. We've got Roshan. We've got a 15k gold lead. And at this point, Alliance is rolling. You can't target this Bristletoe. You got to ignore him, get the OD, get the Void, the only appropriate targets. And you can even see Nico knows that. Third item, Satanic, the status resist to help deal with the RP, the health regen, the HP pool. He is not an actual target either. What do you do if you're VP? How do you actually win fights any longer?
So you need more damage. You almost need like an extra Maelstrom over on a sniper. Blink away from Rubik. He will dodge the gank coming in from Fada, creating a little bit of space for himself and his team. Oh my god, they need that. It's got to come down to high ground now. Epikid could do the split pushing. He's picked up an Aghanim Scepter on the Ember Spirit. As long as he's being empowered up, they can get that little side lane push. But if you look at the towers, they've still got tier 1 towers in mid as well as top. Side lane push or not, Alliance still are not being pressured. That top tower has taken a grand total of 15 damage in this 34-minute game.
I fail to see what Epikid's item progression is actually going to do to change the status quo here. He's the top net worth on his team, but how is Ags going to be effective? You know, no one on Alliance is going to put themselves in a position to get jumped on except for this Bristle. And Linken's is your next choice? How is that going to save you from a Chronosphere? You need raw damage output right now. There's an AC on Bristle. You're not going to kill anything at this rate.
The pressure is coming now. Tier 2 tower on bottom will finally be removed. And Alliance, Aegis the Immortal on the Faceless Void. He will be one of the first ones up the hill. Sniper is not there ready to defend. In fact, right now Abaddon's the only one that's there. Resolution's beginning his TP in. But it's like they're giving up this tier 3 tower for free. RP is off cooldown. With Sniper arriving, some chip damage into Nico. OD jumps forward, already starts over on Abaddon. They've already triggered the borrowed time on him. Nico, Chronosphere, he caught no one. That's the big target underneath the fountain. It won't even matter. No one goes down. He'll have buyback available, so will the Magnus. And now they have to go ham here, Virtus Pro, to make this worthwhile. But 33, he's the frontline tank. Limp still ready to go. He's a 24 install and drops the hammer. The BKB is good from no one, but it will be a dieback if he cannot get some extra distance. The Aerofy spot at 5 seconds over on Magnus. Nico jumps for that one as well. Even the sad trombonist, no one trolling his own teammates. A skewer, pull Nico into the pit. One attack from the fountain will be all they get. And GG is what Alliance will get. Game 1 goes their way. And Virtus Pro, it feels rough.
A big issue with this game for VP. Well-crafted lineup from Alliance. They had multiple heroes that could make themselves targets. VP don't have one. There isn't a single hero that can initiate contact, that can take some punishment. Whereas Alliance, they have 3-3 just diving onto the sniper. Nico Baby with that increased time walk range. You can even see Rezo's face. What is he supposed to do?
Good question. Very, very good question. Something is not right for Virtus Pro. They need to work it out, and they need to work it out now. Because if they can't get a single point out of this, then there is the chance that the Fighting Pandas or Viking will be able to contest them depending on the results from the other two series.
VP, I think they've got the record, right, for most Mercedes. Imagine if they were eliminated in group stage. Not a good start at all for this roster.
Well, this really just shows you too. The brands change, the players change. VP, a shadow of their former self, need to find themselves before Game 2.
A year ago, we would have said this was a surprise result, but today, not so much of a surprise. Alliance still on the warpath, trying to aim for the top 1 position, and that leaves Virtus Pro in a precarious position right now, needing at least 1 point, remember, to guarantee them going through from this particular group. Naz and BSJ alongside. Gents, great performance by Alliance again.
Great performance, but I feel like we maybe overused this a little bit on panels, but I do feel like this was a draft loss by VP. I think that you put yourself in a situation after that 4th pick OD where you got to pick a laning counter to OD, but that puts no one in a position where he just has to own the game all by himself in order for your team to win.
Some early pressure from Solo on the Abaddon was okay, I guess, but it's not really much to talk about when you're getting beaten up by the Bristleback.
Yeah, the problem when you give the team with first pick, the team that doesn't have absolute last pick, this ridiculously powerful fourth pick, the OD that we're talking about, these teams are fully aware that you have to adjust now that they picked OD, right? They have to basically, like you said, pick a lane counter. So he knows with the 9th pick that they can pick an offlaner into Abaddon Ember. And that then they exploit it by picking this hero Bristle, Abaddon 2 armor, Ember 3 armor, no way of really punishing him. And he kind of got lucky to kill the Bristleback before he got those 8 creeps or whatever.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And it still was a disaster.
Yep.
You look at what he did in that lane throughout the whole game, and remember that he had a death at 2 minutes in where he gave away like 6-8 creeps that were all denied. You think about if he had gotten those 6 to 8 creeps, 33 would have just pooped on their whole team.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard game for Virtus Pro. Is there anything they can take from that, Alan? Is there any small things they can kind of pull out and go, yeah, we did this all right? It's okay, you can be honest.
I think you have to have a plan to get your safe lane going. Okay. I want to see Epikid on one of those heroes like PL or Naga that he really feels comfortable in that aren't necessarily the meta heroes. I think you have to find a way to enable him. He's the guy that has been up and down. Save has been a bright spot, but I want to see VP go back to what I thought was the key to VP Dota all the way back with Ramses, and that is we are going to secure our safe lane where we're going to pressure yours.
Okay, well, the good news is for them, I'm just checking on the other matches. Fighting Panthers are 1 down in their game, and Viking are also 1 down, which is good news for Virtus Pro, because even on 3 points, they might still get out of this group if the other Beast Coast and Vici do the business for them and win 2-0. So that would be extraordinary, wouldn't it? Pick up only 3 points from the group stage and still manage to get to the knockouts.
It'd be nice, but when you think about this VP team and they're going to have a couple days to hopefully, or at least a day off to right the ship, man, you really want to go into those practice games on a better note than that game 1.
Yeah, it's been very rough. Got a chance to address it, of course, still, because this is a 2-game series, Brian. There's a lot got to change, though, for that to happen, isn't there, in this 10-minute break for them?
We chopped up into a drafting error, and as a viewer, or even myself, you look at it and say, just fix the draft. Just don't lose.
But there's
so much that goes wrong.
It's not quite that simple, though, is it?
Yeah, like it's so many factors that add up, and it's Alliance punishing you for not picking correctly against their lineup. Right. They give you the perfect 4th pick and then the perfect 5th pick to make you have to deal with that too. And it's like, how do you avoid this happening in the first place? It's so easy in Dota to just get the whole gotcha. I forgot about this one hero that owns our entire strategy, and the Alliance bans were really good too. They first picked Void, and then they banned the PL Naga, like you said. And if you,
the one idea that I would put forward is we have seen a number of teams in this tournament get away from always last picking their mid. That's been something since TI. It's been something like 75-80% of matches have been mid last pick. And I think VP might try that. I think VP might try picking no one of his comfort heroes with a little bit of flexibility, maybe something like an Invoker that you can relegate to the 4 position if necessary early on.
Maybe that too.
And try and exploit, get those favorable 3 or 1 matchups later on in the draft.
Okay.
If they're 10th pick.
Well, even if you're 9th, there are ways.
Again,
that last draft was a clinic by Alliance on how to use 9th pick, right? Because you 7th pick the OD, and you say, "Oh, gee, we know we need a laning counter to OD. We know, and they're going to ban the Pugna." Yeah. Right? So there are ways to deal with that 10th overall pick, but I think the focus for VP, again, I'm going to say it over and over again, needs to be on the sidelines.
Okay, all right. Going to take a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Don't go too far away, though. Game 2 just around the corner. Well, of course, we'll come back with the draft, where Virtus Pro, they're still looking for a point to secure their place in the next round. We'll see you soon.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. We got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
ESL 1 Hamburg continues. Welcome back to day number 3. We're well into our first series of the day, and it's the last one as far as Group A is concerned. It's going to decide everything, including all the marbles and where they're distributed to. We already know that Vici Gaming and Alliance have guaranteed themselves a top 2 spot, taking those 2 coveted spots in the group. But who else is going to qualify? Well, I can tell you that Beast Coast are definitely going through because they've taken 1 game. That's all they needed in the other game. It means now we just need to know who finishes in 4th, and kind of Virtus Pro are in the hot seat because, Alan, they need to win this 1 game and they finish 4th. It's as simple as that. It's in destiny is in their own hands.
They are controlling their own destiny, but it is a scary thing because they looked overwhelmed in game 1, and the first tiebreaker after 1-loss record is that Neustadtl score. VP were 0-2'd by both the top 2 teams in this group, and Vikings does have a win against Alliance. If VP loses this game, they could very well be eliminated.
For that to happen, of course, Vikings do need to pick up a point in their game. They are currently 1-0 down to Beast Coast in game 2 right now. If you want to go and watch that over on stream, but you can. Vici are also in action against Pandas. That's basically a dead rubber is what we call it. Vici are 1-up against Pandas in that game. They've already guaranteed the top spot in the group, and Pandas can't now qualify due to the way that the system works. So, it's all on this game, Brian. It's all on this draft.
Just win.
Virtus Pro have got to draft better.
Yeah.
Well, they got to pick this Abaddon and they got to put it in the 3 position.
Yes.
Let us not see another
solo,
5
but that was not a solo hero.
Well, and it was particularly, the contrast was particularly evident because on the other side, Hanskin's roaming Mirana really was magnificent. He was in on 26 out of 30 team kills, by far the high on his team. He was everywhere throughout that game.
And he didn't itemize for the arrow to be impactful because you know you're playing against a 5-position Abaddon. He just went for the Greaves on Mirana, and that's a nice adjustment for these players that are very experienced on the hero that they're playing, knowing that if my kit isn't necessarily that impactful this game, why not just buy items that will make me impactful regardless of that. And the one thing about Abaddon is all the nerfs that he received to his Mistcoil back when he was played as a 5, they all nerfed his ability to be a support, but he got given base armor, base movement speed, base attack speed, mana on his shield.
And suddenly he's a world-class 3.
Yeah, and it's just play him as a 3.
But you got to talk about it in the context of the player as well. And this is going to be the challenge for VP here early in the season. Is Rezo able to adapt his hero pool more toward the traditional offlane style? We know there are these heroes like Leshrac and Kunkka that are in the side lane meta now that have been played as mids in the past. We know Rezo can be successful on those. Can he have success on a hero like Abaddon?
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? Because they're not traditional heroes that he will have played in a role in any way, shape or form. So he's got to show us that he can do it in the offlane on an offlaner, a true, what we call a pure offlaner.
Abaddon is a mindset, I don't think he's a hero that's hard in terms of mechanical at all.
Sure, but is he not difficult to understand when to go and when not to go?
Yeah.
No, you just always go.
Right now? It's a positioning thing.
Get in there.
The only thing you have to be concerned about on Abaddon is not getting stunned or silenced yourself so that you can't save your teammates, but also at the same time building the right items to enable your teammates. But it's all about your teammates.
But Brian, I know what Alan's saying. He's saying effectively, the way Rezo will play the Abaddon is going to be better than all of us already, right?
Yeah.
But the difference between him playing it and say, a dedicated 3 playing it, who's 33 playing it, for instance, or a universe playing it, is massive actually at the pro level. There's a huge gap between it, isn't there?
No, there is. Wow. And that's coming from the experienced mindset of an offlaner, though, right? That's not something that's unique to Abaddon specifically. What I'm saying, he's not a difficult hero, is if you know how to be an offlaner, you'll know how to play Abaddon. From experience, right? So it's something where maybe he won't build the right item, maybe he won't be at the right place on the map. What I felt palpable of these top tier offlaners is you can just feel their presence in the game by where they are, who they're enabling, with their items, with their play, who they're countering. Like that game, the Bristleback enabled what went on mid because Abaddon was dealing with him, cutting waves, which means he couldn't be shielding the sniper, which means the sniper got ganked level 1, which really set the momentum of that lane.
Yeah.
And
okay. We've got a propeller whirly thingy person on one side, along with a fat twin-headed thing that's also over there. And I say the twin-headed thing is not the right twin-headed thing because normally it should be a Jakiro, of course.
Well, Alliance has favored Jakiro. You might get to see it
We might get double twin heads in this. We might have 7 heads in the game.
Yeah, I like Jakiro against Shadow Demon specifically.
Yeah.
It just the defensive disruption ends up being almost like an alley-oop to your ice path from the other team. So
don't see it an awful lot with the Ogre though. It's usually one or the other.
More so now that Ogre is commonly shifted over into that 3 role, right? With the multicast Midas.
I'm saying if they play as a 4 or 5, you don't tend to see them side by side.
I think the most important thing that we've seen so far is actually the Shadow Demon pick by VP. I think this Shadow Demon hero, they've always been one of the better teams with it. It has such huge anti-carry potential, gives you a way to deal with BKBs, gives you a second save. VP already have 2 saves on the board. And even though the Void's no longer in, so that you're not talking about saves against the Chrono, it's still super relevant against a lot of the things that Alliance like to do.
It's funny, isn't it? Virtus Pro ban the Rubik, Alliance ban the Void.
Sure.
It's kind of weird. Just that they played them both in the last game.
Yeah, maybe they think that Rubik is a genuine counter to the Void because this game Virtus Pro's first pick as opposed to Alliance. So Alliance wasn't afraid to pick Void into Rubik, but maybe they only wanted Virtus Pro to have Void if they had Rubik. That kind of is something that is considered in the first round bans, like as a reactionary ban to their ban.
Yeah, you see that a lot in the draft stats. There are a lot of like pair bans, right?
Yeah.
That if this hero gets banned, the other one's
ban
most
Axe,
likely.
ban Mag, right? The same idea as that one. Against all these saves, you want to pick a lot of poke, a lot of heroes that don't require heavy commitment to do the damage that they want.
So I know they've got the gyro, but there was also the possibility that the Shaker Morphling could have come out.
That is absolutely possible.
This Flash Shark ban, they're thinking about PL.
Except for the fact that the Shaker's now banned.
Yeah.
They are thinking about PL, is VP.
Okay.
I know, I mean, Leshrac, there's plenty of reason to ban Leshrac anyway, but I bet you that's in the discussion right now.
Very popular phase 2 ban right now.
You've just got to get Epic Kid going, man.
Yeah.
We'll see if Alliance plans that out. I think the best way to deal with PL as a team is to just have a lot of damage you throw on the ground. Like Gyro alone is usually not enough, and Ogre doesn't really do anything about it himself. But if you just have these mid-game nukers that make it so PL takes damage, even if it's not targeted at him, it's really hard as a PL player to like fight into that until you get 2 or 3 items. And at that point, sometimes you kind of just lose the game. That's pretty much PL's weakness. Alliance obviously fully aware that they love their PL and Naga Siren because last game we saw them ban it out. So it has to be on their mind. So they banned the Naga.
Yeah, they banned the Naga over.
And then I'm expecting some nukes, basically, from these
Morph
picks.
is still available? Morphling's still available?
Without the Shaker,
With the Shaker ban, that's the key.
It's without the
It is good against Gyro, though.
Yeah, it is.
Like, you do get the morph to Gyro.
Morph to Gyro is lovely, isn't it?
Remember when we used to think that was broken?
No, that was that
tip of the iceberg.
I feel like didn't Arteezy start abusing that?
Oh, everybody.
I know they all did eventually, but I feel like he was one of the first ones to kind of do that and play it really well.
The first one that sticks out to me, I remember seeing Ramses do it and going, "Oh, damn."
With the waveform attacks targets plus flag, and you just 5 attacks
Imagine
on everybody.
that, Ramses and Arthur on the same team.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to
actually
anymore.
Crazy.
Yeah. Can't wait to see it in the LAN environment.
You are not wrong, man. That you just don't know how they're going to play.
No,
right?
that's what's the fascinating part.
Now,
about
this
it.
is Limp's. All right, perfect.
Could be crazy, could be good.
There's your nuker, Brian, and this is one of Limp's absolute signature heroes. It's also something that they're perfectly comfortable shifting over to the support role if the situation
we
calls
talked
for
about
it.
flex before, Brian. Pick 2 and 3 here. Both flex for Alliance. Still keeps Virtus Pro guessing again.
Yeah, this could
play
be
the
a
Ogre
5
in the 5
Ogre.
3. Could play the
Exactly.
Lena as a support. So it keeps Virtus Pro guessing, going, damn it, we still don't really know what we're picking against.
Yeah, that's really crucial. If they can manage to keep that question up in the air for this next pick. It's a little bit more difficult now because usually you reveal one of the roles concretely. You'd almost have to pick another flex pick, but I think at this point with the Bane, you're not going to look to pick. You're not going to look to put Ogre off lane.
I haven't seen an awful lot of Bane, Alan.
Again, I think the Bane pick here is all about they need to pick side lane dominators. They need to pick these supports that are capable, whatever core you put in the lane, that are capable of repelling that pressure. And Bane's he's obviously a lot of changes in the previous few patches, but he is one of the better traders in the lane in terms of back and forth harass.
Something like Dazzle
Interesting
could
that
still be flex.
you look at Lifestealer, right, as one of the highest rated picks, because that's, man, against Bane and Shadow Demon, that's scary. Oh, wow.
There you go.
33. This is the man on the side of Alliance that brought 33 back to the meta last year single-handedly. And, of course, VP, I knew they were thinking about it. They're pick 2 supports that are capable of sustaining any kind of lane pressure, and they are going to give Epikid his chance to shine on his signature PL.
Also makes us convinced now that the Ogre is a 5.
Yes.
Lena could still be a support.
Yeah, Lena could go either way still.
But they rarely pick the support last, but they have. They've shown it. They can pick those supports in their
Here's the thing.
their pick.
I think they read this PL pick like a book with this Night Stalker, because Night Stalker runs, and his silence is an aura now.
Yeah,
you can't doppel it off.
Yeah, you can't dodge it.
If he can get in on PL, like PL is going to be killable in a lot of these fights.
PL has to buy mana items, and that doesn't generally work against Gyro.
No.
Wow, and the DP.
Stick to your bread
ban
and
on the
butter.
Alchemist,
Yes.
straight into Death Prophet, invoke a ban on the other side from Alliance. What do they pick up last? That all happened very quickly.
I wouldn't mind some initiating playmaker that makes use of the Night Stalker. You either have that or you need sustain. Those are the 2 choices they can go with. The sustain means you can take long drawn-out fights where you poke at them with the vision of the Night Stalker. The initiator means that you can utilize the Night Stalker to pick and choose your fights accordingly. They have decent bursts, so Lena's a perfectly fine mid against DP, so this could be very well just a 4-position hero.
I think you could double down on burst and go mid tiny. I think you could keep Lena mid and pick something like, oh my god!
Well, there you go.
There's the cheese pick.
Or that.
I don't know how
Look
good
at all
it
of
is.
those grins on those Alliance players right now.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty
You
good. Who's
should
their
all
Meepo
feel
there?
This is a
about
really
yourselves.
good Meepo
Yes.
game. Never mind. It's going to own.
They have no damage
It's gonna
for Meepo,
own.
man. They have no early pressure for Meepo. Abad and PL very much heroes that sit in their lanes for like the first 10, 15 minutes of the games and do their own thing. They don't like invade the jungle or anything like that. DP, same thing. They have a lot of D-push. They have a lot of early mid-game activity to enable this Meepo. They're just going to buy like Vlad's drums and
It's
he's
the
gonna
first
get
word you
Roche.
said. It's the first word. It's damage, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this draft at first going, what happens when one of those clones gets purged or gripped? But it doesn't matter because they don't have the burst to kill it.
Yeah.
Alliance, I think, once again, this draft is just very, very strong. Virtus Pro, they're very good on these heroes. They have a much better chance to win than other teams would with this draft. I still give Alliance the edge.
Yeah, I think this is a got you pick with the Meepo. I liked Virtus Pro's draft more than the last one going into that last pick, but yeah.
Yeah, for 9 picks of the draft, it all looked good for Virtus Pro, and then who knows, you just get ratted out. Let's find out how Game 2 happens with your commentary team.
Man, you could see the grins on Alliance's face. Before they even picked it, Fada started doing the Matubman, just slapping his hand around, just like, hey, you know what we could do? We could do this. And it's going to be brilliant. This will be the greatest. The greatest.
My first comment on this VP lineup would have been, folks, this is all single target. The first 4 heroes effectively are all just... You got Meepo'd. You have absolutely no Meepo counters. And this is 3-3 we're talking about. This Alliance draft is perfect. It's not just a gotcha. I mean, there are a lot of options they had for that final selection. Meepo, probably the best. And I think VP, you talking about outdraft. This is like a 98-2.
What? Hang on. Do we have the Dota buff predictions? But not Dota buff. The Dota Plus. The other one. Predictions for this. Hey, this would be a good way to start. Disruption off. Here we go, VP. You showed that Meepo who's boss. beating down 33. You get a little bit of support there from the gyrocopter. Ogre's coming over as well. Show him who's boss by killing him. That's how you do it. Resolution on the 3 position of Baden will be able to get that first blood and get VP off to a good start.
I will say, it is a core Baden. I like this a hell of a lot more than it on the 5 role. It's also, I think, notable how much VP respect this alliance of Baden, and they want to make sure it's denied. And you check out those odds. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I know which way I'd lean.
That looked a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Like, that's... Anyway.
And this also serves really well. One thing, and this is just such a good sign, I think, for Alliance fans moving forward, because the thing about Limp is that I've always seen him as a 2 that shades towards a 3, right? And he's finally paired up with an offlaner that's like a 3 shading towards that 2. He's not the kind of guy that you want to see carrying from the mid lane, at least in my estimation. But I love that he's willing to do this, because the man used to play off lane back when he first started playing Dota, and he was excellent at it. One of his highest win rate heroes is still Clockwork. Like, this is what he is excellent at. And 3-3, you know, this man can play Meepo. He's won multiple games on the hero. And in fact, when he played for NIP last season, there were people saying that he should just be their mid player because of how often he would go there and dominate on those micro-based heroes.
Mm-hmm. I just love seeing the fact that now Alliance they show diversity in their lineup as well by doing this. It's like we're not just locked to our lanes. We're not locked to our set roles. We can change this up. And then it's a hard ask for no one. No one's also going to get himself out. I did double check inside the break. He did actually sell his Maelstrom by accident with a drag sell at the secret shop. So this is something that he should be able to overcome, but is still going to link it there in the back of the mind. A lot harder to sell things on Death Prophet, I hope.
And should also mention, of course, goes without saying, but Nico Baby is a hell of a carry. And, you know, it's really nice, let me tell you. I don't know if I've ever actually even had this luxury in my career, but when you have a 1 position that you can be confident if he's ahead and in control of the game, that he'll just win it for you, it's just so reassuring. It makes the whole team play better when you've got that faith that your carry is going to come through for you.
Man, you just try to rub wounds, like salt into the wounds of Virtus Pro. They had that. They had Ramses. He was fantastic in that role. But things have to change up. I think Epic Kid has still done like decently well, but it's just getting off to a good start for him has been real difficult. None of this Phantom Lancer, he just can't catch a break on the top lane. He's getting stunned. He's getting controlled up by Hanskin. Solo's looking for something on him, but he won't get anything. Like the PL is 8-1 CS. At least he's staying neck and neck with that of the gyrocopter.
And oh my god, this new Night Stalker. Oh, hang on, we got a stun onto the Bane. He could be in trouble here, just a little. No.
This is Solo on Bane. Like, at least he's in his comfort zone. Brain Stamp and Nightmare. He'll play the CC game.
Yeah. So the old PL was a lot more effective dealing with Night Stalker. You could just Manta off the silence, kite it away. But if a Limp picks up a blink at any point, gets on top of him with the silence, you can't double, you can't do anything. And there's so much follow-up for it. Nets from Meepo, who's actually got a DD and chasing no one.
Yep.
Has 1 drain remaining, however.
He just missed his first net, however, so no one. There goes your drain onto 33, has to create the space, and he's able to do so. No one has Crypt Swarm, but he doesn't even need it. He'll kill off no one the old-fashioned way.
3-3 knows it, too. He's like, oh, I've done that before. It's really easy at times. You're like, oh, I'm going to get aggressive. And then you're like, wait, shit, I really don't have the damage for this. Oh God, he's hitting me back.
He didn't have the ability.
What have I done?
He didn't have the ability either. I think his...
he didn't skill E, right?
His proof was on cooldown at the time because he proofed to get his second Meepo closer. So he didn't actually even have the damage. I don't even know if he had the mana or not. I just know that was on cooldown.
And that's, as we see a little pressure on the Fada here.
Yeah, this is perfect. He's got 4 poison stacks on him at the moment. Try and juke that extra one. And, well, left, right, dodged it. Fada will actually get to survive and salve up. They don't even get the kill for it.
So the thing about that play from 3-3, it's a perfect example of just why you'll see a lot of players prefer the higher percentage plays.
Oh, I love it too. Sorry, Meepo proofed me the wave again. He gets fortified out.
So he skills net at level 3, which hurts his ability to farm, and he had a double damage. If he just farms instead of going for a kill, he'd be ahead of this DP in CS by almost 10 at this point. Instead, he goes for a kill and ends up dying. So you take the risk and you punish yourself, whereas if you had just taken the conservative option, you'd have been just fine. You're the win condition for your team. And it's why you tend to see players be a little more cautious nowadays, because even if you got that kill on Death Prophet, you could argue you'd get more gold out of the jungle just because there's so much more gold in those camps than in hero kills.
But you can also see the mentality then of Alliance. Like they're happy, they're looking forward to actually getting into this game. It's like the Meepo pick, like last one. They know they feel confident. The panel felt very confident. You're sitting there saying like, I still feel confident in this. So even though Virtus Pro are 2 kills up, the net worth is reaching 1,000 a little bit faster, you still know there's that time bomb to come in from Alliance.
And we gotta, this is Meepo as the win condition. The beauty of Abaddon is that, unlike OD, against the Gyro, you just run into his damage and hit him in the face all game, and you're very adept at dealing with the hero. The Meepo is gonna be the win condition. At some point, this PL Prophet will pump deeps.
Solo put out the Nightmare, so Hanskin's kind of trapped here. Can he get to 9 up? No, he can't.
Nice
Solo
play.
and no one got the aggro of the neutrals, but that's Alliance trying to push a little bit too hard and a little too confident. So they ran underneath the Dire Shrine at the 5-minute mark. Yes, it's nighttime now, but Limp and Lena weren't ready for that.
And now, as the Meepo's just going to continue to farm woods, he'll try and get some space here. The benefit is that now that it's nighttime, VP, you don't really have much to do as far as roaming around the map. Hold up, Limp is real low.
Lena's coming in to try and help out. Is he going to try and take off anything? Nope, stick charges up from Limp. Light Striker Ray will just keep Bane out of the play.
His salve got canceled though.
He's going to go all the way back to base then.
Yeah, because Meepo already used the Shrine.
This is not how you want to spend your first nighttime.
Indeed. I'd like to see him get aggressive, maybe even making a play down bottom, but until Gyro's level 6, it's very tough to have the kill potential on an Abaddon, especially one level 4.
Maybe that's what we say. Like, I like to see him aggressive away from Shrines. Here comes Save once again. The perfect name for his role in this VP lineup. Protecting Resolution. With Shields and Disruption, it seems very difficult for Fada as well as Nico to really do anything about this dual offlane of Virtus Pro. And top 3 net worth right now, 2 of them belong to VP. Top 4, 3 of them belong to VP.
That's true.
They are staying ahead on the board.
And more importantly, I think No One is finally on. I love No One Death Prophet. This has been my favorite player-hero combination for like a year now. It fell out of the meta, and part of maybe even VP's faltering at TI is the problem is they were too damn dominant over the courses of these seasons. So by the time they got to that World Championship, all of a sudden their heroes were nerfed into the ground. But this is the vintage No One hero. It's a lane dominator that tempo controls around the map, allows them to both make plays, accelerate, and more importantly, take objectives, which is what his team is going to need to do to beat this Meepo. You don't beat Meepo by killing him multiple times necessarily. You've got to take his towers, limit his ability to control the map, and freely farm both sides of the jungle every minute.
And they really need that sentry to be a little bit more defensive. Without finding that observer ward right next to the tier 1 tower in mid, Dire side just see the Meepo's farm pattern way too clearly. And Resolution and Save, they know. Support rotated in towards the mid. Nico has to call down underneath his own tower just to dissuade Resolution and Save, but it won't matter.
No! Not like this! Nico, baby, going for the efficiency on his 20-stick magic wand. And if anyone can tell you, oh God, it's me. Sometimes, that one time out of 1,000, you go for that extra efficiency, you get punished. And yeah, I love it. Rezo keeps that in the backpack, showing and asserting his dominance. I have taken what you hold most dear, Nico, baby.
Oh boy. Well, now it's Alliance who have to try and regather themselves. 4 players from Virtus Pro coming to bottom lane. No one with Exorcism up wants to fight. Nico will arrive, and he can call down into the tree line with a level 1 flag cannon. He won't do that much damage, but Limp and Hanskin, now they'll both come into. They need to kill off No One. They need to kill him off quickly, get rid of that Exorcism, and they're probably going to be able to do it when 33 is also here. A perfect net holds Resolution in position. The borrow time will come out and allow him to escape. Save, TP will be completed too. Meepo couldn't do anything to stop that. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade-off.
Oof. What a fight. I'm still a little on edge here, not gonna lie.
What?
I mean, just look at Nico Baby Snowers, man.
It's the item dropping.
This is rough. He's got 2 items in his inventory.
We got that on camera, right? Are we able to
Oh, yes,
Are
we
we able
did.
to watch that again in slow
No,
motion?
no.
I don't know if we saw
We don't
it. We
need
have
to do
see
it.
Yeah, we
No.
do. Yeah, we do.
It's not necessary.
Totally necessary.
We all know what happened.
Hey, we put it down to production. Now, do they want to be the nice guys or do they want to be the salt?
Wow. Well, Alliance down 6-2, 1,000 gold. Still in a decent position. Meepo, 4 Wraith Bands, treads up. He's going to go for that E-Blade Rush, the farming build. But it's all about these towers. You need to see no one get involved. Try and make something happen around objectives. 3-3 will continue to outfarm the rest of the game by maybe 300 GPM or so until you're able to prevent him from farming one of these sides of the woods.
Oh, interesting perch on bottom. Going underneath the tower. Resolution with the borrowed time once more. Keeping the aggro of the tower. Nothing Huntskin can really do. Too many shields, too much control, and no support.
Nice push onto bottom now by Rezo. It doesn't have the ult, he's got to be a little careful, but the catapult is here. 3K gold lead for VP. They will be able to clear this bottom tier 2, or tier 1 rather, as mid, no one looks to pressure with his catapult. They already got this tower to half HP. Solo has grip, you got to be cautious
Got to hit
here.
that stun onto no one. Well, they'll stun off with a stun instead over towards Solo. Just a quick Earthbind. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer, mainly because of the silence, and then it still wasn't long enough.
That's a common problem. Top lane, Nico and Limp are going to be able to trade towers top for the one bottom. But no one, he's got ult up in 5 seconds. May look to just press it here.
Looks to be the case. But there's enough support from Alliance. They can try and take the fight. They're buying a lot of time for Phantom Lance just to continue his farming spree. As even a Vlad's done for the Abaddon, so team fight's getting stronger and stronger for Virtus Pro. And the clearance doesn't seem to be perfect just yet for Alliance. They're trying to keep this tower alive. They'll start with the stuns over on Resolution, just try and pop that borrowed time. Able to do so, then they fortify the tower as well. Anything they can do just to stall up Virtus Pro. They're ready to fight because they can bring the Meepo in from the top lane.
He's going to be TPing bottom now. It's of course, the big strength of Meepo. You can be everywhere around the map. However, I have yet to see Alliance play from this position in the sense that Nico Baby is often not just on top of the team's net worth chart, but of the entire games. He's in 6th right now, very far behind 3 heroes on VP. All those cores have nice matchups against the Gyro. He needs not just this farming item. He's going to have to go casual drums before Maelstrom, but he needs a BKB to survive in this game. And he is a ways away.
VP's coming on the hunt. They know the Meepo is playing the side lanes. They know he's playing the jungle, so Observer and Sentries come down. Ogre will be nearby. The first proof's already coming out while he's farming, and they just need one isolated Meepo to go on. As the Phantom Lancer breaks the trees, but they don't feel it. They don't feel like they can get him. They feel so strongly about it, they're actually just, like, after the smoke, they're already backing up. Unless this was really just a ward mission. But if it was, they're going to be really sad. They're losing both their obs and their sentry to Fada. So they get the tier 1 tower in mid instead. Limp is nearby. He has darkness available. He's there with Fada. But there's no real target that presents itself. The only one is the Abaddon.
Yeah, this game, VP remedied a bit of their issues with the previous draft where they have this core Abaddon. Now you have a core DP. These heroes can actually get beefy. They scale in damage output along with their survivability. And then you have this one position PL that survives through mobility, through being elusive. But it's so much easier to play these heroes when all of your heroes aren't trying to survive in the same way. And you actually have this ability to go up, challenge Alliance. You're going to be at a vision disadvantage almost the entire game because you're playing against the Night Stalker. You need stuff that can just face check enemy high grounds, enemy territory, get a fight started without having to lose a hero right off the bat.
We'll see if they can do it. Alliance 4-man smoke up in mid. Lina maybe revealing the fact they're smoked by just throwing out the Dragon Slaves, trying to clean up the creep wave. Just keeping attention towards the mid, allowing Nico Baby all this time in the world to farm up on top lane. Is that recovery you're talking about? He's a long way behind. He's still behind that of the Night Stalker. but they're giving him the top
3 items, man. Talk about how important it is to get 6 slotted early. My man Nico, it's so impactful. I would actually argue that dropping that Wraith Band hurts more than previous game no one selling his Maelstrom.
Wow.
Just because of...
You mean just like the early timing? Like
when you disrupt your early game, it has huge impact as the game continues. The later it is you make the mistake, the better. It's a higher proportion of your net worth. You know what I mean?
For the
yes. 1,000 gold.
Yes, if you
1350 gold.
If you're trying to watch the market move and like inflation costs and everything else,
exactly.
then yes, Maelstrom is not the equivalent. Like it's back in 1980, a Wraith Band is worth like 5 Maelstroms today or whatever. It's what you're going for. Abaddon's in trouble. Laguna Blade's out, and well, they only trigger the borrowed time. Got to wait it out. This time at least Resolution's not underneath the tower, and with a call down, it means Virtus.pro will not bring any support.
We can wait for Dr. Nahaz to comment on the state of the economy and just how that impacts.
Professor Oak!
No. I'm just saying, he does have a PhD. Technically, the man is a doctor. He told me a story once about him on a plane. Someone asked if there was a doctor there. He said, yes, can I help you? And now that's it. That's the end of the story.
I need to balance my tax return.
An emergency.
It's a critical emergency.
Mid
TP's
lane.
it to mid. 3 heroes for VP will already set up, but once again it feels like Alliance are going back to the same way they played in game 1, where they just bring attention to different areas of the map and force VP to move against them. And like again, Nico, hey, this 4th item is it's well and truly on the way. 1,900 gold in his bank account. Meepo's getting the side lane. His E-Blade is complete. Rapidly approaching level 15 because he's just outscaling everyone.
I don't know if VP's doing enough. They're going to smoke down bottom. They got to find this Meepo if they can. If they get the disrupt, maybe they'll have a kill. But 3-3.
He's turning. Is he going to poof? He's going to bind and then try and poof.
That's huge. That VP need that kill. You can see their net worth lead has dwindled because Meepo's just farming faster than everyone on their team. And it's not going to become an easier game for Virtus.pro. This Meepo will be the strongest hero on map. And if you lose one fight, all of a sudden, he'll be like 6K ahead of the game. Then they walk into the Roche pit. He's nigh unkillable once he gets this Scotty. You got to make moves because you still are hard countered by this Meepo. You got to keep the aggression up.
They're just grouping up then. 5 heroes into the mid. Nico is pushing the tier 2 tower on top. Lena's cleaning out the bottom. So where do you go? You got a creep wave coming with you, but the TP is Gyrocopter over towards the shrine. They're ready to fight. The Earthbind catches down too. The Meepos are coming in. Huge damage. Save's already gone. The Light Strike Array holding Abaddon in position. He'll at least have the borrowed time to bring him back up again, but no one has to be the next target. Limp's just trying to get himself out of there, unable to do so. 33, dropping very low on the Meepo. He tried to E-Blade and control himself up, but Resolution was there with the miscoil to finish the job. In fact, it was no one who got the kill on him. And then moves to his next target, over to Nico. A 3-man silence as Alliance all grouped up for it. And Lena trying to create some space with the Light Strike Array. Still not enough. It's a triple kill for no one. Huge Crypt Swarms hitting absolutely everyone. We'll have a quick look at this start again.
So good try. Limp silence is on cooldown, so he can't actually help too much here. Gets in. VP take a 5-man call down, but they just don't have the damage to kill no one. They're ignoring him as he stands near the middle of the fight. 3-3 guns for him, but he's not paying attention to that one Meepo until it's far too late. E-Blade's at 100 HP remaining.
That one Meepo is getting hit by almost all the exorcisms. It's like, well, can we share this damage? Can we survive through this? The E-Blade pop feels really good when you can go for like a quick catch. That was a full team fight that Virtus.pro took.
But now there's no DP ultimate. You can look to get aggressive here.
Homing missiles moving towards Resolution. He still has that borrowed time available. He's creating space around the tier 1 tower. And Phantom Lancer will join the fight. He has Manta Style completed. The bigger catch-up, however, is going to be the SD. Laguna Blade is very, very liberal with its use.
They're going to go straight into the pit. Yep, here they come. I wish Limp had a medallion on top of this straight pipe rush, as no one else on his team is really capable of picking one up. So it will slow down their pace a little bit here, but should be fine. Again, DP ult on cooldown. You know that Virtus.pro don't have the tools to contest you, and this is that critical Meepo Aegis that Alliance are going to look to take towers with. both of those that they've taken thus far, those tier 1s were all denied, so missing 2,000 gold or so from their pockets. Bounties spawn in 45, might look to see an engagement around that, but it's unfortunate because VP, they want to keep playing around this ultimate of DP, but now that you're into Aegis, you remove that timing.
Yeah, now you work so hard to get that kill. It's like, well, do we still have the sustain to go through the fight? But that's when you look to EpiKid. You need to see that diffuser blade up and running. At least like burn them dry. Kept the Phantom Lancer to the front lines, and or to the back lines, I should say, and just pick off the supports.
And you got to question this choice, right? Because while Manta does increase your farming speed substantially, are you really looking to go late game against the Meepo? You kind of need to be peaking around 20, 25 minutes. He will have that defusal, but it's limited his ability to play aggressive. You can see it reflected in his score, only participating in 3 kills, all in that mid-engagement. It's been the no-one show thus far.
It feels like he'll get controlled if he doesn't have it during the team fights. Like if he finds himself getting silenced, if he's able to dodge some of the control from Alliance, like this is going to be huge for Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, Mirror looks to the Alliance. They're a point booster away from Scotty on Meepo. Once he grabs that, he'll be incredibly strong. One of the benefits of Meepo, we talk a lot about irreparable mechanics. Meepo, every item he gets, all stats multiplied by 3 once you grab, well, by 4 rather, once he hits level 18. But he is still a little ways away.
Oh, Alliance. They put down a sentry ward. They won't get the observer ward for it, but by putting down the sentry that revealed a VP, they're there. So Virtus Pro, what do? Resolution to the front lines, use him as bait. SD's adding pressure to the tier 2 tower with a catapult on bottom.
Dude, how is Nico Baby this farmed, man? He's caught up.
Dude,
it's insane.
Where he is right now is where he's kind of been sitting every single time Virtus Pro have been pressuring bottom. He's always pushing in the top lane, and he's always doing it solo, well away from everyone else on his team. SD is going to go down. Looks like 33 is in a lot of trouble as well, but then he'll bring in a couple of others. Just BT himself away to safety. And now with a call down, they just want to create space. It's a disengage until you're ready to go again. They get the exorcism out. Lina will probably lose her life for it.
Love that. You saw Hanskin knows he's going to die. Doesn't even bother trying to stun the PL, killing him. Stuns the back line for a moment because he's recognized, I'm dead. We have hit the abort button. It's time to go. Let me make sure that I don't let any other teammates pay my price. And it's a DPL down. We discussed it. When you don't have that big cooldown, Virtus Pro, you don't have the ability to get aggressive. You still have Darkness preserved on Limp. He'll have a Vlad soon just to further increase the Meepo's damage. And if you look at the net worth, you know, this Meepo, man, he's going to have a blink soon. Alliance still in a fine position. Virtus Pro need to buy more time. They got to get this game to much later, but even then, you're playing against the Gyro. Like, it's not as if this Alliance lineup falls off too hard. They even have the Ogre 5 position, arguably the most value in terms of how you can buff up your cores.
But you do have that ability with the Phantom Lancer to be very elusive. So once you've popped a lot of your early abilities, once Flat Cannon's down, like maybe it will just be enough that the Phantom Lancer can do his work and create the space for no one to get a full exorcism worth of damage out. You've already got a Baden who you know is going to give the sustain to the team.
And they've got Meepo soon about level 18 coming up. They have Aegis for another minute and 20 seconds, and there's no DPL. Do you look to threaten high ground a little bit here? You could think about it.
Well, you still have Aegis, yeah. Why not? You've only got I think it's what a minute window left over for the Aegis, the Immortal.
Yep, there's the Vlads.
And
Darkness
here comes Meepo. He'll jump up. Nightmare over on Night Stalker, so he's not ready to fight just yet. No one. The shield will break him free of the Earthbind. Nico getting a lot of damage out. The cooldown is perfect. Right on top of Virtus Pro. They'll E-Blade pop at least onto Abaddon. The tier 3 tower is taken. Range racks with it. And that fortification, there's nothing there that really stops him from fighting.
No one BKB.
Alliance just stand their ground. No one's BKB. Just let him sit here on the front lines, but there's no exorcism anymore. You got the silence out, the damage onto the Meepo. He's so low, but not dead. 160 HP. He makes a break into the tree lines, begins the TP out. Ogre's the one who's probably going to end up going down as Meepo brings everyone else back in. He wants to try and keep this fight going because the Aegis Immortal will allow it. I swear Limbs to spend this entire time either Nightmare now gripped up, Resolution trying to actually help his PL fight in the front lines, but now he doesn't have his supports anymore. There's too much damage. Look at it by Solo. The one charge is actually keep him alive. And with the exorcism up, maybe no one feels like they have enough damage, but the damage kind of has already been done.
they got the tier 3. They got a range Rax before VP even put their pants on. 3-3 made a sick play too. He got his main meatbow out. We saw it TP away from those PL illusions. Yeah. But because that was his main meatbow, he had other meatbows in base that were dying. Yeah. So if one of those dies and his main meatbow is in base, he has no method of getting back to the fight. So he ports it in too soon. It's still 500 health, but it ensures that on his respawn, he's able to rejoin the fight and help his team bail out once they've got those key objectives. I think they probably could have got away the moment no one popped the BKB. They knew they were on a very limited timer there as the DPL was going to come off cooldown, but they got what they came for. Now it's child's play. Smoke up. You have nighttime and bounty runes in 10 seconds. Go get some shrines. Go collect some towers. Get that gold left on the map.
No one saw that Hanskin either as you just run through mid lane. And chip away at the wave. Here comes the Gyrocopter. Who's going to be the target? SD, Bane. Well, he's right on top of the bounty rune. Phantom Lancer just wants to doppelganger himself away to safety. Ogre can't find his target. Neither can Limp. But they're definitely here for tier 1. Oh, hello. They found save. He has TP available. He's going to have to run down and get the TP out. And he has played this perfectly, dodging all of the control of Alliance. Alliance also don't have a creep wave with them, so they have to battle through the backdoor protection if they want to keep just beating into these tier 2s.
I also want to bring up another really cool thing Alliance did in that push, which was use their spells to create space to hit towers. Meepo didn't tank a single disable. They popped Pipe, Flak, Call Down, Limp ran forwards. You force Virtus Pro away from the objectives so that you can clear them out. The game is Defense of the Ancients, not kill the enemy heroes. And Alliance did a really nice job there of ensuring they'd get map control. Now it's just walk top. There's still 2 bounty runes there. There's a shrine. Maybe you can clear this tier 2 on the way, but you gotta be a little cautious. DP ult up in 10 seconds. We saw that BKB pay dividends already. But still, a total lack of AoE on Virtus Pro.
They're coming in again. Resolution. Yeah, I know you've got borrowed time. A bit late on the Laguna Blade. I think they're trying to actually combo that with the E-Blade of the Meepo. But the pipe gives a lot of protection for the Abaddon. They go for the second shrine now. Virtus Pro losing these outer buildings.
As they lay in wait, still darkness. VP, you've got no wards up on the map. This is such a difficult game to play. I know Twitch chat, you've probably got the moves. We've got some Sun Tzus waiting, discussing how this, smoke that would pincer would probably make a play, but they don't have any information. We have no fog of war. Virtus Pro do, and the map for them is very spooky as we get late into October and this game.
That's all right. We know the tide's not coming. Alliance will keep the push on, keeping the area, as Kyle will say, spooky. It's dark and full of terrors, even though that really is over, isn't it? Virtus Pro, 4-man smoke up. What are they going to do? Roshan's still got another 3-minute spawn timer left, but that's what we know. They don't. So they go into the pit. PL getting stunned up. Shrine has no charge. They can feel a little bit more confident battling in here, but Lim goes up and towards the air now with a call down. BKB, Nico, he's purged, so he's slowed up a decent amount, can't get instantly into the fight. Hanskin gets picked off in the back lines, so Epic Kid doing what he's looking for, just delaying the time up now. Earthbind from 33, they need to hold this PL in position, and Resolution, he's dying so quickly. No one's used all of his defensive abilities, and where is this physical damage going to really come from? They're trying to find the real targets. Meepo has gone down, buyback's available from him, but it's all Virtus Pro now, getting into those lines, ensuring that Alliance cannot dictate the terms of this engagement. And Hanskin may not get out of this one safely either. Underneath the tier 2 tower is not a relatively safe position. Epic Kid will claim a double, and Alliance are the ones battled into, and Virtus Pro take it.
That was really well played by VP there. Check out the replay. This PL, they think this is a Doppel illusion, so they're a little late to respond. Then all of a sudden, there's a PL. He's got a BKB, as does the Death Prophet. 3-3 gets baited in a bit, trying to kill this Bane, but you can see Virtus Pro immediately like, whoa, that's a 4-man soul catcher. By the way, every single Meepo taking a ton of damage. You can't be that aggressive as 3-3 until these BKBs fade.
And now Virtus Pro push their advantage. They will take a tier 3 tower of their own. The cooldown trying to clean up the wave. But they focus on the melee racks. They don't want the range. 10 seconds till Meepo is up. The Nightmare keeps Gyrocopter out of the play for the moment. And they have the melee racks. And they're going to go for the kill over on the Gyrocopter. Lim, he's silenced for the moment, so he can't interrupt the Fiends grip of Solo. They get a huge kill. Nico down for a minute. 500 gold, but the Meepo will try and make him pay. But solo, they need more than just the Bane. TP's out, but once again, Limp, how many times must he get silenced and incapable of interrupting Virtus.pro?
Sick. Once again from no one, his silence is, as always, on point.
They go for Roshan, but it's such a long spawn time. It was almost the maximum 3 minutes. So Alliance, they're begging for it, but it ain't there. Can they get another jump? Epic Kid walking into him, needs to get a quick silence. Resolution's gonna be nearby, so they can't even get the silence off, but they get the big catch off. Death Prophet backlines, no one has to BKB himself up. He doesn't have that exorcism, but they won't matter when they get so much damage into the Meepo. 33, he's trying to find the DPS, but he's losing his life. Meepo is dead for 74 seconds.
They realized that they had killed a Bane, but VP had killed their Gyro, right? Because they just ran up into the enemy squad. Again, these four-man, well, I say four Meepo soul catchers. It's 35% of the health pool immediately. You can see him just drop.
And now Roshan's up, VP are aware. Can they force the buyback over on the Meepo? Limp is smoked up and moving in. I kind of really wish you'd have something like a BKB instead of going for this Aghanim Scepter. Need his interruptions. Dire scan, it pings correctly. They know that Limp is nearby. Roshan is low. Meepo will buy back. Homing Missile's going to chase after save, but Limp's already dead. He'll have his own buyback available. The cooldown doing some decent work. 33, great Earthbind. Needs more damage, however, and maybe they have it, but 33, they're focusing down that one Meepo. He's so low on life. 400, 300. Can they bring him down? He's running towards the north, and Epic Kid's right all over him. 100 seconds on the sideline. Same for the Gyrocopter. That may even just be the game. It's called GG Virtus.pro. They stand against a draft that the panel was like, man, Alliance should have this. This should be free. You are sitting there as well, but they persist. And Virtus.pro find their way to at least level up the series one apiece.
And vintage performance, you know, new names, new faces, but that's how VP look when they succeed. One death on each core, both PL and no one. Epic Kid with his first performance this tournament, I was like, yep, that's how it's done. Really well done. They take great fights around their BKB usages and they close it out. A very important game just for the momentum. They will be in the lower bracket, I believe, as this tournament continues.
So it's VG Alliance who get through in the upper part of Group A. So that's in the winners bracket. And Beast Coast and Virtus.pro will be the two teams going through in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Unfortunate 3-3 tries to make the Meepo work, but it turns out that...
Is that one death that he had when he tried to go against no one? Like, is that really what this game momentum kind of comes back to?
He performed a lot like we, but unfortunately... he does not get the W.
No, he does not. So problematic, at least for Alliance for their last game, but it's still been a terrific run for them. Actually ending their group stage at the same score, I believe, as Virtus.pro. So it's been terrific for Alliance. Remember, they were tired, they were jet lagged, and they're still performing brilliantly and showing dynamic. But Virtus.pro, a nice sign of life even when the chips seem to be against them, coming back and getting the series 1-1.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, back at the panel with Nahaz and BSJ to break things down from series number 1, a series which is good news for both teams, luckily enough. Virtus.pro and Alliance will qualify for the next stages, of course. Where they go, we'll show you and, of course, update you before the end of the segment and before we move on to Group B and finalising everything in there. As I said, we've got BSJ and Nahaz to break things down. Gents, let's talk predictions.
I'll own it. I thought the Meepo pick was going to be a GG pick. I think 33, we've talked about how he was known in the past for his atypical hero pool.
Yes.
He's been much more of a conventional offlaner recently, maybe a little rust showing. Right. And I think it's hard to know how much to draw from this because maybe Alliance knew that they were already locked into the upper bracket, treating this a little bit more like a scrim.
Trying something a little bit different, seeing whether it would figure it out, giving them something they probably didn't want to give other teams, just to see whether they could beat it as well. There is that element, Brian, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm going to do what all Dota players do best and blame something that other than myself here.
Okay, of course.
Say that I compare this to yesterday with TNC versus Gambit, where Gambit ran more than Earthshaker, and the strategy just didn't look nearly as broken in the hands of Gambit as it did in TNC. It's like, if this Meepo was a well-refined team around the hero Meepo, and it's like an Abed Meepo, or like an Ace Meepo, or who am I thinking of?
Yeah, Ace
Meepo. Yeah, if you have these types of Meepo specialists,
no-tail Meepo.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this didn't look like 100% Meepo.
No,
you know,
sure.
In terms of its capabilities, so it's hard to say
when you're analyzing a draft, you kind of just have to assume both teams are going to play perfectly. And I don't think this. I think the solo
This
kill
was
is
a long
big
way
deal.
from perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at the same time, we didn't give credit where it's due to VP. Alan did say like he trusts this team to win this with this draft more than he would most other teams.
With that
you can
lineup
see
that
why.
they had, I mean,
side lanes.
Yes.
What
Came back
did
to-
they do in that bottom lane? They tri-laned with those two supports around the Abaddon, and they took it to Nico Baby early. They got a kill on him when he was sitting on 20 rod charges trying to run back from his tier 1 tower. And those are the kinds of things, again, you go back to the Meepo and you talk about Meepo's a hero that needs to snowball in the mid game, and the difference between him and other snowball heroes is that he needs to snowball in levels rather than in net worth. Well, this Meepo giving up that early solo kill, it's a big deal. And at the same time, this is one of the first matches where VP were able to emphatically bring pressure in that opponent's safe lane. That was a hallmark of them when they were winning multiple majors. That's what they need to see out of them in order to advance in this tournament.
We're waiting on the other results, of course, to come in whilst we watch some of the replays on here. Vici are playing right now against Fighting Pandas and are currently in the lead. They're some 26 minutes into that game right now. That doesn't really make any difference because they're going to finish top. And we've also got
result,
Viking
I think, is
versus
the one
Beast
that-
Coast is the other one.
Right.
And we know that they lost the first game. I'm trying to see whether we can see the second game. We can see
Oh wait,
the
they
second-
lost the. If they lost the first game, it's
they didn't know. Oh, it's a rubber now because Virtus Pro picked up the 1
VP
point.
got the
You're
4th
right,
point.
Yeah.
VP
and it's
got
a
the 4th
shame
point.
because guess what? Viking are actually winning that second game.
I'm
It's
not
33
surprised.
minutes. They're only 2k gold, but they're 27-11 in kills right now. So, and we know that Beast Coast do this a lot. They tend to not care about the kills, tend to build up the gold and make it even, and then go and kill everyone in sort of 35 minutes. So we know that they're capable of doing that. Unfortunately, as you say, it doesn't really matter anymore as far as they're concerned. But get a point out of it. It's a reasonable first LAN.
Oh, absolutely.
Take points almost off everyone.
We
in
had a
that group.
panel
It's been great.
segment early on when we did a Viking game, and we said, okay, based on what we've seen from these guys, we expect them to look more like a stack than a team. They've had some pretty good games at this event, and you talk about a guy like Frost who kind of fell flat in his Dota debut with the Final Tribe last year. Maybe this causes some teams to take a look at him again.
Yeah, maybe. As far as Group A is concerned, Brian, that's Vici obviously winning through Alliance in second, Beast Coast third, and Virtus Pro in fourth. Is that what you expected?
Sure.
I'm going to say coming into this, I predicted this exact order of
I
teams.
thought you did. I'm pretty sure you said that on Monday.
Yeah,
when
you
we all
heard me,
got
right?
here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I mean, I didn't.
It's not
I
that
didn't write
outrageous.
down a prediction, but I
But it's
think
not
it
that
would have been.
outrageous, is it?
Yeah. It's Group B should be Group C for cluster.
Yes.
Because we have no idea in that group.
It is a bit random over there, and the results have also thrown it to be making it a bit more random with Gambit being inconsistent as well. If they'd been more consistent, we thought they were going to be, then they'd probably cruise that group alongside TNC, and then we'd be sitting there thinking, yeah, no, P Liquid second, third. Yeah, that seems about right. But you're right, it's a crazy one. I'm going to cover that in just a moment. Congrats though to Vici and Alliance because they have been the strongest teams in this group.
Easily, and I think Alliance. Still, the question remains, can they win a match? Can they win without Nico Baby being their GG win condition? That's the one thing that I still have questions about after this group phase. But otherwise, when they put him in good position in that safe lane, they just look like a dominant team, full stop.
Okay, Brian, final thoughts on the series?
I don't think I'm not going to pull too much from that last game. I think Alliance did treat that like a scrim, knowing that they're secured. So I do have the same questions about them, as I said before, similar to Alan's, but I'm looking forward to the playoffs and seeing where the teams like Beast Coast that started off so rough and now they're on a hot streak, even though they're in the lower bracket, they could really make a big splash from the loser's bracket.
Okay. Let's check in with Virtus Pro's no one after grabbing the 1 point they needed to make sure they qualified.
Hey guys, thank you. I am here with no one from Virtus Pro. Congratulations, sir. You pulled out ahead in that last game. How you feeling?
I mean, like, so-so. I mean, like, we're gonna play, like, more games for qualifiers to playoff right now. So, I'm fine.
Yeah. All right, got to get your head in the next game. Before you're in that headspace, though, I want to talk to you what it's like seeing one of those fifth pick crazy picks, like the Brood Mothers, or in the last scene that we had, the Meepo. What goes through, like, the team's head when you see something like Surprise come out like that?
I mean, like, you should always... 1 second, please. you should always be prepared for this on the draft. And if you see this and it's like shock to you, you completely outdrafted.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, like we always expect this.
And you expected it?
Yeah, Alchemist, Brute, Meep, or something like this in this game. It's could be.
Okay. Well, always being prepared is a good way to stay ahead. I hear you. Are you ready for your next match? Are you aware of who you're facing off against?
Actually, I don't know right now.
Yeah, me neither. Who are we facing off against? Sorry, sir. I haven't done my homework. I don't know. Groups are confusing. Who would you like to face off against, though?
I mean, like I really can't choose one team. Just I want to play some Dota. That's all.
Well, we want to watch you play some Dota. All right. Thank you very much, man. Good luck in your next series, and we'll see that soon. What is that series anyway, Red Eye? Could you tell me?
I can't actually tell you right now because I'm not a clairvoyant, Sir Action Slacks, nor do I have a crystal ball. We have to wait for the Group B results to find out who Virtus.pro are going to be playing. But I can tell you one thing. It could be Team Liquid. And we've had some feisty old matches between Virtus.pro and Team Liquid, although this is a completely different set of lineups right now. So I don't know whether that rivalry continues or not. We're going to finish things off on our opening series of the day. We've wrapped up Group A. We know exactly who's finished where. Gents, MVP?
We both agreed it was 33, despite the fact that he had the subpar Meeple performance.
Yeah.
We don't really want to look at that game as much.
Like, so kind of blow that one away and just win the first game.
The Bristleback game was just, he just wasn't going to let Alliance get into that, or the other team get into that game. Look, I think you can look at that second game in one of two ways. You can look at that game as, okay, you still haven't shown that you can win with Nico Baby not the focus. Or you can look at it as if this team develops some pocket strats where every so often 33 can come out and win them a game.
That's a real bonus, isn't it, for this team? Because they're already dangerous indeed.
I think that's the next step for them for sure. Yeah. Because as a newer team, they just haven't had enough time to scrim. And 33 is very capable of playing the Brood Mothers, the Visages, the Meepos.
Yep.
But since they need to swap lanes, it's a little different.
Okay. And Limp's got a couple of signature heroes that we know that he can carry a team on his back.
That's another big question because so far people will know this. I'm a little biased towards him. Like I worked with the kid, is coaching him. I think he is as technically proficient a mid laner still as there is in the game. He has not played up to his usual level in this tournament.
Okay, we're expecting more from him as we go through ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. We're headed to an extended break now whilst we wait for the Group A matches to finish. Once those are done, we'll come back. We'll update you as to exactly where everyone's finished in Group A, and we'll turn our attention to the second series of the day and move into Group B and figure out whether Gambit can continue a strong run from day 2. We'll see you shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
Guess who's back?
never enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of phases, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine,
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. It is time to head into Group B. Thank you for your patience in the extended break. Just waiting for all of the teams to get ready for our second round of matches. And this will wrap up Group B. Who's going through alongside the dominating TNC? Will it be Gambit? Will it be NIP? Well, good news is they play each other in the final game. Couldn't have said it but better if we'd tried. Alongside me is Blitz and Purge to bring you their thoughts as we head into this series. And also talk a little bit about the tournament itself. And before we get into this, Will, what have you made of it so far?
I've actually quite liked this tournament. I think there's a lot of parity, especially in Group B. Like Group A, you have some Titans, you have Alliance and Vici that just look head and shoulders above everybody else. But Group B, at least for me, is a little bit hectic. You don't really know what's happening.
Have you really enjoyed Group B?
No, but it's...
considering your ties with
it's
Liquid?
stressful, let's say, but... The way that I'm looking at Group B is like TNC doesn't exist.
Right.
They're no longer,
there are five teams in Group B.
It's a 5-team group. TNC is no longer a thing for anybody.
Yeah, they've been very good.
They exist outside their own zone.
They've been very good indeed, Kevin, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They've just been playing really well. Strategies have been like varied enough. They have that staple of Earthshaker Morphling that it looked like the most broken combo day one, and some other teams tried it, and you're like, oh, it's good. But they're just also extremely good at executing it. So it's like that extra upper hand that makes them seem a little untouchable in the group. So
our two teams that we've ended up with a shot at second place, it could be stolen away. Liquid would have to win both of their games, and this would have to be a draw for there to be some sort of weird round-robin three-way tie for second place. So it's still not entirely decided, but if one of these two teams steps up and wins 2-0, they've claimed the second place. Is it Gambit or is it NIP, Will?
For me right now, it's Gambit.
Yeah,
I think
even
Gambit
despite the fact they've been inconsistent.
Yeah, because I feel like they just look overall better. Like NIP's score is a little bit deceiving because two of those wins do come from the fact that Quincy Crew forfeited. So right now you're looking at a team that has they've won one series essentially.
Yeah, which was last night.
Yeah, they dropped
2-0
against literally everybody else. They dropped against they won their series against like the consensus bottom team in the group, Wind and Rain, and they got a forfeit win over Quincy Crew. Who knows how that looks? Whereas they got 2-0 by Liquid. Right now, like Liquid's not 2-0ing anybody, so that didn't look too promising to me. Whereas like conversely, Gambit absolutely crushed Liquid last night. It's hard to say because sometimes you have like these stylistic matchups, and maybe Peter's life is probably a lot easier because he only has to prepare for one opponent. And I know that PPD, when he has one opponent to study for, he's very good.
Yeah. Okay, let's check in with Gambit before we move on and talk about Ninjas in Pyjamas. Very interesting tournament so far. It's been a bit up and down, but the interviews have been A1 with Sir Action Slacks as far as FNG is concerned.
Thanks, guys. Here with FNG from Gambit again. How you doing, boss? Big game coming up.
Yes, we're going upper bracket.
Well, you are going to upper bracket if you win.
Yes.
Which you seem to be thinking you will.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Your opponents, of course, are NIP. If you could sum them up in one word, what would that word be?
Boys.
They're boys. And you guys are what?
Boys.
Okay, boy. I thought you were going to say men or something, but no. Just two boys fighting in the dirt. All right.
Yes.
Is that how you feel? What do you think about, draft plays? Just boys being boys playing Dota?
Well, I mean, we have something prepared. I cannot tell because obviously they're going to watch, blah, blah, blah. But it all depends on execution. If we execute it well, we win. If not, we lose.
Yeah.
GG.
Peter's kind of famous for being like a great drafter. What do you think about that? Do you guys think you got the drafts to compare? How's your drafter?
Well, draft is not like you just pick heroes and say that my draft is better or not. It's more like you need your players to play it and play in a good way. So I cannot say like, I am better drafter or he's better drafter. Yeah. It's more about the team.
All right, well, we're about to see who's better at winning games in a little bit, though. Thank you, FNG. Good luck in your series. And right back to you guys.
What I really want Sir Action Slacks to ask FNG next time they do an interview is if Gambit were an anime, what anime would they be? That's the perfect question for them. As far as he gave a typical drafter's answer, Will, to the whole, is one drafter better than the other? It's how the team execute the draft, obviously.
Yeah, of course. It's kind of sneaky because in a way you blame your team, like you throw them under the bus. It's like my drafts are always good. Can my team?
But he didn't do that as much as drafters have in the past. In the past, they would say like, "Oh, well, we outdrafted, but my team played bad." He says like, "Well, the draft matters, but really, it's about execution."
Yes.
It's like he's in the team, part of the execution, rather than like, "Well, I did my job, my team messed up." So it feels a little bit better. He's moving the conversation forward.
It is interesting though, this matchup, isn't it, between FNG and PPD? Both very experienced players, both been around the block, both been renowned for rebuilding teams time after time after time. Peter's doing it again here at NIP. FNG's doing it again at Gambit. Both quality players, both good head-to-head. Who's got the edge over the other one, though?
I think right now FNG might, just because I feel like he has... I don't know how to put it, but like his team just feels better right now. Like the overall skill that they've exhibited throughout the season so far has just felt like a higher level. NIP, for example, the last tournament that they played at, a little bit disappointing. Didn't make it to the major. Have to go through the minor. It doesn't really feel like they've sort of clicked. Whereas you look at this Gambit team, they're in a position where one went away from being in the upper bracket. They won the major quals for CIS. They're looking really hot right now. I think when it comes to like captain to captain, of course PPD has that TI, but that was a long time ago. And in Dota, you're only as good as your last win.
All right, let's check in with PPD now and find out what his thoughts are.
Gentlemen, PPD, Beaver, is that right?
You got it.
All right. I like to say it like that because I like to say that I'm a believer. You know?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll jump on the Beaver train. I don't mind.
Thought I would get flamed for that, but happy that I get that support. So, gentlemen, a question for you. Now, PPD, a lot of people, they think that you are like the face of NIP. Any team that you're on, you're in there, you're building the team yourself, you're handpicking the players. Is that the case, or is that just the aura that you give off?
I definitely think that's the case. I think that's kind of what is like necessary for me to like propel myself forward. It's kind of like one of my skills is like my ability to lead and organize. So it's not just about Dota. It's also like the business side and getting people together and hooking up with teamworks and sponsors and stuff.
I see. So how'd this happen then? How'd you choose this man, and how did you guys get on the team together? What was that process like?
I think Peter made a tweet, and then I like kind of slid into his DMs like, I'm ready to play, man. And then got an invite a few weeks later after TI, and it's like, of course.
That's the real story? You just slid into DMs?
I mean, I made a tweet just to see like who was out there and who was looking for a team, and obviously there's no better way to find people that are interested in playing with you than telling them to go ahead and message you. I kind of put the pressure off them. Sometimes you don't want to make the first move, right?
Oh yeah, good advice.
But yeah, you just feel like you just see everybody who's interested, and then you just try to put together like a roster that makes sense.
So when you are finding that roster that makes sense, you have a bunch of people that are interested, especially after TI. Rosters are crazy. This year in particular was an insane reshuffle period. How do you know that things are going to meld well? Do you guys have past experience? Do you ask around, or do you just let people play and see how it goes?
Well, you really can't know. A lot of times people go to TI with hopes of just kind of finding the 4 best individually skilled players they can to join them, and then they kind of hope that the teamwork side of it just works out throughout the year. And that's kind of like, that's why it's so important. That's why it's this huge gamble. That's why it's this big commitment to to yourself and to your teammates to like stick it out until TI is kind of what everybody says.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's about it. Peter said it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. We'll see a lot of you guys from ESL Hamburg.
Indeed, they will, and it has been a mixed season start for PPD as well. Gents, I want to talk about that because Peter is very good at putting together a fast-starting team, securing these early minors, majors, big tournaments, top 4 finishes and what have you. They did it last year, qualified for TI pretty much after the first major.
Is that true? Okay, they did, but the year before that with like Optic Gaming, it was definitely a slow start. They barely made the cut towards the end. Remember, they had a couple of ESLs where it was like,
they came hot towards the end.
If they win this series, they qualify for TI, and they wouldn't make it.
Yeah, that's true. No, because that was the series, that was the year they changed rosters halfway through, didn't they?
Yeah, the Misery left.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
So yes, you're right. But usually he's pretty good. He's got a good team around him. It looks at least like it's got potential to be good. This one, it's got great potential on paper, but it hasn't started quite so quickly.
Yeah, but I think it's not that weird. Like, yes, your example absolutely works last year. The year before, it didn't quite work. Like, PPD's in this good position where, obviously well-respected because he won TI, but the years since have been good, but a little slow, a little bit off and on. Gives you some doubts about the player and the team. Obviously had a very poor performance at TI. That could have been maybe the roster being at the end of their line of being able to play together because of drama or whatever else. But there's definitely faith in the player. But he has potential. Just we'll see if he can reach it.
Okay. It is Gambit versus Ninjas in Pajamas. If you're just joining us, welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It is our final day of group stage matches. Draft not too far away between these two. Before we get there, though, why don't we get some thoughts from the manager of NIP before we head into our second series of the day.
Hey guys, here for a pre-game interview with NIP. Unfortunately, they're in, but I did manage to catch their manager. How you doing, and what's your name?
Good. I'm Danica.
Danica, welcome to the show at ESL. What the heck is all this? I saw you walking around with this. Is this NIP's secret?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of it, as you can see. So.
Yeah, it's just dirty laundry. Is this part of being?
No, it's clean now.
Oh, it's clean.
I just came back from the laundromat. Yeah.
Hey. Oh, they're gonna really like that. A lot of good garments in there, I see. Anyway, what do you think about NIP going up? They win this match. They go into the upper bracket.
Yeah, I have full faith in them. As you can see, lots of secrets.
Yeah.
So, and they're all clean now. So.
Clean secrets. That's what we're all about here at ESL, my boys. All right. Anyway, so you excited about the team? You like the team, by the way, as the manager?
Yes, I love them. They're all super cool. Yeah.
Now, you did ask before the interview. You asked if you could do shout-outs. Who are we shouting out?
Giving a shout-out to Beyond the Summit. Good luck at Smash Summit Ultimate.
Dang. Smashers, watch out for that one. All right. No shout-outs for Moonduck Studios, though.
Sure. Shout-out to them, too.
That was really genuine, and that's great. All right. Thank you so much. Back to you guys over on the panel.
Some sort of shout-out thing going on. Good luck to all the Smash Boys, though. One I will always choose into as well. Nevertheless, we're doing Dota 2 right now here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Back at the panel with Blitz and Purge as we head towards our first draft of this second series of the day. We're in Group B if you're just joining us. This one's a big one. Gambit versus NIP. The winner, if they can become a winner, will guarantee themselves the top 2 spot. They will also play Vici Gaming. What a reward that is, Kevin. Win this game and you get to play Vici.
Well, I mean, it's a double elimination bracket, right? Yes. So you're being sent to your death, but it's not over after you get cut in half. So, you
get another shot. It does guarantee you top 6, so that's one thing.
Okay, that part's sick. Yeah, I guess you get seeded 1 ahead. You don't have to play the first round. So that's very good.
So first draft almost upon us, as you can see. It also means that TNC play Alliance, by the way, in the other semi-final upper bracket.
That'll be a good match.
Which I think will be fantastic.
Yeah. There's a lot of really good teams here. Yes. Yeah. Despite all of the true tier 1 teams, quote unquote, all being retired right now. It's a great tournament.
The 4th place team in this particular group, which includes Gambit, Team Liquid, Win and Rain, Quincy Crew, or Ninjas in Pajamas, any of those could finish 3rd or 4th right now. The team that finishes 4th will play Beast Coast in the lower bracket.
I think that's
I would say you want to avoid them, wouldn't you?
It's the chaotic match.
Yeah.
You do, but you also don't. If you can play consistent and play your game and figure out what they're doing and counter it a bit, I think you can beat them because they're probably less likely to be able to pivot. But the same vein, like they also seem like one of the squads that could potentially just beat anybody. So who knows?
And just before we get our first picks of this first drive, also a quick reminder for you if you're just tuning in or even if you've been tuning in all day, don't go anywhere after this series finishes either because we've got one more series to come, which will be that upper bracket semi-final match between Vici and potentially the winner of this series.
That's why I'm wearing a tie today. You guys didn't dress up for the semifinals? What's wrong with you? Come on.
I'm casting that one, so I'm chill.
Okay.
I have an excuse. Paul, yours?
I don't have an excuse, Will. I'm sorry.
Couldn't change your dress halfway through the day.
I'm proud of you.
Slap the tie on halfway through the 2/3 of the way through the day.
I mean, I've got my stuff here. I could
you better match me. I got my stuff here. Let's go all the way, Paul.
Let's go head to head. I've got a free piece. You got a free piece with you?
Yeah, it's ready. It's upstairs. I'll change.
I got pocket squares. I've got bow ties. Let's go.
I don't have that.
It's a bit early for the bow tie in day 3 of 6.
Oh, they banned Kunkka.
They did ban Kunkka, yeah.
I think part
More
of the reason
still
why
free?
is they probably saw the series yesterday against Liquid, and when a team wins with something, the weird part about Dota is you never really know the reason why you won or lost with something. So you just have
think
to
you do.
Yeah, exactly. So you just like kind of hope, like, oh, this guy GPK looked great on Kunkka.
Yeah.
It's never that simple, but like in tournaments, you sort of have to like trust these simple concepts. Like this hero looked good. Maybe it was the reason why we won.
Okay. Interesting opening from the two. Ninjas and Pajamas go for the Void, which was free from the draft. The Earthshaker got banned, which means we probably won't see the Morph anyway. And instead, Gambit have opened with an Undying Gyro. What do you make of that?
Gyro, good carry. Undying, really safe and strong laning support. Good team fight support.
Favorite of PPDs on the other side as well, so...
And the other nice thing about it as well is that if you drop down Tombstone, it gives you a lot of vision. And I think one of the solutions to beating Void is making sure that your whole team doesn't get Chronosphered together. So vision is very helpful. Undying being in the front to be the guy that takes the initiation can help there too.
Like these early Lina picks, this is what Alliance have been doing. It's potentially a flex pick, Will?
Yeah. Going back though on the Gyro, I think part of the reason why like the core matchup, why teams like it, because it can be bad if you don't have a save mechanism, like your Gyro can just get blown up. But when he gets Ags and you're just able to push the pace of the game, it doesn't feel too bad. Like it's a very fast carry that has a lot of early mid-game damage, which is something that Void lacks. Gyro can just kind of push the pace and take fights nonstop. And he doesn't really have an internal cooldown like Void does, where your Chronosphere is pretty much your only way to win a fight. Gyrocopter is, especially with Ags, you're down a fight at any point.
Yeah.
It's just your natural skill set. But it does work both ways.
It's also nice that you have a ton of damage too. That's pretty bursty, but not just like one spell. So if he uses Time Walk and you get like a full Rocket Barrage off, that's devastating to avoid. It's like his fight is over because he's not going to be able to heal that
Plus,
damage
like
up.
late game, the triple rocket is actually much more annoying than you think about.
It's true.
You have a way to chase down the Void. So, like you said, the Lina, potential flex pick. It's just kind of, it leaves everything open because Gunnar, we saw him play it against Liquid yesterday. They ended up losing the game, but you're giving yourself options right now. And I think PPD versus FNG, you want to be a little bit mysterious. Keep your, hold your cards a little bit close.
Omni ban one side, it's been very popular. It's gotten through very few second phase drafts. And Beastmaster, what's the reason behind that, do you think?
I think Beastmaster just, it's a hero that I think Shashla plays very well, and it wins you the vision game. It makes it really hard to fight around Roche. Plus, it's a way to make the Void a lot better, like scaling, just because you give him an attack speed buff, and on top of that, like you can take these mini fights that Void can't. You can set the tempo of the game so that you can create openings for your Void to just farm and farm. Like Beastmaster, you roar setup with any one hero, you're killing almost anyone on the game.
Yeah, like Void. Basically, it's another strong lockdown that would help guarantee that he gets killed. Either if he chronos a guy, it could be BKB lockdown. They could do chain stunning. There's definitely good things about it. But I definitely think a lot of it's the vision as well. It's about getting good chronospheres off or making sure that you don't get all chronoed. It also helps like pushing the lane as well. Void does early rotations sometimes for chronospheres, and the fact that you can take towers relatively fast as a Beastmaster can really help too, especially if you get like catapult waves and stuff.
Taking their time over this final ban.
An Underlord ban, very interesting.
Don't see many second phase Underlord bans. Don't see any Underlord bans, full stop.
Or picks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a rare hero sometimes, but it can be really effective at counter pushing.
I'm surprised though that they banned it against, considering they already have Undying on their team.
Yeah.
Like Undying plus Gyro. I
Is
feel
that
like
maybe a link to something they want to pick rather than they care about what Nip pick? What would they pick themselves if they didn't want to face?
Gambit's heroes could potentially become a push lineup. Like Undying is kind of good for that because of his sustain with Soul Rip.
What's even left offlaner wise? You have
Slardar?
Abba.
There's Abba still in the pool, yeah.
Abba and LC.
Yeah. A Gambit thinking, why haven't Nip taken the Abaddon yet? Is that what they're
I'm more
thinking?
surprised that Gambit, I guess Gambit, have I seen them play Abba?
They have played it, yeah.
Okay. I mean, if I was NIP, I'd probably... I'd be really happy taking LC here if I was NIP. I think it's one of the better heroes. Like, Rubik doesn't really steal any of your spells that you feel too bad about. You have a way to purge off the rocket. I guess the one annoying thing is, like, Decay, but, like, Decay sort of bothers everybody. I think if I was an IP, I'd be happy with the LC.
What if they pick the Ogre here and then left that as a bit more flex again?
Ogre's banned.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. That was a first phase ban as well. That's why I didn't see it.
I just like they Gambit open the Rubik here as well because their draft is still so flexible in where it can go. Makes it a lot harder for Nip to have to decide on a solidified path.
It's the Lesh. No, Lesh is banned, isn't it? Yeah.
Most of the best heroes.
Yeah. They're pretty much all gone now.
Lich. Okay.
That was a hero that Gambit used yesterday. So Gambit, in fact, take the Abba. NIP option-wise, I mean, they're left with like Sand King LC. Centaur's not terrible either. Centaur kind of works because I think he lanes up nicely against Gyrocopter, just because you have such high base damage. It's impossible for the Gyro to deny you. And you just like naturally are very tanky. You have a way to get on top of him in team fights. You don't have the best synergy for the Void, but you already have a lot of damage that you can jump in there with the Chain Frost and the Lina. So you don't really need much more DPS from your offlaner. Like usually when you have a Void, you don't want him to be the ultimate win condition. You want the ability to throw damage into that Chronosphere. Otherwise, it feels really underwhelming, and everyone just runs you over.
Especially.
Yeah, it's like
does the OD fit here then? In that case.
OD looks kind of good. But
I mean, I would prefer NIP at first pick, right? So it doesn't really matter like what option you take your cores in. Like you're gonna have to show 2 cores anyways. Yeah. The hope is that you counter the cores that you currently see. So you would have like Void Lich against Rubik Abba, which I think is a really good lane, Rubik Abba. That's a lane that
What do you make of the Razor? I haven't seen a Razor, I don't think, at this event. We've certainly not seen one on the mainstream.
It can be a good hero. I guess it probably lanes semi-good against Gyro mid, other than the fact that Gyro's really fast, so you won't get massive links off, but I mean, he can Rocket Barrage for last hits, but it's not as reliable, so... And even if he like does a homing missile or something like that, he's not going to super out-trade you if he's lost a lot of damage, so...
If you get like pipe first item on this Abba, it's going to be really hard for an IP to fight, because they actually they don't have a conventional save, but if your Gyro gets chronoed, you can pump in a lot of heals. You've got Soul Rip, you have Mistcoil, you've got the shield. So the positioning from Gambit has to be quite good, but they have several different ways to help out their Gyrocopter when he does get chronoed. And when it comes to like his item build, like as soon as he gets BKB Ags, I feel like he should be the strongest hero in this game.
Unless he gets damage sapped. Is the big thing, because all of his damage is based on his base. I mean, he does a lot of magic damage, of course, but flat cannon and even Ags is required for him to have good damage. Razor can steal all that.
The nice thing about Gyro, though, he's like a really fast hero. He has a move speed talent, too.
Yep, he is. But not that Razor isn't either at some point. You buy the right items. And against like Undying, who has weak disable, Razor's going to be effective. Against Abaddon, same thing. The only hero that's really obnoxious is Rubik Lift, can pretty easily lift and throw him out of range of Link. But yeah, for that reason, Razor looks pretty decent. They are kind of lacking some single target damage, and Razor helps that too.
I like that Centaur ban.
Centaur ban, we talked about it. Could be a good pick for Nip.
It's good against Gyrocopter, and it's a way to initiate fights for them. I would like to see more than one initiation other than Faceless Void.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of down for... I mean, I was down for LC, but now you've got, like... The Abba makes it a little bit more annoying.
I do kind of like Slardar, actually, this game. They have Dispel with Aphonic Shield, but a lot of their heroes are going to be really weak to heavy physical damage outside of that.
The annoying thing about playing Slardar against Rubik is he almost always gets... Like, really good Rubiks get the lift off against you every time. It's, like, kind of the annoying thing about picking Sand King or Slardar here is like you're giving away a really good spell.
There's the LC.
So I would agree with you if not for the fact that Rubik was on the other side, because then Sand King and Slardar feel really mediocre. Yeah. It's like every time you play Sand King against Rubik, you're giving away Burrow Strike or you're giving away Sandstorm, which are like terrible options to give up. And when you're playing against Slardar, it's really hard to blink. If the like nowadays pros are so good that you will get the lift off as they come in because of the cast animation is so long.
And the LC, you're not that worried about what Rubik takes from him, I guess?
LC, I don't think you care at all. Like, no. I thought they were going to take this when they took the Lich pick.
Oh, okay.
It's also a good way to like disrupt those guys that want to be healing. If you duel them, even if it's like Undying or Rubik or
Just to take him out.
Abaddon. Yeah, they're essentially separated from the fight like a Cyclone or a Eul's.
So when you have LC and Razor on one team, you actually need another source of damage on the side of Gambit. You can't all in put everything on your Gyrocopter. So I'd like to see them pick another like more of a carry type mid.
Troll?
Let's see what's available.
Elk.
So they banned Quap.
Yeah.
Yeah, OD. I mean,
OD's still there,
Sap
which we've
helping a little
mentioned.
bit, but
Yeah.
OD, tons of damage. He can banish people that get dueled, possibly banish people that get chronoed. He could save people from like Razor links as well, banish the Razor, walk away.
That sounds really nice, actually.
Like they've got all these buffing heroes. Why not have some other like massive damage core similar to Gyro that can, as long as they stay separated and don't both get chronosphered, hypothetically one of them should be able to do damage. He just isn't going to lane well against Razor, is a negative.
Yeah, I just want some guy that farms a lot and can put out DPS. That's
AM. AM.
I wouldn't be
It's
like
the OD.
Yeah.
We came back to where we started this whole conversation about 5 minutes ago with the OD. Finishing off the draft for Gambit. Very, very interesting draft between the two, but nothing crazy, Will. That's fairly meta, isn't it?
Yeah, everything.
Apart from the Razor, maybe.
That's the one thing about both captains is like they're pretty straightforward in what they have to do.
Yeah, they're not trying to be funky or mind game over mind game. They just want to do the game.
If you see that single target lockdown on the LC on the enemy cores, you don't want to be put in a position where he gets blade mail, he duels your gyro, he dies, and then all of a sudden you have no way to put out damage. Like you need 2 ways to put out damage when you have cores like this in the game.
I think I like the Nip draft a little bit better, though. Gambit has better 5-man death ball with it if they keep the 2 cores separated and don't both get chronosphered, but Nip has more gank options around the map. Like, all of their 5 heroes are going to be useful for trying to make little kills happen, and there aren't a ton of ways where Gambit are going to be able to defend themselves. Like, if it's a solo Abba or a solo Undying, I can see those heroes getting picked off by 2 or 3 enemy heroes. So I think I like the Nip draft a little better myself.
Game 1, just around the corner then. We've had our draft between Gambit and NIP. A reminder for you, all on the line for these two. The winner of the series will finish inside the top 2 and go on to the upper bracket semi-finals later today. Let's find out who takes the advantage with game number 1.
Yes, the advantage is what everyone is searching for. FNG was actually saying in his interview, we've got something prepared. And right now, Kyle, it feels like everyone just prepared to have a good, solid draft, make it nice and even, and just see how we execute going into this first game.
I think captains nowadays are prepared at giving non-answers, so they give nothing away. This is, as you said, very standard. Both these teams, a lot on the line. There is a possibility, I believe, that you could get eliminated from this tournament if you get 0-2'd, but I think more importantly, these are 2 squads that have higher aspirations than just the middle of the pack. NIP, obviously, you've got a couple of TI winners, some young guns. Gambit, captained up by FNG, the new star player for the squad, GPK. These guys want to compete for LAN titles, not just survival. And we see that reflected in the lineups. Very standard from both sides.
You sound very good for BSJ.
What do you mean?
That's who you were for a second on the screen.
Oh, I wish. He's just... He's so attractive, you know?
It's the jawline, right?
It is.
It's the jawline.
You combine that with unparalleled analysis. I mean, the man is a legend in the making.
And,
but
self-deprecating humor. Like, that's something, Kyle, like one day you'll get there.
One day.
You
I really
beat the crap out of yourself for the last game.
I want to pay attention specifically to Skeeter's Void in this game. I've seen there's been a lot of criticism from the community that he's not quite lived up to the hype, much like a player like Nico Baby. And his Void this game is going to be integral if NIP are going to take this game.
And NIP actually may even be able to take first blood if they can keep on top of Shashlo. A lot of damage gets stolen, but PPD doesn't have a secondary controller. It's just a battle for the ruins instead. Razor, I want to say a fun hero, but
No,
he actually, for me, like he just balls the crap out of me. It's like, well, where's my damage? Well, I take it from everybody else. Okay, that's terrific. What else do you do? I tank and I move fast. Okay, that's it. But it's a very solid hero for NIP. Difficult for Gambit just to instantly delete or remove.
Steal your face.
That is true. There is no way to remove Link, Toby. You've got that right.
Yay, mechanic.
It is a great Razor game in the sense that you always want to be in a scenario where any of the 3 cores are good drain targets. Obviously, the gyro is preferred, but you don't mind sucking away a Baden either.
I like the way GBK can deal with it. You saw the Queen of Pain being banned out 5th by NIP. It's like, okay, well, that's that blink away from safety. Now the OD just imprisons and walks it off. It's less instant, but it's still guaranteed escape. Bottom lane, Shashlo being initiated on once again, using that Frost Shield just to slow down the Abaddon. There's no extra control from Excess Vampire just yet, because he doesn't have level 2 on that Rubik.
This is such a great lane. Any carry hero with a form of mobility combined with Lich is excellent. You just leap forwards, Frost Shield applied, all of a sudden Void's getting slow off from just standing near, and then if you hit the bash, maybe you find a kill on top. Not to mention, of course, Lich having another nuke that provides slow and damage. So very high DPS from these 2 heroes.
Chain control as well as resist. It seems like a fantastic hero to play. The only downside is like when he gets a little too passive. But at least now he's got like Sinister Gaze as an ability. I say now, he's obviously had that for a while, but it wasn't always that way.
Another great point, Toby.
Thanks,
he has
Kyle.
been changed considerably in patches.
just feeling that simmer. My God.
I'm trying to stay positive.
Go quote a book, Kyle.
Do you see how these lanes turn out? Mid is the one I'm watching right now. OD Razor, it's Razor favored for sure, but as you said, you know, OD can deal with the Link. You just have to save Astro for it. You also have an ability to push the wave. Razor can, but it takes a bit longer. I hope that Gunnar goes for that max current build. I love the farming build from Razors. We saw Thompson popularize this all the way back at TI, where at level 7, you just start stacking everything. You farm so fast that it's incredibly efficient.
You're going to watch this rinse and repeat in every single lane. The top lane at least has a little bit more bite to it if FNG can get a lot of hits on the decay. Because that's why you see like Dream, like he first killed Flat Cannon's like, okay, well I got two double decays, let me Flat Cannon up. But a Legion Commander is like, okay, I'm not even going to go even a single point impress the attack. Like this is one moment, one overwhelming odds, making sure this lane isn't pushing against him.
Yeah, this is the aggro build. Helps when you have a hero like Lena behind you. You apply a ton of pressure and damage if someone were to overstep. It's actually quite impressive they've done so well up top. They are against an Undying. Arguably the strongest safe lane supporter you could pick, and FNG is adept at the hero.
But that Undying pickup always seems to be a lot better when you're up against a tri-lane, when you're able to force it. But the only way FNG could have done that is if they went off lane with the Undying as well. But you just don't get the damage into bottom. In fact, Skidder is jumping in. Here goes your Frost Shield, again trying to slow down the Abaddon. But your shield was already up, and underneath the tier 1 tower with a creep wave is just a little bit too aggressive from NIP. But Rubik is moving off. He's got his own Observer Ward down. There is a defensive ward in mid for NIP, but it's very close to the mid lane.
Yeah, thankfully Gunnar just picked up a regen, so he's going to be full HP. Very tough to gank with a Rubik, and yeah, you can see him just back out immediately. No reason to get involved there. Go help out your Abaddon, who will most likely look to suicide soon. Needs to get a bit lower, however. In fact, I wonder if it'd be worth it to just go to the Ancients, take some damage, and then deny yourself to them. Like using your Q, of course, but to ensure that you got low enough.
Yeah, you shouldn't lose the wave. Like, that's the upside of the Rubik. You Fade Bolt from range, you can drag the creep wave back anyway. But with the 5-minute bounty runes about to spawn, they've already missed that opportunity. So Shaslo, he is very, very low on life, and Skidder's going to get both of the bounty runes on bottom. Biva's going to get both of the bounty runes up on top, so it's a good day at the ops for NIP. It's payday.
Yeah. Very static game so far, kind of to be expected from the draft. Both teams sort of testing one another. No one really taking any big risks or chances in either the strategy or the gameplay thus far. I don't even think we've seen a rotation. This Rubik placing a win mid ward is the first we've seen.
You're trying to get it from him. Like, it's a smoke up from Vampire. Gunnar is low, but he's just had a South fly in.
He's going to just farm up that medium camp. Razor, I like a lot more on Dire. I know you can take this one camp to your right, but if you look up top, like when you're playing Dire side Razor, you can effectively clear all 4 camps. You clear 3 and stack 1. Every single spawn once you hit level 7. As Radiant, it's a lot more difficult to play that efficiently because you have to do this cross mid maneuver to get from the 2 camps top to the 2 camps bottom. It's much less efficient.
At least Biva shows us how it's done. Both successfully stacked. And back to the 6-minute 0-0, but Biva and Universe try and do something about it, going after Dream. I decided to just take care of the homing missile instead. A lot of damage on the bottom, hard to do through the Fade bot too, but Shashlo, they will put it to the test, into the trees, but a pick up and throw away by Vampire gives the Abaddon the space he needs.
Surprised they didn't go for the gaze there from PPD. I think they might have had the damage to finish him off. Instead, they will force the south. Like the Oov on Shaklo, this used to be an impossible matchup for the Abaddon, but now that your Curse of Avernus has that silence effect after you get the few hits off, it forces Void to play more conservatively if you start trading with him. I'm surprised he didn't look to max it, though. I really think that spell is the one you want to put points in ASAP. Second point in shield instead. It's only a 30 damage increase in comparison to the 5% slow and the 10% increase in curse slow once you get all those attacks off.
And I think the stacks are really starting to build up inside the Dire jungle. I don't know who's going to take it. Universe is getting aggressive as well up on top lane. Biva hoping for a stun. Even enough. Oh, okay. Shashlo. There's your Sinister Gaze coming out. Keep him in the trees. He can't shield in time. In fact, he tried to miscoil and deny himself. That's why I didn't think that was really going to go very far, but just getting locked. Can't get that hit off.
He unfortunately let Skeeter leap towards the side shop to pursue, which meant he was able to finish the treads. Swaps to Agi, immediately gets the bash right away. Too much damage for him to deal with. And that's the power of the Lich Void, right? You cannot stay down here by yourself. There's just too much lockdown.
God, Universe, they got the pick up. That's why the space was created on the bottom, because Vampire TP to the top, but he stayed inside the Fog of War, never revealed himself. And now they get the rebuttal kill into Universe. But very wisely for Gunnar now, they are able to clean up the big stack.
And you can see how farmed he's getting already. 66 and 14 on this Razor. Top 2 net worth so far, both on the side of NIP. And the downside of this Gambit lineup, look at their heroes. Who gets involved? Who changes the status quo? We've seen this a lot. Now that 4 positions have moved off of the typical roamers, the Tusks, the Earth Spirits, the Spirit Breakers, now we've got these heroes like Rubik. He needs level 6 before he can really get involved. You've got an Undying, you've got an Abaddon. These are 2 do-nothing heroes. OD is not in a position to really make plays either. He's just going to farm the jungle. But you're not going to outpace NIP if you allow this game to just stay even. Be curious to see how they look to make moves here.
Well, I see Gambit to fight underneath the towers, play from a position of strength. Well, the Undying, damn it, he needs a tombstone. Yeah, get some levels up. Universe and PPD hoping to force some kind of issue on the top. And there's the TP coming from the Undying. They're ready to fight Gambit underneath their own towers. But it's leaving this situation on bottom, like Abaddon is still half a level away from hitting 6. Then he won't care so much about the Chrono. But he can still just get zoned out of the lane.
It's pretty much everybody trading farm. Gambit, 4 heroes concentrated in this top half of the map. Buddy with a nice stack, he'll pick that up. What's he going for? Looks like a Kaya first item. Something that Sumail was fond of as well when he was playing in the mid lane. He always said that when he had that Kaya-Yasha combination, he just felt good. OD is such a slow hero. You don't really get attack speed from any of the items you pick up. Always nice to get the casual pickup. I like it a lot more than what we've seen in the past. You know, I'd rather a Yasha at some point than a Midas early. I think that OD doesn't really need the XP enough to make that item warranted. Top bounty runes in 10. Yep. They're thinking about getting aggro here.
NIP is definitely not going to do that.
Or are they?
Oh man, OD has moved over as well. So Gyrocop, the first one to be started up on. They have enough control to just force NIP away from Dream, but maybe with the overwhelming odds. Movement speed of Universe. He's thinking about coming back in again, but the pick up over on the Razor. He's level 10. How much have you got with this Sinister Gaze? He's got to drop the hammer right now. Able to do so. FNG and GBK, however, both go down. NIP, they just stand their ground. Gunnar has the double kill, and he's looking for the triple. When the duel comes down, the Plaza Field will connect, and Gunnar has a triple kill. Trying to hide the tree lines to press the attack. Not enough regeneration in time. Rupik is the one who will claim the rebuttal at least.
And I was gonna say, I was surprised. Like, I was gonna say, I know you're 3-on-4 here, Nip, but Razor is level 10. Gunnar is so strong. He's got 1,300 health on Agi treads. At the full stick, the hammer drops, sure, but you can't fight this. This is Gambit's issue, right? They don't have any real damage right now. They don't even have points in Tombstone. You cannot engage against heroes this tanky. Top, Lich ult.
Yep, you have to hold him close towards the wave. Rubik, is it going to bounce back up to him? It will not, and press the attack will give him some extra life. Just to survive back behind his tier 1 tower. But they're coming once again, NIP. And already Vampire is leaving. They turn their attention to bottom. Gambit after the tier 1 tower on bottom. If they can claim that, sure, Skitter does have Chronosphere. Does he have any kind of TP support moving away from the Tombstone? Skitter, yeah, okay, he's not going to risk it. Just a straight TP out.
I really dislike this TP though. I don't think he should be coming up top. You already have 2 cores in this area. You're effectively just going to get here to watch the tower die. Would have liked to see him go to maybe bottom shrine just to perhaps be able to make a play with his Lina that's got ultimate active. You kind of over-rotate now, and this will force one of Nip's heroes, most likely Gunnar, to move elsewhere. So it's just like over-rotation when you could have just been a bit more efficient.
Unless they're going to push the issue to the tier 2 tower on top, that's the only reason why. But you got to force a fight then. And you will see a TP come in from Shashlo.
Nothing major, nothing. There's just no real action around the map. We had 1 fight thus far, but everybody in this game seems content to just farm away. Skeeter pinging up top along with PPD. They're thinking about going for the Abaddon here, but they are all underneath this nice dire ward that was placed inside their own woods. I saw, Kuro did this a lot throughout last season, especially at TI. Surprised that more teams don't do it. And yeah, you guys, you can't do that to an Abaddon, folks.
Yeah, looking to leap and Chrono. Didn't even get him to skill.
Yeah. I think a lot of players, especially even in just casual viewers, overemphasize the importance of deep wards. It's like, oh, I got it in enemy territory. But the problem is nowadays, all teams are trying to do their best to stay on the enemy side of the map. So if they're not playing under their wards, it doesn't really help you much.
Vampire's making it very difficult to take this tier 1 tower. So Universe will tank it. The level 2 press the attack. Still in the hands of Vampire as well.
Yeah, NIP just camping around their void inside the enemy jungle. They know they've got Chrono. Not much you can be able to do to contest if you're Gambit here.
It does feel like one of those other games that, like, okay, Gyrocopter not having a great start, now under recovery, farming up inside the jungle. Things are looking okay. We can contest a little bit for our jungle, but
yeah. The issue we saw in that previous game, right? When you have an OD, or rather any of these squishier high damage cores, Skeeter just has to Chrono him.
Yeah.
There's no real save. You've got a lot of heal for him, but if NIP just all in this OD, like where's the damage from Gambit going to come from? The whole lineup's built to support these 2 high DPS cores in the Gyro and the OD. If one of them dies to these very easy single target disables, you've got Duel as well, not to mention the Lich ulti that can pop on either that or the Chrono. It's just very difficult to play these team fights and come out ahead if you're Gambit. You definitely need initiation advantage, which they might find in this side of their Radiant jungle.
NIP are looking for themselves. The smoke around, is it going to break? Gyrocopter already used his flying cannon, practically used everything. Yule scepted up into the air, and the Chronosphere, that feels like a very heavy commitment for something which is happening almost like it's deep inside your own jungle.
You have an active shrine. You have Peter standing there ready to stun. Biver coming from the low ground. I'm going to say that was an intimidation technique.
Okay, alpha move.
Exactly.
Alpha move. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was like, well, if you're not going to fight us for a very long time, maybe if I burn this Chrono, maybe you will come and fight us. But it's the 15-minute bounty runes that are spawning up. The Tombstone from FNG will protect the bottom runes. And then up on top, Abaddon trying to get his own one, but Shashlo will not be so lucky.
This is what I mean, though, Tobes. Like, there's no actual playmaker for Gambit. And playing games like this, especially, you got to imagine, for a team from this region, right? If there's something we associate with CIS, it's aggression, it's playmaking. What do you do?
But
who does stuff?
FNG was also one of the players on that Virtus Pro lineup, the one which was like, we're going to actually question this, because it was all set by Navi, like the guys who will just dive you no matter what. And then Virtus Pro kind of changed the tempo of CIS by coming in and saying, actually, we'll play aggressive when we need to. But if it's not advantageous, we're not going to do it. And
maybe this is how it starts. We've got a Blink Dagger just complete on the OD. Finally, you've got somebody that can actually get out and land a stun on somebody.
But he also feels like the saver for anyone who goes inside the, like if the Chronosphere happens.
Yeah. And you're going to have a BKB on Gunner. He's already halfway there. Once you pick that up, there's actually nothing Gambit can do in terms of damage to this Razor. Already at 2,000 HP. If he pops invulnerability and links the gyro, that's it. He's out of the fight. He's got nothing to do but run away. They're going to try and play bottom. FNG backing up GPK. But you really want to dive onto Peter?
Yeah, he's not the hero you're looking for, but with the Dire Observer wards placed down with their sentries too, this is where Gambit feel the best. It's not really attacking into PPD, it's continuously adding pressure to the tier 2 towers. There's some level of trade. Skid has done so much damage to this top tower with a catapult wave. Like, you get a Abaddon up here, but the tower's already down around 600 HP. And nowhere near that level of damage has been done to the NIP safe lane tier 2. And how long did the teams just accept this? It's like, okay, we're going to poke and prod at your towers. Eventually, someone's going to have to do something.
Oh no, Peter. He had placed 2 sentries, didn't find a ward, and unfortunately walks right past the Dire ward to already get a counter. That is so frustrating as a support. He's like, all right.
Now I know.
I see how this is.
Oh, wait, he can actually... Well, okay, yeah, blink away. GPK is getting out.
Yeah.
At least, okay, so yeah, he got the other the hillside observer ward. So both those observer wards are gone for Gambit.
That's just one of those. I've lived through that. It's one of those. You're just like, really? Really? You're going to do this to me? You really want to lose your ward? All right, we'll trade.
Oh, top. Chasing nice Skitter into the trees. There's that extra range coming in from the Ether lens, but there's a lot of extra help. Imprisonment and the Lion Strike Array. Not the greatest combination arriving, but it works now. And that combination is good. It's good when you've got them, but yeah, just the missed timing.
More importantly, now Rubik has Lina stun, which with no cast animation, which is quite nice. And all of a sudden, Gambit perhaps have the tools to make a move. Do they have a smoke? No, they do not.
That is a negative.
Felt like they were about to, right? They grouped up for one, and FNG's like, no, what do you mean, guys?
Does anyone have one? Anyone? No? All right.
Bounty runes aren't for another 2 minutes. Probably want to wait for those. Skidder approaching his BKB as well. You got to be cautious with Gambit once they pick these items up. Both your big damage dealers are mixed. You don't have that ability to penetrate BKBs and actually find kills on anybody. You actually have absolutely 0 BKB piercing disable on top of that. So Nip will be in full control once they complete these items. A Blade Mail first item on Uni. This is very odd. I think the first time I've seen this in the tournament, typically you see LCs, especially if they play with a hero like Void, they're going Solar Crest early on. They're getting a Medallion, maybe a Pipe at a point. These support style items, not the individual playmaking of a Blade Mail into Blink.
If he can make it work, they're going to look for a duel up on top of Abaddon. And then again, no, you're not. There's borrowed time Abaddon up. So this doesn't happen. I suppose that's your other thing, like who am I going to jump on that I can guarantee I get when you're up against the OD, so I get that sustain in the fight instead. PPD pulling back the Abaddon. He still has not triggered borrowed time. And while this is happening, GPK, he's farming up his Lincoln Sphere down on bottom. Gyrocopter's farming
Lincoln
up.
Sphere?
He is going for a
Lincoln Sphere?
Yep.
All right, I mean, I guess you can remove the dual aspect, but still you're going to get Chronosphered.
How many ways, like it can potentially stop Link as well, unless Gunner's going to burn his Eul Scepter. There's some things which kind of mess with the synergy of NIP, and they don't have easy ways just to get rid of it.
Sure, it's 5,000 gold to...
Hey, great stats, great regeneration. We're thinking on the upside here. It's what this thing can do, not can't do.
All right.
But you can question it once it's gone wrong.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Hindsight's
I'm sorry, I need data. I need data before we can start analyzing this, please.
I will say, Nip, the big advantage for their draft that I felt they had was that they could make moves, right? They could use the Chrono. They could find kills with Duel with their 2 high disable supports. But they've allowed this game to just drag on. The advantage hasn't changed.
Well, we'll get a lot of damage out of the Abaddon right now in mid lane. Remember, they won't find the kill. Borrowed time will still do its work, but that is a Razor with plus 217 damage.
Yeah, they just don't have that super late game advantage. Their core is a razor against an OD. At some point, GPK becomes the most powerful hero in this game. And they have both BKBs complete. I hope that they use them to go make some moves here as the courier brings voids out as we speak. The smoke is ready along with wards for PPD. So I'm imagining he's got that same read on the game. Let's get something done here and now.
I'm also seeing smoke on FNG. A lot of group up around the Dire Shrine, but for the moment, they just keep the waves back out again. It looks like NIP want to finish their Ancient Stack farming first, having to use Legion Commander and Phaser's Void and Razor and Lich to get this done.
This will finish. Nope, not quite. Uni still needs a little bit of gold for that Blink Dagger. It just feels like that next item syndrome, right? Where you're like, okay, I got my B, I'm Razor, I got my BKB, I'm ready to go. Oh, hang on, let's wait for voids. All right, we got that. Oh, hang on, we need the Blink on LC. Wait for that.
They've got their counter. We need to be one item up at all times. Yeah. Like there's a 4-staff now coming out from the Abaddon, so they got easier ways to actually deal with the Link too. So position-wise, maybe Gambit can actually win that battle. The BKB is there for a Dream, coming on the courier at the moment. Aetherlands is coming faster as well for Vampire, but NIP will smoke up. They're going to try and do something with what they've got. And who are they going to walk into? Hi, FNG. Here's your Blink. There's your duel. Is there a save? There's not. There's just a complete disengage, and he self-heals.
Unfortunate, but hey, PBD's like, all right, we get a kill. He'll see the sentry down. Now he can most likely look to place a deeper ward. In fact, he is. He's in a great position right now. You got to be so careful if you're Gambit. Nip are lurking to your left.
They don't see the Gyrocopter and the Rubik, however. Like, they're hiding under the cover of the smoke. And Abaddon just walks up, gets some information. Here comes your call down. Disengage. Time walking away. Undying is still dead for 6 seconds and has a lot of places to TP out to.
Yeah, this is dangerous now because you've used your duel, and as you said, Undying teleporting into a fight on his own shrine, so dangerous because there's great high grounds to drop Tomb on immediately.
But you got it up in 8 seconds time, so Universe with Invis Rune is hunting for that opportunity. And if he can duel, I suppose like he can't duel the OD because the Lincolns is done, but this target, this one he can duel. Gyrocopter, FNG wants to help out. Tombstone, plus going into the ultimate. How much damage have they got? GPK, he imprisons, and we have ourselves a pause. Vampire needed to take a moment as Rubik is lagging up.
Now, 2 big concerns now for Gambit. That Tombstone is not on the high ground, and the Gyrocopter is in the Nether Realm for the time being, but he's going to be very upset when he comes back out of it. I'm fairly certain Gambit just got to go.
They got to shield and 4-staff him instantly, and then he can BKB. Like, he has that BKB in the inventory ready to go.
No damage.
OD has a level 2 Eclipse, but there's no int built up. So here we go. Timing breaks off. Tombstone, will they focus that one down to begin with? They're trying to get rid of it at the moment. Chronosphere in the back lines. OD's being controlled. Chrono stolen out by Vampire. Who's he want to put it on? He puts it on the Razor, who's inside the BKB. He has nothing else he can really do here. Undying is slowly being chipped away by the Leaner and will be the first one to die in this battle. But of course, the int had built up. So Sandy's Eclipse kills off Gunner. Yeah. This is a well-worth trade here for Gambit.
And mostly just because Skeeter decided to solo Chrono and OD with near 2,000 health, completely isolated from the rest of his allies. If he just holds that, sticks on the main target, the Gyrocopter, he would have had to follow up Chrono onto the Rubik. Look, he's going to leap up with his BKB. Look, there's 4 heroes down. Instead, you just give the Chronosphere away. He doesn't even dilate afterwards so that it ensures the Gyro's escape. That is the wrong move.
It definitely created problems for NIP as the fight continued on. And Gambit, well, with the space of Razor going down, they add some pressure to the tier 1 tower in mid. They'll be able to claim it. And now the next wave of items, they start to come in a little bit faster for Gambit. The advantage for net worth was in favor of NIP, about 4,000 before that fight began. And the graph swings the other way, heading downhill.
That is, this is the concern when you kind of do nothing for 15 minutes with an advantage and the ability to find kills. You've allowed the game to equalize. Gyro had his BKB. That's part of the reason he escaped. If that move was made a minute or 2 previously, they'd have beaten him to the item pickup. He's dead for sure. Instead, escapes with ease. Now you're in a scenario where the OD is top of the net worth charts with a 2K lead. He went for that greedy item pickup early on. The Kaya helps him accelerate rapidly, and I don't know what you're going to do here if you're NIP. When are you trying to win this game?
Yep.
Because it looks to me, when I see 2 of my cores buying Black King Bar as their second item, I'm trying to win the game at that timing. And if you lose the fight you're supposed to win, it's like, okay, back to the drawing board, folks.
And now your timings later in the game get harder and harder as the BKB duration gets lower and lower. A perfect situation for the OD. He's able to survive a lot of these engagements. Like, I'm not going to say because of the Lincoln Sphere, it's mainly because of the positioning that seems to be happening in the fights, but the items are still coming in. He's got the ultimate orb up, building towards that scythe.
Now we have mass teleports into the bottom lane. There's 4 NIP heroes that are going to chase after X-Vampire.
But right underneath the Dire Observer Ward that got planted down. Gambit also, thanks to that Dire Observer Ward, I think they actually saw the second Radiant Ward get planted. If they were watching the inventory, they would be very well aware of it. But 5 heroes from Gambit with a Tombstone dropping, NIP just disengage.
I mean, there's no...
Okay,
Gambit still can't pick their own fights, right? They do have a Chronosphere on Rubik with that Aether Lens. So you got to be a bit cautious if you're NIP, but that's part of the reason they just backed out of there immediately. They smoke right towards top. Void has that top lane pushed almost to the tier 3. So if Dream isn't careful, he could just find himself dueled or chronoed into an immediate push by Nip, but wisely retreats back into the base as Nip looked to swing around now. Void, of course, has TP.
Very wise decision from FNG to go the other way. Abaddon, however, they jump in. They need that initiation. Of course, OD the chrono! Rubik still has it! He locks all 3 of NIP in position! They had the OD, and then they have nothing. They have Undying. But it seems like FNG is still very willing to give his life time and time again. XS Vampire just gets the TP away to safety. A support instead of an OD.
That is not ideal. The Lincoln's pays off as well. He absorbed the duel, though I do believe Rubik would have been able to save him regardless.
It allowed him to move away. Like, that Chronosphere was in the perfect position.
Gave him those extra steps. It looked like they tried to synergize the Yules with the duel immediately, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get it off in time. Mjolnir the next choice for Skeeter. He'll be able to finish that in just a moment. There's the gold.
Vampire needs new ability. Yeah, take plasma field. That's a good clearance if you can just see him for a second.
I think he's gonna get it.
Gonna be in range though. Pro doesn't also want to reveal the fact there's a Dire Obs on the hill. Something the Radiant can't see, even though their Sentry Ward is in range. While all this keeps going on too, GPK's just up on the top lane. Like he's approaching level 20. His net worth is through the roof.
This is a game of Dota, right? Because it's 8-4. It's almost 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, is Riot expanding?
Don't get me started.
Roshan. Now NIP need to get over here if they want to try and contest it. Gambit. They feel pretty good. Like
5 heroes under the sword. They know what's up.
There's Chronosphere, which is up for it. I mean, they have everything they need to have this big fight, but because no one from Gambit is defending the bottom lane, not enough messages have been sent. Roshan is taking forever for Gambit to finish. They've been at this for about a minute now. So Faceless Void comes up. The tier 3 tower is being hit. OD's added pressure towards the top. Now the TPs are coming back. And Vampire Fable strikes the creep wave off. There's no fortification, but you have an Aegis Immortal in the hands of the Gyrocopter. FNG barely living. Gonna clips him a little bit. And now press the attack is stolen.
That's huge. That's so huge. You can remove dilation, stuns, lich spells, plus the attack speed steroid on 2 cores that love some faster hits.
And 2 cores that really want to try and fight now too. Like an Aghanim Scepter, BKB, and Aegis Gyrocopter. He's kind of ready to go. And the OD is only a couple of hundred away from completing his scythe. And GPK, like, he didn't even come back. Like, he's like, I need to stay up on top lane. I need to finish this, and then we're good.
We'll finish what? What item?
The scythe.
I thought you meant NIP. I'm like, at this point, what item?
I'm meaning GPK, the guy farming top lane to farm up the remainder part of his big disable.
And what have they been saying for how long? What are they missing? An ability to find kills. Suddenly your OD is able to find kills all by his lonesome.
Doesn't care about a BKB unless Skidder can get it off in time.
Yep. He's going to go finish his Hex right now at the secret shop, I think. Does he have the gold for it? Believe so.
Yeah, he does. Barely. 20 short, but 20 excess. But now he's going to be short of his buyback by about 1,400. But it won't matter if you're able to get that start off in the fight. Under the cover of smoke, which will wear off in 2 seconds, they move towards Roshan, who's already dead.
Dream showing bottom, so Nip are lured into the false sense of security. They gotta be cautious.
FNG sees so much, and with the time walk up, Universe has to blink himself away. It was all for the 30-minute bounty runes.
That could have been so bad for NIP. Gambit had a great move there, just a little delayed on the rotation because it's all about the vision. Nip see that Gyro with Aegis is all the way bot. They don't expect that 4 heroes from Gambit are in spitting distance, but unfortunately just weren't able to get their time. If FNG perhaps had taken a little more aggressive route, gets a high ground tomb down, cancels some blinks, perhaps things go differently, but alas, not the case. Halberd also complete on Gunner. That's going to be big. It's not just the Lincoln's cancel, but it's a huge damage reduction for both the Gyro and the OD if he's able to get it off successfully.
Yeah, and OD hates building into things that counter that level of evasion. He's going for a Hurricane Pike instead, as well as a Smoke. Teaming up together with the Rubik, trying to get him closer for initiation target. And this is something which Gunner does not want to be on the front line to get caught out by. FNG's arriving too. If he just drops, okay, Observer Ward, Tombstone being planted, and well, a quick throwaway. Universe caught in the back lines. GPK is already starting off. A quick banishment. Actually, I don't think that's what he wanted. It was really slowed down the start of this fight, but maybe it won't matter if Universe will still die down for 50 seconds. They'll take it. He has 16 intel stolen, and then bring the attention to the tier 2 tower in mid. It's just so weird though when you see an entire team starting an engagement. Oh my god, Razor. Like starting an engagement, then you imprison, you stop.
Yeah.
Your fight.
This is all Gambit now. I actually don't know how Nip take a fight any longer. The cores are strong enough to live through the chrono. You've got Aegis. Abaddon has that Vlad's medallion. What's your move? What?
Your move is to send Void to the top lane to farm. Finish up a Daedalus. And now GPK starts his own battle. He's still got so much of that install, and 2 orbs and the hammer will do the work. But back in the mid lane where Gyrocopter gets initiated on, he'll then turn his attention over towards Gunner with a call down from Dream. He wants to find, he has lost 70 of his damage, and the duel from Universe will hold Dream in position. They don't have enough ways to keep him alive. But then again, Aegis the Immortal, who needs it anyway. With Laguna Blade stolen, they have some good damage. Another fresh Tombstone being planted as Dream's BKB retreat wants to keep going. Skidder, Chronosphere is out. Now he time dilates. Vampire didn't steal anything. He's still holding that Laguna, waiting for his target, but the Gyrocopter will die a second time over. Razor is low, but he can't be picked off. In fact, his Legion Commander jumping towards Vampire over on the tree lanes. Now he's able to pick him off. It took a while with the Force off. He'll dodge the Light Strike Array. Even GPK tipping him at the end of this fight.
Oh,
but it feels so weirdly scrappy from Gambit to do this.
But it's honestly, it's all on GPK. I hope we have a replay of this because that's a great move from Gambit, but he stopped to farm. Look at where he is. He found the kill on Void, and now he's just farming. Go cut the next wave. He needs to be here. Gyro is going to respawn. GPK is still not looking to move towards it. If he is just closer, he's going to get here in time to be able to OD save this Gyro, obviously not through the BKB, but like, he'd be able to kill stuff. He's here with the Hex, perhaps. You're going to be at least able to get counter kills. He just got distracted, a little discombobulated. Now he's dueled.
Yep, welcome back to live. OD being pushed away. He'll have buyback available, and they'll have to commit it if they want to hold this tier 3 tower. Fortification from Gambit. Rubik with Baybolt would be able to slow this one down. FNG just has to start with a decay. Pull the creep wave up, but maybe they have enough. They don't have to buy back on the OD. Gyrocopter will respawn, and NIP will be happy with taking the tier 3 tower and start removing shrines on the map. They are being punished, Gambit, for the indiscretions in mid lane.
It's one error after another. Now all of a sudden you take a huge win and then lose a shrine, a tier 3. And Gambit, now they're going to need to make some plays to get back in control of this game.
Well, Gambit were the ones who were meant to be doing that. Like, they had the Aegis of the Immortal.
Oh, it's
not meant to go this way.
It's so frustrating as well, because like that was such a great play by GPK. He finds the solo kill, and you can tell the rest of his team is playing like they've got a man advantage. They're looking to press this edge, and instead, it's like, oh wait, he's still not here. You expect that you're going to be collapsing as 5 to be able to secure those objectives, and you can't blame the rest of his team for thinking next kill. How many times do we see TNC do that in this tournament?
Yep. But now they have to deal with the fact that all outer buildings have been removed. Makes the next Roshan very difficult. He may respawn in just under 2 minutes. So Gambit have to work even harder to push out the side lanes. Blink, duel forward, Undying, FNG deleted. Universe adding in more damage now at plus 72 for him. Oh, you got Laguna again. He'll take it.
How much damage is that gonna do?
The 650 with the amp.
857.49. That's level 2 as well. When it's 3, it'll be a decent amount of deeps.
So the way Gambit try and deal with the fights, Aghanim Scepter is the build coming in for Abaddon too.
And there's an Ags on the Lina. I really like this decision. You're playing up against 2 BKB cores, and you have a Chronosphere, right? No longer is the Gyro safe. Half of his HP pool is going to be just immediately dismantled as it slices through, and that should be enough to help Skeeter finish off one of those kills within the Chrono, because they do have sustain through it, but there is no hard save with the exception of that Odie Imprison, which will not pierce the BKB. So it's actually better for Dream to use that late so that he can actually get saved from the damage.
That does not feel like it's the right way that's meant to go down, but you're right. Pure damage Laguna. An issue that Gambit will have to deal with. But NIP finding their ways to start the fight. Universe really being freed up to get its own jump with the double halberds. Gambit not finding that reliable damage anymore. And someone cut that tree on the side. There's an observer ward that 2 heroes were standing so close they could smell the stick. And it's in range of 2 sentry wards as well, and they still haven't claimed it. There's no way for him to know unless they cut a tree.
Notable in this game is going to be the assistance items, right? If you look at the damage amplification in terms of utility, there's a Vlad's and a Solar on Gambit. Neither item picked up by NIP. It's a lot of damage they're going to be missing. Also consider when he applies that defensively onto his OD, the plus armor. You know, it's just keeping people alive through the Chrono. Gambit's kill window is within the sheepstick. That is 22 seconds CD. The Void Chrono 140, and he went for a Daedalus. That is very odd. You typically don't see that item pickup. I think even a Butterfly could have been great in this game. We've seen Manta Diffusal do work as well, perhaps a bit late for that, but Daedalus is very ballsy. It means that once the Gyro picks up a Butterfly, probably after that Satanic he's got queued up now, all of a sudden you're going to have regrets.
All right, so everyone grouped up, 5-on-5. Better vision for NIP as far as knowing what's about to go down. And we'll even have ourselves a pause so we can think about it as Gunnar is DC'd out. I think we actually had an issue on the server because I got kicked out around exactly the same time. So not that terrific. But he's already back inside the game. NIP, feeling cool, calm.
It's like watching one of those chess matches, right? A minute or 4 between each move. Everyone overanalyzing the position. What will they do next?
Like we get to watch this this bottom again. That OD getting caught out. We missed the start of that one because we were watching a replay before. So don't worry, we got you covered. Production's on it.
38 minutes now. Still just 20 kills across the board. Both teams just sort of trading opportunities to stand on their high grounds and wait. As anybody who's seen enough of them...
Hey, I know a great way we can scout. Send a fake in.
Yep, they're there, guys.
Yep. Confirmed.
Back to our high ground.
Confirmed.
Quick.
But we could fight them. We could fight them.
I didn't know I was watching a Star Wars prequel. I thought this was Dota. As I say it, they got the ward. Big win there for NIP. Back to the high ground. Retreat. Cover and move.
It really is low. They killed a ward. Yeah.
Hang on.
Critical. Yes.
Now they're going to scan. Roche is still in up. Gunner's like, hang on, let me check up here. Kill this mid wave.
This is Kyle's intensity casting. And now, NIP
great.
Retreating to their high ground.
Oh, hang on. Guys, where are they?
I don't know. FNG looks down the hill.
Hey, at least they learned, all right?
Everything the light touches.
It's been Fright Night marathons. You know, everybody watching enough scary movies. What's rule number 1, Toby?
Don't watch a scary movie.
No, don't split up. Always stay together.
That's true. Stay in a well-lit area.
That too.
Don't open a door to check what the noise was. Stay clear of bathrooms.
Oh, we got initiation.
Oh boy, there's your jump forward. Rubik, goodbye. Roshan is up. He'll buy back quickly.
Gotta get
As
out of here.
Razor, well, yeah, he's Glimmer caped up. They don't have detections. That's why Gunnar can just keep the run going. And Josh Lowe feeling like he's going a very long way forward. Press the attack, breaks Gunnar free. Now the Tombstone is down, and with the attack, GPK need to attack a little bit more. They need more detection. Once again, there's Glimmer Cape going to work. Sinister Case holding Abaddon in position. And NIP continue to disengage away from the Tombstone of Gambit.
Bounty runs are up.
Money, money, money. Gunnar. Invis room for Dream.
A 2-for-2 exchange. There is a DD bottom, though. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Gambit to get aggressive here.
Oh, Dream's going to get it.
He's got Reaver as well once he clears his Ancient Camps. That'll be a full Satanic.
That'll be nice for him, but the buyback, do you really want to have it on cooldown? Is the Satanic that important coming into Roshan?
I guess not.
He's got to think about it. NIP under the cover of smoke, coming for their warding mission. Sentry's already down. Abaddon will be the man to run forward with a Quelling Blade, gets rid of it nice and quickly, but the pickup over on Universe, threw around the tree line. Gunner's already burned that BKB. Remember, it's a low duration one, and maybe they can actually start turning onto him in just a second. FNG keeping the Soul Rip into the Abaddon. He still hasn't had that borrowed time trigger, and now Dream with a new Tombstone going to work. Skidder looking for the Chronosphere. He's got the Gyrocopter. They'll bring him down as well. Chronosphere stolen by Vampire, but what can he really do? They're all too close together, so he has to get the Legion Commander, buying time for Odie to get that defensive imprisonment, getting Gyrocopter back to the front lines and giving some time to escape. No, it won't happen. Odie will go down. He'll commit his buyback as well, and Dream really feeling like the damage is wanting, but he'll have enough to get through Gunner to move to Skidder, who time walks away to safety.
Double buyback on both cores, though, from Gambit. That's a huge expenditure. They lost that fight in devastating fashion.
But they would have had to anyway. Roshan would have been the easy target if they didn't bring him up.
It's because NIP have the high ground. Gambit forced to run up, but Nip are prepared. And like Obi-Wan, Skeeter strikes. Immediately they find those kills. A great duel on the side from Universe to prevent the defense of Astral. So Gyro dies without really accomplishing much of anything within the fight.
Roshan begins. They're trying to force the buyback on Razor. They're able to get it as well. Biva looking for the stun, able to claim it onto Dream. Who's away?
Now the buybacks have been traded. And we're back to normality. Everybody.
Five-man stand-up around Roshan. Oh, I'm liking this one. Academ Scepter is done on the Abaddon, and he's running forward on 1,000 HP. Come at me, bro. Who have you got nearby? PPD drops the Observe. What breaks the smoke at FNG? That's not real, boys.
It's all about ensuring his cores survive the chrono and the duel. We just saw how those abilities are able to take out both of his teammates. Now he knows, look, I will tank for you. I will just get nearby. 40% damage reduction on all heroes nearby.
I wonder where the OD is when he blinks and hexes the illusion.
Sorry, they've changed this since the last time I've seen it pick up. So while borrowed time is active, anytime an ally takes more than 525 damage while within 1600 range of Abaddon, an individual mist coil will automatically fly towards that ally.
Yes,
I don't think I've ever seen that.
That was a while. I know
it was a while ago. I'm just saying.
It happened at TI, I think. I remember Fogged was talking about it, saying like, man, this crap is so OP.
Look, Toby, some of the viewers don't know that. I'm just trying to explain it as if I'm learning with them.
Hey, I meant to take that perspective here, man. Like, I'm the one that asks the questions of every Joe Blow.
Yeah. And also, Gambit, if you learn anything from this fight, choke points are not a location you want to engage against the Chronosphere. You got to be far more cautious.
Roshan has begun for NIP. You've still got the Stolen Chrono on cooldown for 21 seconds. Void's got his up in 13, but Roshan will be dead in about 10, so timing-wise, that's a 5-second gap. And Gambit have taken way too long to get there. Aegis the Immortal into the hands of the Razor, and Cheese into Void.
5K gold lead. But GPK still on top of the charts. Really hope at some point he decides to pick up a BKB. He's doing everything in his power to get as many items as he can before it. Perhaps he just doesn't think he needs it.
Well, he doesn't have buyback. It's on cooldown for the moment, so he may as well. Well, like, he can't spend enough money to buy something. And here comes NIP. That's why Gambit just retreated back to their base. They know, like, this is where they defend. If Razor was to come a little too close, oh, if only you had that, well, you need a little bit more range on telekinesis than land distance, you could pull him inside.
NiP have made progress, though. They're chewing up the land, now on an even further developed high ground as they wait.
What is chewing up the land?
They're taking over more territory, Toby. It's how you win games of Dota 2. You ever play Risk as a kid? It's very similar.
I have. I like playing Risk on the old Warcraft 3 stuff. Like
that was fun.
That was good fun. OT, he's just building it. He's just building it, but he can't. Your Scepter will slow that down a bit.
Good job from Gunnar there.
Still able to build up 4.
Now, one thing to note is that because the evasion battle, you've got 2 halberds up on both Uni and Razor, and then there's a Void with the Daedalus playing against 0 sources of evasion. So in retrospect, hell yeah, it's a great item, especially when you consider that those time-locked bonus attacks can also crit.
Abaddon, he's going to run straight in. He's getting Sinister Gaze in by PPD. Here comes your cooldown. Razor the one, being chronoed up by Vampire. So Gyrocops trying to do the damage with the Yule Scepter from Biva. It was there to stop him from getting off this BKB as well. He has a BKB as well as the Tanning, doing both with the Flat Cannon damage. It's a really good spill damage, but where is the real effectiveness when the Chronosphere from Skidder holds in the Abaddon as well as the Gyrocopter? He'll never get the secondary ulti off, but there will be defensive imprisonment trying to save the Gyrocopter dream. Pushed away! He's going to get out. The agency model will break, and with the hammer dropping, Skidder got exploded as well. They still want to focus him down, and they're able to do so with a quick Hex, dodging a couple of the orbs. Gunnar needs some extra distance. PPD is trying to help him out with that one. He's saying, please kill me, and then get killed by my Lich ultimate, Undying, just stay right next to that dragon.
Gunnar?
Yeah, Vampire also get away from that, but
So
in the
close.
trees, TP out to safety.
And that is how Gambit are going to win fights. Long engagements. They were able to drag that encounter out so that when the Chrono went off, there was really just auto attacks coming in to deal the deeps. And then the Astral is there. The hammer drops. If they can live through the Chrono and the BKB, they're going to win these fights. We can see as the fight develops, they're going to try and pursue this Gyro because of the BKB, because he's got that Satanic. He's tanking through the damage, These BKB iterations are ticking. There's the Chrono, and GB gets the slow walk forwards to be able to get the save. And now as soon as Void drops, pow.
Bow. He almost actually killed Peter with that too, if Peter was just a little in. Gambit. Now their turn to add some pressure. Remember, they still haven't claimed a tier 3 tower, so they haven't been able to remove these shrines. But they'll remove the tier 2 tower on bottom. Pushing high ground will be a pretty tall order. But I'm liking the fact that Vampire currently has a level 4 Frost Shield, so this will actually enable someone from Gambit to be that front liner. And you know it's going to be the Abaddon. And maybe Dream will run to be the first one. Tombstone drop, they're looking for the tier 3 tower. Shield on shield action. Takes a little bit of time. Here comes GPK once again, trying to build up that in very early into the fight. Biva getting a little bit more distance too. Man, GPK hits so hard. Remember, they're here for the tower. Fortification will wear off. 8 seconds till Void is up. 17 until his Chrono is there.
Yeah, it's time to get out of here.
Yeah, they want the shrines. They want to make sure next Roshan's theirs without NIP's ability to TP in.
We've discussed this in the past. We learned it at TI. Teams valuing these tier 3s very highly. The racks, not so much, especially this late into a game. 1 racks, especially the mid racks, by far the least valuable as it's the easiest to clear. You just don't care to press and potentially force yourself in a position where you might need to buy back. Much better to just clear shrines, get that map control when you can. Peter picking up a gem to try and prevent just that. 48 minutes almost into the game, still just 17-10. But Gambit definitely feeling good now, loving the idea of a team fight. You just got to be able to dodge that Chrono, live through it, and good things happen. Gunnar?
I just love the way everybody grouped up like it was time for a smoke, and then again, it's that moment no one realized there wasn't a smoke, and Gunnar realized he doesn't have a team up on that top lane. The Hex is out. He does have Cheese of Val. Will press the attack from Universe. Will break some freedom, but keep in mind, 16 in already being built up. Level 3 Stanley's Eclipse ready to drop, and they have to be prepared for it. But a good observe ward on the hillside at least lets NIP know if Gambit want to push the issue, which they will not.
It's tough. Neither side can overcommit. You can see the name of this game is to make the other side chase you a bit and then shut the jaws on the trap. And I really want to bring up the point of the distinction between OD's intelligence at 112 plus 95 without any stacks in comparison to Skeeter at a lowly 53. All right.
Hey, do you actually like the fact that he didn't even go for the plus 60 seconds?
The int difference damage multiplier is 15.09, all right? 15 times 150. That's the amount of damage Skeeter takes from a hammer before any stacks. Like, the guy is 2,200 health. You need BKB, and OD's gotta die when it fades. Simple as that.
Do you actually like the fact like this OD went for the 15% spell lifesteal over going the plus 60 seconds on the int? Considering how hard GPK is working to get some of this int. It's like he keeps losing it.
I mean, sure, but you're playing against Forrest Gump, who while he was a hero, he wasn't really doing much in the IQ department. You're still gonna beat him on a math test, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I thought you were questioning life choices.
No, Forrest Gump's an American hero.
He is. I really enjoyed that movie.
I'm not surprised, Toby. Always nice to have a protagonist you can really see yourself in, right?
Hey, can I have BSJ? like replacement caster, please. Hey, BSJ, just come in here and grab the mic off Carl right now. I know you're listening.
Hey, he's got the way this game's going. He's got plenty of time. We can pop in a shuttle from the hotel. He'll be here in plenty of time to see that next Roche engagement, which should be any time in the next minute to 4 minutes from now. It could be respawning in as soon as 45 seconds.
I just want to see Rubik with these Aghanim steals now. Bring him on. Quick fire.
Game's still even, though.
Game is still even. There's almost no goal in this. The advantage was the way of NIP for at least most of this game.
Yeah, we can go back. Let's see. Any big item. I mean, we've gotten to the point where Biver's like, you know what, guys? I'm the carry. I'm going to pick up a Crystallis. No one seems to want to pick up Evasion on Gambit, so why not? I really hope at some point Dream buys a Butterfly, because he'll be nigh indestructible once he grabs one. I actually think it's by far more value than his buyback, and he will be closing in on enough gold momentarily.
Goodbye, one Observer Ward. Abaddon is the frontline scout underneath the shrine that's still up and still has his charge available. Duel. They found the OD with Laguna Blade. Is there a save? There is. There's so much life coming in. Skidder, a 3-man Chronosphere. Dream needs to do something here. In fact, are they going to do nothing? OD, he will go down. Buybacks available. He's got no shrine to TB out to FNG and Charge Flow. Now Dream turns on the DPS, killing up the Phase of Void, finding underneath the Tombstone. Biver, he yields himself up to try and dodge some of that damage, but they still kill him thanks to the vision from the Undying minions. Razor, he gets the cheese off in time. The damage from the OD won't be enough, and back under the shrine, they're ready to fight for Gyrocopter, wrapping around behind, kills off Lich. Now they turn their attention over towards Gunner, but the stuns from Biver, it's good, but maybe not good enough. The damage, Dream still holds his ground, and Gunner's so low on life, he's gonna go down too. Universe, he's trying to man mode everyone with his BKB up. Here we go again, but again, the Faceless Void, hexed up so quickly. Gunner will buy back, and so will the Legion Commander. Everybody commit the bank accounts of NIP. The Swedish bank is broke. Razor still trying to stand his own ground with the stuns arriving from the lean if they may have enough time. Gyrocopter, he was stealing so much life and still is able to. What? They are unkillable. Gambit hold the line. They buy back on the Gyrocopter while OD hunts another kill, finally removing the Lina. And NIP, they are bought back so much. They are in recession. They are dead for almost 2 full minutes.
The market has crashed, Toby. NIP are like asking for this incredibly long fight. There's no chrono. There's no BKBs. It's Gyro OD. These are these
game.
Heroes love sustained damage.
Why are they taking racks? Why are they taking racks? You could just take the tier 4 towers and
they have no buybacks.
What is it, Rubik? It's like, okay, I'll TP back to base. I'm going to BT forward. GPK wants kills. He's looking for Skidder. Okay, maybe we look at the tier 4 towers now. GG is called by NIP. They realize their position. And they're hoping.
God, that's such a great way to close out a game. You're just fighting, and you realize all of a sudden, like, wait, we're winning. Oh, we're really winning. They keep coming back. They're teleporting in. They're all dead. Hell yeah. And
I
what
love
a way
the way
to
you
close
put
it out.
Hey, are we winning this? I think we're winning this. We've got life. They've got no damage. Okay.
Fight started. I think the score was, 17-10? It ends 20-19. Gambit with 9 kills. The only one to survive for that second life was Skeeter. And you got to question the thinking. Once you blow those big cooldowns, the BKBs, the chronos, and you don't get anything out of it, the moment OD buys back, you've got to get the hell away from them. again, if he had landed a bet like the hammer had killed Razor, that's a totally different fight. Even without it, he used it before Stex. They still dominate, and Nip do not look pleased.
Well, it's a rough game to say the least, but it's not the only game we've got. We have a game 2.
Yes, indeed we do. Thank you very much, Toby, back on the panel to break things down from game number 1 of our final series in the group stage. Just a reminder for you, though, we do have one more series today, which will come from the semi-final of the upper bracket. It could be one of these two teams facing off against Vici Gaming. Alongside me is Blitz and Push. Let's get your thoughts on this game. Will, we kind of discussed on the way in to the studio, coulda, shoulda, woulda, maybe, possibly, Nip could have won that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the story so far of the season for them so far. That last game, they had such a good early game start. It felt like everything was clicking, everything was rolling, and then it just came down to like 2 team fights in a row where they just got completely outplayed.
And it was a pretty slow game in the sense that they weren't really trying to do gangster engagements. They were just waiting for the perfect fight circumstances. They thought that would be more important generally. But yeah, the last couple fights were definitely the big ones. There's an early Chronosphere they committed to get a big gyro kill, which helped them set some tempo. But I mean, ultimately it came down to huge fights and Chronosphere usages and Chronosphere steals. This fight was something that Nip definitely should have won, but unfortunately both of them separated. Skeeter assumed that Razor would be able to finish off the gyrocopter, and he thought he could get OD. Neither worked. So fights like that are really catastrophic if they don't pull out.
Patient in many ways, though, Kevin, from Gambit.
I guess so. From a spectator perspective, I don't appreciate patience. I want to see them fight.
I'm with you on that one, buddy.
But they did play very well. Void has seemed like the strongest hero as a carry for a while, and it's definitely because of Chronosphere being really teamfight winning. So the fact that they can play around it and it didn't seem like that big of a deal just is a straight up metric showing that they're very good at playing Dota well.
Yeah, Gambit have been inconsistent to start things off of this season, particularly yesterday and the day before here at ESL 1 Hamburg. They still need another game, Will, so they can't afford for that inconsistency to creep back in again.
Yeah, for sure, and I think they should derive a lot of confidence from this game, because I feel like this is a game that they easily could have lost, but they sort of held it together. They lost like 4 or 5 fights in a row that I felt like was going to spell the end for them, but they held it together. It feels like they're moving at least in the right direction. They've won 3 games in a row now. At least we're starting to see a little bit more consistency from them.
Yeah, absolutely. From Peter's point of view, in NIP, what does he say now at the break?
It's a little bit depressing because I feel like oftentimes as a captain, the first thing you're going to do is look at the draft and the macro level plays. But I thought, all things considered, they did outplay Gambit for a large part of the game. I felt like their draft was definitely... he put them in a winnable position. Yep. They just couldn't close out the game like Gambit could, which usually tells me like one team is just a little bit better than the other.
Okay, so you don't think it was down to the mistakes or anything that necessarily did?
And surely it was, right? I think that's a game where you need to go back and watch the team fights, watch everybody's player perspective, and then have small adjustments to decision making that would have led to getting a couple more kills here and there. Right. Because there were so many large pieces of team fight abilities, and who did you use static link on to steal their damage? That kind of stuff is going to matter. And there were so many fights that I'm sure some of them should have gone in Nip's favor. And you're not going to be able to truly understand that until you watch the replay. So it's tough sometimes when you lose games like that and everyone's just like upset, like, why don't we win that? We should have won it. And it isn't until you watch the replay and like watch things slowly to realize, okay, this mistake was probably a little bit too big. We would have won this fight. And then if we win that fight, we can probably take a tier 3 tower afterwards. Then we take shrines. And then it all snowballs from there. So you can definitely look at small teamfight engagements and point to that as the error. But you don't get that chance until after the series.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Probably not even until tonight, I would imagine. And you sit down and look at it. Will, opportunities-wise, NIP, did they have a chance when they looked like they were kind of waiting for Gambit to come out of their base and they were surrounding it and Gunnar was kind of poking and prodding around and waiting for something to happen? Was that a key part of the game?
I mean, I think...
Could they have been more decisive, I guess I'm asking?
I think the problem with their lineup, actually, is it's not easy to go high ground. Like, they're
really
good
struggle, didn't they?
Yeah, they're really good at taking team fights, but when it comes to actually like hitting the base, it's not that easy for them. It was pretty easy for Gambit to just sort of poke. Like, I feel like if you lose 3 fights in a row like Gambit did, in this meta anyways, it usually means you've lost. Right. Like, you lose giant fights like that, your gyrocopter has no farm. Usually the game is pretty straightforward, but didn't really feel like they had the easiest high ground mechanic. They drafted heavily to like win these mid-game fights. And then there was just like 1 or 2 mess ups that were pretty big, like that Chronosphere where they try to catch the OD outside of the base. Like if they kill the OD there, they can force a buyback or put them on their heels. Like maybe the game looks a little bit different.
Yeah, or if you kill him more concise, and maybe it frees up everybody else time to go and kill the other carry as well.
Yeah, you don't know what that fight looks like unless you can't go back in time and run it back.
Or maybe he doesn't get Chronosphere stolen. I don't know if he had time dilation available. Time dilate afterwards, then Razor doesn't get Chrono and he can actually get the solo kill. So there's like little mistakes like that that are pretty easy to point at and say like, well, he got away
They can
because
tidy those
this.
up.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can fix them up. In terms of the group as it stands right now, let's bring you right up to date because they all have played one game of their last 2-game series right now. And I can tell you that Quincy Crew have beaten Team Liquid in their first game. Gambit, obviously, we've just seen pick up the win against NIP. And TNC, shock horror, have gone on to 9-0 now in their last series. They're one up against Wind and Rain. So Liquid in a little bit of trouble in this group, which I think puts them on, what does that put them on? 3. It also puts Quincy Crew on 3 and Wind and Rain on 3. Ninjas in Pyjamas on 4 right now. Gambit on 5, TNC on 9. So Gambit, as it stands, would go through in second. And then we would have a 3-way tie.
Like, we could have some crazy eliminations here that we don't expect.
Indeed.
If Wind and Rain take 1, then they'd have 4 as well, and then they'd be in a position where they have the most valued win because they'd be the only team to take a game off TNC.
Well, because if Wind and Rain win 1 and then Quincy Crew win 1, then Liquid are out.
Yes, because they have less points.
Yes. Liquid need to win this last game to stand a chance of going through, which is it's quite shocking.
And they need Wind and Rain to lose to
they do, yes.
to TNC.
Yes, because then otherwise it would force the Neustadel thing to start. I'm not even going to go into it. It's a fun name that Knoxville loves. Anyway, we're headed to a break to do some maths brush-ups. And when we come back, we'll find out who's going through to the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and who's getting on a plane. We'll see you soon.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
Nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Welcome back to ESL One Hamburg, where we're going to drop you straight into the draft for our second game of the final series of the group stage. This one, for all the marbles, Gambit versus NIP for a place in the top 2 of Group B. Just a quick update for you on the other games as well. TNC are also in action. They're going for 10 out of 10 in their final game. They're currently 9-0. Meanwhile, Liquid find themselves in a lot of trouble. They have to win their last game to give themselves a chance of actually making it out of the group. We were even talking about the fact that they might even be able to make the top 2. That's no longer the case. They're now struggling to make it through into bracket play. Right, draft is well underway, gents. Back with Purge and Blitz alongside, gents. What do you make of that so far?
Well, they got the old Kunkka Marana. That's dirty.
It is.
Good
filthy.
luck, Nip. Oracle makes it a little bit easier because at least you could hypothetically block the magic damage they take. But yeah, I don't know. It's a scary one.
They were happy with the Gunnar Razor in the first game, so that's come back.
I thought it was good, yeah.
I think part of the reason you take that, though, is because it's nice. It's probably one of the best counters to the Kunkka in lane outside of like the OD.
Okay.
But you're not going to just like straight up OD here, right? That's a terrible idea.
Not that early, you mean?
So picking Razor, I think, keeps things flexible. You can put it in the safe lane if Gambit decide to swerve this and move it to the off lane, because those are the two options, right? You're not going to have a carry Kunkka. You're either going to have him off lane or mid lane.
Not going to use him as a support?
I just don't think the hero does enough as a support anymore, especially when you have Mirana.
We've seen it, but it's not been great, is it?
Yeah, I think back then it was better, but nowadays, like, the hero just like as an attack damage hero is just a lot better. Like, and he needs items to feel really useful. There's no like support item build that you feel really good about going on Kunkka that you wouldn't feel better about going on as a core Kunkka.
Yeah. They grabbed Centaur pretty early here.
I think that was a response to how the last game's draft went. Just like banning out Universe's heroes, they want to make sure that he gets something he might be a little bit more comfortable on. And this is also a way to deal with the gyrocopter in case they think Gambit still plans on picking that.
Yeah, it's still in the pool. Could happen. Yeah, because I thought the Legion was good, but it wasn't incredible. Like, he dispelled some stuns and things and had some good duels, but if you don't have, like, if you don't kind of run away with the game a bit with duels, then the hero starts feeling really mediocre.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of ABBA bans, and we haven't seen it played very often, but when we have seen it played, it seemed kind of underwhelming so far.
Hey, it won last game. It's not that underwhelming, actually. It's just because, like, heals are pretty busted in Dota because they're kind of a rare-ish mechanic. There aren't a lot of heroes that can, like, overwhelmingly heal. And it makes team fights a lot harder, basically, if you're in the right position. And he's, unlike most healers, he's a healer that you don't really want to focus ever either. So he's kind of safe. And he just buys a lot of like support, core, defensive items. Can be really nice.
I'm talking rubbish, of course, because actually earlier on when we saw the Abra, it was actually a support.
Yeah, that's
true. Which didn't look good.
Yeah.
Had a rough time.
But that was, are you talking about the one when he was against the Bristle? Yeah, that was kind of like
it's going to be always hard.
That's a really bad matchup.
Yeah.
So, just abnormal. And then there's also VP who hasn't been playing super amazing.
Yeah, it's true.
Undying the next pick for Gambit. Give them some good lane domination stuff.
And up you go back for the laner.
Yep, it worked pretty well last game. The only thing that like really was effective against the Lincoln Sphere a couple times. Having Rubik be able to steal his ultimate was quite annoying too.
This is a very typical kind of PPD draft, isn't it? Go back for what we liked in the first game because that was fine, and then modify it slightly and add in the things and cover up the patches of things that we thought didn't work.
That's very true. He's confident enough as a drafter to know, like, to be able to identify what the issues were, why it affected them, and then stick with the things that work, which is definitely the nicest skills to have when you play like big best of threes or best of fives in big tournaments.
I mean, Will, you were talking about earlier, weren't you, in game one? It's such a hard thing to, we think we know what went wrong, but very often we get it wrong. And Peter's one of the few that gets it right more often than not.
Yes, but that also makes game one a little bit weird to be objective about, because I'm sure he looked at the draft and was like, we probably won this draft, or we should have come out ahead in this game.
And then didn't execute right?
Yeah, I think as a drafter, in fact, you sometimes will prefer getting outdrafted, because that's a very basic thing to be able to fix, in the sense that like you can put it on yourself and say like, okay, my team played well, but I got outdrafted. Where did we go wrong in the draft? Like that's a little bit easier to analyze, whereas like these micro and macro level plays, they come from just playing more. It's really hard in the middle of a tournament to change like the way that your team plays itself. Like what you're going to tell them like mistakes that they already knew, but that doesn't really solve the entire equation anyways. Because like you said, you don't just watch the replay in the 10 minutes that you have off. Like you need more time to dissect and like look at what went wrong, how the laning phase went. You have to go like bit by bit. It usually takes like a good replay session, takes like half an hour to like look through to find like the spots where you can improve as a team.
Or you could hire a weatherman that does it during the game and has all the clips ready.
Wow, who do we know that could do that, Will?
I don't know.
Who do we know? I've got it's on the tip of my tongue.
It's me, Red Eye.
Is it?
Yes.
It is. Of course it is.
It's always
jokes, Kevin. Jokes. You know I love your weatherman segments. I could definitely marry them if they were.
You don't have to wait long. Only 16 hours. And then you get to see one.
Amazing. Can't wait. Yes, it is. Hamburg 2019. For the third year. ESL 1 Dota. In the Barclaycard Arena from tomorrow, with the bracket stages, of course. We will have the first semi-final of which this evening. And we have an SF. I've seen a couple of these already this tournament. Haven't looked particularly strong.
Gunnar actually is the person that I've seen play it the most.
Have you? Do you think that, well, he's not going to play it here, but because he's on the wrong team.
I think it's not bad against the Razor mid. High damage. They don't have the best ways to get on top of him aside from the Centaur, but maybe they can do a good job against him in the laning phase. And as predicted, they definitely don't want to put the Kunkka against the Razor mid.
Yeah.
So I think they're trying to avoid that.
I personally I think SF has like good early mid games, but I don't trust him as a hero late game. But considering that his other core matchup is a Razor, and even if he saps your damage, it doesn't matter because you do a lot of magic as well.
Yeah.
I think because of that matchup being good, I actually like it as a pick. And it also helps that the offlane is a Centaur as well.
Ooh, a bad rider.
So they got like no carry potential. Is this, it's got to be mid Lina now, right?
Yep.
Mid Lina, safe Razor.
Yeah. And Lina does quite well against SF to a certain point. But you do have to abuse him and try to get some kills early on. We'll see what happens, though.
Interesting. Is that a 10th pick winning pick, though, Kevin?
I mean, it's kind of weird, right? If that's the support, then it's not the most typical support. It can work, but
they
it does
could do
match
bad
up.
mid.
They could. But then where their only carry potentials are Razor?
You go
Razor,
bat
Centaur,
mid,
bat?
Razor safe to beat the Kunkka, and then you send the Centaur bottom to beat the Gyro, and then all of a sudden you've got 3 winning lanes.
If that can work, yes, they're going to win. If that doesn't work, they're going to get crushed if that's their rules. Am I wrong? They're not going to have carry potential.
Yeah, I think you're right in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much, Purge. Thank you to Blitz. We are done as far as the draft is concerned, so let's head upstairs back to our commentary team for the final game of the group stage.
Yeah, let's reveal the whole suspenseful kind of thing. It's a mid laner. It will be a support Bat Rider, so maybe a little bit more stable with that kind of rollout, less all in. But how do you feel the lanes work here for NIP with what they've got?
I like it. I think it's better this way. I was going to be really disappointed if Gunnar once again is on this mid-Razor, especially if you're going to first pick it. Does not feel good. And Lina against SF, always been the Lina favored, although SF can turn it around if you get off to a good start of the opening waves. I assume we'll at least have more activity, as both teams have one of my favorites.
I think that's definitely possible after game one.
Yeah, we've got stuns. That's what's key. Stuns, disables, the ability to do things. I do believe we will see a more appealing game of Dota play out in front of us.
Things are good.
Stuff and things.
Stuff, not so much. Things.
Yeah,
things are good.
It's a pretty good bat game, too. There's no cancel for it, although I will say it is not... I've never liked bat much against Undying. It's really difficult to ever find an opportunity to blink into a fight if the tomb's already down. And
is that when you actually don't build the Bat Rider for blink? Do you actually build him with like drums? Because he is in that full role.
I like the bots drums style here. The one thing that is nice though is that you'll have a big advantage in the laning phase in theory. Bat Centaur up against a Gyro Undying. If you get too many stacks on you, even as this really tanky Undying, you still might just go down to a level 2 bat.
Can you actually afford like these items like you're a 4th position Bat Rider. Obviously, there's a lot of money still potentially able to come into it. But like, do you have to change up your item build for what you normally run as a 3? Like, if you're going like BTs and Blink Dagger, do you get too late with your timing as a full bat?
Ion, arrow, juke.
Yep, straight through everybody. Light Striker Ray, that's a nice double one. That's a lot of stolen damage. They can just kill Vampire now. He goes for the trees, miss uphill. Gunnar won't be able to find him. The PBD traps him from the other side, and Gunnar actually takes the kill from down the low ground.
Yeah.
Fairly certain they were leaving that for Skidder. But,
the tips coming out too to try and tilt him. Well done. That's big for Gunnar because
then Skidder even does the good luck as well.
I like that because you want your Lina to have an edge on the Shadow Fiend, who went nuke first, by the way. And we'll see how this plays out. Bottom, it's going to be a 2-on-2 Kunkka Marana. Solid lane, but up against the Razor, not ideal.
Oh, this doesn't seem like fun. It's just too easy to get that initial control.
And all of a sudden, you've got total lane dominance. That's going to be 3 denies for the Razor, no problem.
And Bat Rider's really keeping those stacks up. Really feels like as far as the laning phase goes, like everyone's kind of got their dual combinations that can work really nicely, but Shashlo is just getting a little harassed out of this bottom lane. Like I'd favor NIP at the moment. At least Shashlo is able to steal the creep wave to come with him.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that people have learned to do. If you're ever countered in lane by the opposing core, that means it's time to pull the creeps, because obviously you're going to force that core to stay under tower and farm there. Even if Kunkka were to die here, I think you'd live with it, but no, he'll be just fine, and he'll be able to farm this wave, no problem. Missed the CS, though.
And so weird to watch a Centaur walking around with 420 HP. It's been dropped down to by FNG. Is continuously just decaying the Centaur. But Dream's got no real harassment yet. He's actually holding his second skill point for the moment to see what they need. I think it's about time that FNG also is able to buy a stick.
Yeah, it's the first thing you want to do, right? I'm surprised they didn't try and give him a CS so they could have been able to pick it up. Level 2 now on Biver. You got to be really careful, FNG. If you tank one more stack, you're in some deep trouble, but he wisely heads all the way up to top left, so he should survive no problem.
Mm-hmm. This is when you get itchy if you're JJ and Obs in this game. A lot of burst damage can arrive very quickly towards the mid lane, especially as those Razors start getting up in levels. And Lina just has this nice harassment damage with the 1-1-1 build. Fiery Souls, just this harass, harass, harass. Let me just spam again, harass, harass, harass.
He's doing a really nice job pressing onto GPK, who's got the salve, so he should be just fine indeed. There it is.
Oh. Biva doesn't have enough mana. He's sticky napalming up, but he doesn't have enough for a Firefly as well.
Yeah, I'm very shocked he went for a boots first build on a 4 position. I'd get it if he was trying to pull creep waves more often, but yeah, as you said, like no mana regen, no mangoes, no nothing. So, you know, they look at him and they're like, well, you can napalm us a couple more times, but we know you don't have the mana here to actually mess with us.
Yeah, even if you get stick charges from the decay of FNG, it doesn't feel like it's still going to be enough. FNG can't spam decay that much. Nowhere near as much as a 20 mana cost napalm.
Yeah, so far, only lane going well for Gambit is up top mid. Definitely in Lena's favor. Gunnar doing a really good job, but of course it does
FNG.
help out at first.
Now he's got it. The mango just arrived on the courier, and the Firefly is up, and FNG is almost down. The damage from Dream. Well, at least he'll get a rebuttal into Biva.
Oh, you take those, yeah. Trade supports, sure, but in this lane, now that you're going to have map lane control as well, Gambit's very pleased.
Biva gets to come back with full mana, however, and 10 stick charges. He didn't burn them. Same can be said about FNG 7, though.
Rune's about to spawn. NIP trying to do their best to control them. Bottom will it be, but Nip... Yeah, Peter's forced to take it.
Vampire wants to fight instead. He's looking towards that arrow from behind.
Oh.
And he hits it too. Lena must not have been looking up near the tower. Instead, it just allows GPK to get raise.
And he's right back into the game on that Shadow Fiend. He'll have plenty of time. He's got full souls now. Unfortunately, he didn't get the kill, but he'll be cool with that. It's a strange glyph. Who was that? What was that used for?
I think it was for top to stop the flat cannon from pushing the wave back, I think. Because now the wave just pushes underneath the tower for GPK.
Not just that, but like there's a catapult spawning in 15 seconds. Now you don't have any protection.
FNG just trying to harass Biva down. With the homing missile, they can at least keep Batrider under control for a bit. I like how they're torrent stacking too, Gambit.
Yep.
Shashlo just comes over and gets himself a triple stack on the Ancients. That leap comes a little too late. The bounty runes, all 4 actually go the way of NIP. This feels very similar to game 1 where all 4 of the 5-minute runes went the way of NIP. Now PPD's on the run, the arrow will be able to connect, the Torrent plus Tidebringer will give them more than enough damage.
Yeah, Peter's still level 1, but Skeeter is level 5, and he is dominating bottom lane. You can see part of why they love this Razor is just the lane dominance. You've got your off lane from Gambit just farming jungle together. Not the ideal location, unfortunately. As Skeeter continues to just free farm, already level 6 now, and there's a big catapult wave en route. He's got, what is that, 3 archers still surviving.
Peter actually moved up towards the top lane. They're trying to help set up, but Piva just gets destroyed. Had the homing missile already coming his way, but with flat cannon and the level 2 rocket barrage, Biva just pops. And PPD's rotation after TPing up here ends up being him, what, triple stacking a camp? Yeah. That's the objective he achieved.
What is Shaklo doing here, man? He's like pulling Ancients. He's trying to do, I don't know, but there's a huge wave bottom. He's got to get over here, and if Skeeter's smart about this, he should be able to zone him off tower completely. And just run at him. Don't let him farm this. Very odd. I'm not quite sure what he's afraid of. The Gyro is level 4. The SF, I guess, might have been off map, but like his tower is going to take a ton of pressure. Even so, ooh, SSKB's that one. Would have probably been another kill.
I'm also a little interested in like this triple stack on the side. Like it's good to get Biva up, like if they can do it, but it's being used by Gambit instead to deny up their wave. And Undying can just watch very closely. Just decay him up, start removing the life. Oracle again returning to this top lane, but there's a dire observer ward actually watching PPD stack. So Gambit know that Oracle's not nearby. There's only one sticky napalm on the Undying, and now Dream will come in, and with Flat Cannon, he's going to clean up the rest of the wave.
Shaklo had a DD. I thought for a second, there's a 5 Ancient stack. I thought he might even look to try and do it, but if he were level 7, he'd probably go for it, but just not enough damage yet.
If he had like FNG there to help with like a Tombstone or something along those lines, then maybe.
Maybe he goes for it anyway. I don't know.
He's coming back.
He's just going to farm.
It's like, can I swing? I'll take the Mud Golems instead.
Oh,
Oh, so much damage with Laguna, but GPK just tanks through it all. And actually got a little bit more of his life back from PPD, Undying. FNG, Biver able to get on top of him. Not a lot Dream can really do to dissuade them. And now GPK just gets PP. What is happening in these lanes?
I have no clue, man.
It's like we're willingly going to find into the tier 1 towers. Like this game, I believe, still means something. We're trying to get the confirmation as well, like what happens in the tiebreaker.
And we got an Invis SF now hunting forwards. He will be able to find Gunnar. There's no detection in the vicinity. Will he stick around long enough? There he is. Does not turn around, though. Looks like he'll actually head towards bottom. They want to find a kill on Skeeter, which is quite easy when you consider there is an X-boat available for Kunkka, but wisely, Skeeter gets out of dodge, knowing that there's no Shadow Fiend on map. Trying to make a play now for the Undying. Yeah, by FNG.
Yep. FNG will be the sacrificial lamb. 4 of the kills of NIP. 3 of them have been on FNG. And Gyrocopter quickly to bottom lane. TP's out, doesn't want anything to do with it. And I see an Invis Shadow Fiend ready to come up. Raise 1, raise 2, and the long one too far away, but Vampire jumps in, has to leap once again to go underneath the tower, but with a Kuna Blade, he actually gets the kill. Even Stampede was there to help him out.
Turns it around. Cold-blooded ex-Vampire. Even gets a little taunt. Not bad. Slight lead for NIP, and they need this W. To your point, I'm fairly certain that head-to-head would be your primary tiebreaker, but if NIP were to win this, they'd be tied in points with Gambit.
It would be their head-to-head would be 1-1. So the only thing I've heard so far, and I'm sure Paul will break it all down for you at the end of this. That's why we pay him, right?
Liquid dropped that first game to Quincy Crew. So, and Wind and Rain also lost to TNC. So if NIP can win this game, I do believe we would have a tiebreaker scenario because both Gambit and NIP would have 5 points and a 1-to-1 head-to-head. So unless there's maybe it's like Newtstadt's score that would be the deciding tiebreaker.
It is. It's something along those lines. But now, as I said, like Paul will run us through all of this one. But the easiest way for Gambit is just to win this game, and then they're guaranteed that upper bracket position. If not, we go to the judges.
It's Razor, man. Level 10, 10 minutes, and he gets so much XP.
He fortified prematurely, and now a 5-second arrow from Murata.
That was on purpose. He wanted to ensure his catapult stayed alive. Don't you doubt Gun Daddy.
The catapult's about to die and does not reach the range of the tier 1 tower. But at least Skinner has removed that top tier 1. Dream's taking care of the bottom, but Biver will be here to try and get some level of defense, but he doesn't want to go that close to the Gyrocopter. And this is just Universe finding the farm by going in so deep. Another long-range arrow.
To block the catapult.
To keep the catapult alive.
It's 50 damage a hit, man. Bottom. They got the X. He did.
And they actually used the whole combination from the Kunkka. And sure, there is no rebuttal, and this will be... Well, the catapult dead are harder to kill tier 1 tower. Oh, middle lane, Yule Scepter, Gunnar sends him up. Light Strike Array will connect, and with a Stampede forward, Universe will get there in time for the Hoof Stomp, meaning those one charges of the SF are not enough to keep him alive.
That's a great usage of the first Yules. Make a rotation around Gunnar. You can't find that kill on Shadow Fiend alone. And he has, he's now substantially ahead of GPK, who's also going for the Yules build. Risky in this scenario. There's so many stuns on NIP, not to mention Oracle could purge that off with a well-timed Q.
Need some mana there for Vampire. Oracle, yeah, you can try and regenerate yourself up. It will work. Now Gunnar, here we go for a Yule Scepter once again with a Light Strike Array. You thought you can kill my captain? Think again.
Luckily, Vampire spent his gold. No, he didn't spend his gold actually before
he's
dying.
sitting at 1200.
He's playing very aggressively. Not sure what the idea is, and looks like they did clear that bottom ancient stack for the gyro. It's still at 2, but it was bigger just before. And now he's going to be going straight for the BKB on Gambit's gyro. So they're looking to hit a timing. But I'm not sure if you're ever really able to fight into NIP there. He's got so much lockdown. Although they don't really have anything to pierce that BKB with the exception, of course, of the Link and the Lasso, which I guess is enough. Unfortunately, both kind of new to the gyro, so not sure if that's the choice you should be going for instead of, say, a Rushed Ags or Maelstrom, but we'll see how it plays out.
They're trying to go after Gunnar. And there's so much support next to him. Stampede's off cooldown in 20 seconds time, and Oracle has False Promise available. So whoever you go on is never guaranteed, and Peter using his already established sentry ward just to clean up Gambit's wards.
Yeah, checking out the map. Similar to the previous game, both sides just mirroring. Of course, Gambit this time have lost their mid tower early on, which makes it a lot easier for Nip to play this advantageous high ground around the top shrine.
I do like this from Gunnar, where he drags the creep wave. He doesn't want to go into the mid lane, so he uses the slave to drag the creep wave up to where they are. It's already pretty well established they're here. Now the Light Striker, Ray Shashlo, he just walks up the hill into them with the Stampede. They stand right on top, and goodbye, Kunkka. Support does not arrive. GPK also missing that first raise. And there's more to come. FNG on the run. Your Scepter is on cooldown for Gunnar. Oh my god, he keeps hitting all of these Light Strike arrays, and just Gambit are willingly running in. It's like they just want to get to the main event already, win this bracket or not.
You don't walk up the high ground with no vision, Toby.
Especially after the Lina dragged the creep wave up there and revealed position.
They're there. You've got vision behind the mid tower and in the Radiant jungle. There's no one home.
It's just that weird moment where you're talking about how it's telegraphed that NIP is sitting up on this hill and they want Gambit. Yep. Oh, let's walk up. Like if he wasn't the Abaddon, then it would make sense.
Kunkka TP stop. Gonna look to defend. Has that Hooded Defiance up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Very effective on a pipe next item. Try and ensure they can help survive the Lina combo.
Moonlight Shadow, but the Illusions are attacking Undying as he walks underneath the sentry ward. Everybody is coming over from Gambit, but there's no one in range for them to initiate on. In fact, there's only even 4 heroes. It's a 5v4 up on top. Undying will drop an Observer ward. But there's a Blink Dagger on the Centaur. They can see it under the obs.
They're not going to go in here. There's too many dire heroes standing on top of the rune, and they're going to get both bottoms uncontested anyway. I got to say, I really like Gunnar's decision here to buy the bots early on. You have a Blink on Centaur. Bat is also rushing a Blink. This means that he can just farm to his heart's content, but at any moment, if one of his helpful support type heroes gets an initiation off, he's able to TP in, find that kill easily. It's a really nice item choice when you've got that solo pick-off potential with multiple heroes already on your team.
The arrow is finally able to connect on a catapult. Hero is not standing in the way this time.
Skeeter just farming. He's going to go for the BKB next item. Once again, Nip playing around that timing.
They can see the obs. Your Scepter from Gunnar. He knows. Oh, some Universe jumps in, but Dream is there. But the Light Strike Array catching out on 2, even without the Ether Lens, but with the X-Mark Torrent combination, the arrow, he actually went from one side of the arrow to the other. Lasso will pull back in the Gyrocopter. The Torrent's still going to be absolutely perfect. Skid is in the middle of this fight. Another great Hoofstomp from Universe, just keeping Gambit under control so NIP can back up away from the Requiem and get into relative safety as they mop up the Tombstone. I want to see that one again in slow motion. The X-Mark jumped him from one side of the arrow to the other, dodging the stun.
I thought Gunnar made a mistake there. He stopped to hit the rocket, which meant he was then stunned and able to be killed.
Here we go.
Somehow they whiff. A nice initiation there from Yudi to immediately turn back. Good double stun from Gunnar, but watch, he hits that. Now he's in a really rough position, so he catches the X. And what? Did it pull him behind the arrow?
Yeah, it did. The X actually just, it's an instant TP, so it's not like he actually gets dragged back.
That's some Nightcrawler type style right there. Unintentionally executed, of course, but Gunnar, as you said, barely surviving, although Peter was there with ultimate ready.
You say unintentionally executed, Kunkka's like, no, I can't put this down now. My combination timing works the other way. Biva begins his TP out. If he can see him in time, X-Mark, yep, get over here. Combo's gonna hit. And with the raises from GPK, they have the damage output to get through that Bat Rider.
But he only loses 6 gold. Why? Because he just finished that Blink Dagger. It'll be ready to go as soon as he respawns. No problem for him as continuously Skeeter just pushing out this top lane, trying to finish his BKB while also applying damage on that tier 2. Gamma, same build for GPK. Brown boots into Yul's BKB is the goal, but he is not doing so hot. One of the downsides of the Shadow Fiend, and why we don't see him as much anymore, is after all those nerfs to the mana cost on Raze, to the amount of gold bounty you got from jungle camps, you're just not able to catch up the same way you were in past patches.
Yeah. Unlike the Lina, who's like, well, I actually get physical damage as well. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not reliant on my magical. And you've got this quick pop kill potential. Razor is actually at the tier 3 tower on top lane. Skitter is here and no one is defending. Meanwhile, smoke up of NIP. Through the tier 1 tower.
They got these illusion runes to scouts. They're gonna find heroes in a moment. Mirana trying to break the
moonlight. He sees him from behind. Oracle smoke broke. Dream's already TPing out. FNG goes to tree lines. He can also TP your universe. He almost made that.
Now they're going to double TP towards mid. Will they find him? Yes, they do. Really well done there, Gunner. This is the stun.
Little too early, but they have more Yule Scepters where that came from, but no more leaps. Vampire will die in the trees.
An intentional stun miss to force the leaps out of Mirana. Good job there to ensure he'll only have one left when he respawns.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, still tight game though. 11-7, 3K gold lead for NIP. But once again, they have the tools to hunt. Previous game, they had a team fight edge. This time, just more ability to slay. Double blinks.
Undying, able to get his ulti off. He's trying to get the tombstone over on the hillside, so they can't really fight it, and now it will come down while Skitter being caught underneath the ship. The Stampede is out, got stunned up. False promise from PPD, breaking Skitter free. PPD will lose his life for this, however, and the heal into Skitter, it doesn't look like it should really be enough. It's barely enough for him to survive. Gonna creating space, but X marks the spot, drags Skitter straight back into this fight. They've got the ability to hunt, but do they have the ability to 5v5, especially considering SF
Toby
wasn't there?
Yes, they do, Toby. But once again, in the exact same location, my man Skeeter, he uses himself in the middle of that fight. They're not able to finish the kill, and then they just set up with a torrent boat on top of him. We could run that back if we've got the clip, but what?
It's been interesting. It's been very interesting. Void now here. It's like, okay, yep.
We need to stop fighting around that top area of the map. Didn't they even have vision there? What?
They had no vision on the hillside. And once the tombstone came in, like it was Undying who walked up, and that was how Gambit got vision.
Yeah.
I guess props from FNG, walks up, gets the flesh golem off before NIP actually do the initial point of damage or control to him. And then he just walks towards the hill, drops tombstone, and says, I've now done my duty. We found the target, and it really felt like Razor was a little bit more isolated too. Like the rest of the team was moving a little bit further south to start the movement, and Skitter was just a little bit behind. Either way, Gambit opened up the opportunity. That advantage starts to really goes the way of Gambit. It's the first time in the entire game they have the net worth lead. As we get ourselves cute little cat ears to show it off.
It's good for Gambit. They're once again the squad with the superior late game. NIP traditionally, since Peter joined the squad, doesn't run those hard carries as often, at least since Pycat was off the squad, more favoring these lineups with like 3-2s, right? But this is a Razor Lina carry versus SF Gyro. This does not end very well for NIP if they allow this game time to hit 30, 35 minutes plus.
Probably the reason too why they're looking to force it. Always get Biver to the front line and attack, but he can get there with the Blink Dagger. He just can't survive that long once he gets in. That's why that force stuff he's got in his quick buy is so essential to get up and running. So then they can play in their position away from the gyrocopter's damage, away from the combinations. All right, Gambit are running in. They saw Razor with the plasma field, and Skitter wisely TPs away to safety. That'll be a tier 1 for tier 1 tower trade-off. Gunner's pushing the bottom lane out. And he's still in full hunt mode. Like Shadowblade BT's Yule Scepter. He can just start solo killing some of the heroes on the field. Maybe not the Kunkka. And probably not the BKB SF.
No. Probably not indeed.
When I say some, I mean a limited pool of Gambit heroes. It's time to reduce that number.
Yeah, the thing about these Blink Daggers is something we've discussed in the past, but they don't help you farm. They help you find kills. If you're unable to do that as NIP, the raw stat items on Gambit will start to pull them ahead of you. You consider you now have a Force Staff on Shacklow. Like that decision. You're playing against a Razor and a Bat and a Centaur. Always a nice pickup just for that added utility. You've got a BKB, though, finished on Skeeter, but the Invis is coming. Gambit on the hunt.
Moonlight Shadow from one. Smoke wearing off on the Centaur from the other, as well as the Razor. But they don't find anyone they're looking for. The Observe Ward gets placed by FNG just on the mouth of the pit. Very difficult to D-ward. And not something you'd normally move for. They did scan up NIP. Didn't actually see if that actually pinged when the ward was being planted, but either way, attention has moved from both of these teams towards Roshan.
Man. This is back to the status quo, yeah? Let's camp our sides of the river. Neither side with that definitive advantage, and thus neither one really trying to take any risks just yet. Maybe with Bounty Rune spawn about 1:20, we'll see somebody get frisky.
Either that or Gambit would just say, we'll take the bottom lane.
Yep.
Gunnar continues to push this out. Like, he's working his way to his BKB. Not to mention level progression has been really good for him. #1 in the net worth. He and Razor hold the pole position at level 17 each. But it feels like the supports as well from NIP are just having a harder time. Like PPD, level 12 down the very, very bottom. Mirana hits an arrow and triggers Moonlight Shadow. She's already useful. Just more effective net worth, but it's for Peter's range. Like if he can get in range for False Promise, then he does his job.
You got a DD bottled on Dream. He's probably saving that for the Bounty Rune engagement. He has a BKB. Pipe now finished on Universe, but with both enemy cores having BKB, this is a very tough engagement for Nip.
Both teams having Pipe, False Staffs galore. It's great. It's great. Maneuverability. The fight will be great once it happens. Just need to get to that point.
Yeah, the thing is, the name of the game right now, Gambit just has to kill the Lina. Once you do that, the damage for Nip disappears. And they certainly have the tools to do so. A ton of physical damage offered by their cores, even through that BKB, which he is just now about to go back to base to complete. Level 18, so he's got that level 3. Laguna 940.30 damage dealt if he's able to burst somebody off. 2 for 2 rune exchange once again, assuming somebody from Dyer's got the confidence to check that bottom side, but does not appear they want to cross the river.
They still got the ones up on top. In fact, they just haven't grabbed.
That's a bug.
That's a bug. Yeah, it is. It's like, why is it not? Why it's on the map, but it's not?
I don't know.
It's on the mini map, but it's not on the map.
No comment.
Hey, we're working on it.
Yeah, also a quick update, but I do believe Liquid has just been 2-0'd by Quincy Crew, which means they are now eliminated from the tournament.
Spoiler alert, but hi, yeah, 3 points is where they'll sit then. So with that happening, Quincy Crew actually kind of levels things up with 4 points with Wind and Rain.
It also means that this game takes on even more meaning as NIP currently sit at 4 points. They're currently tied with 2 other teams for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the group, so one of them is going to be eliminated. I imagine that'll come down to some kind of weird tiebreaker settings that I am not qualified to discuss. So let's just focus on this game. It's not over yet.
You've kind of moved on from like, hey, we're just battling for the winner's bracket position to we're actually battling to stay in the competition.
Quite possibly.
Well, danger zone. Gambit. Into Roshan they go. 4 heroes smirked up. SF is not included in this. They still have that observe ward at the mouth of the pit. And NIP, we saw this maneuver before. They put a ward up on the hillside and try to take some fights, but now they're like, wait, guys, something's not right. Batrider, get over there. Firefly up, get us some extra information. Blink Dagger is available. Roshan already down at 4k HP. Batrider gets the information. FNG. Tombstone's already been dropped in. Universe, great Hopstomp. Focusing onto the Mirana. She leaps once and twice and is away. Batrider is the first one to die as Razor's BKB. It's a long duration, so he can survive for a while, but it's the same thing for Gambit. Buyback comes in from the Batrider. Without his Firefly, though, he can't really get quickly into this fight. The Torrent's trying to create space. Lina, X-Mark, should we pull back in again too? Roshan is still not dead yet, and with the Hopstomp, they try and create space. Leap up from Vampire. He's barely like 4-star. He'll get back down again. NIP, it feels like they've just been chasing Cat, but they don't get anything. In fact, now it's Gambit who are on top of Oracos to False Promise himself near the tier 1 tower. I think Dream still has ideas of his own to go over towards the shrine and battle, but it's done. In fact, Vampire will finally get killed off as he didn't get down the hill in time.
Oh man, it's just not a fight you can take, Toby. The tombstone is down. This is the problem playing Batrider with no hero that can acquire vision. You need the Razor to get in there first so that you're able to blink in from the side, pick somebody off, but Gambit have double BKB. You get into the pit, sure, they're just gonna pop them, use all their spells. Oracle, Centaur, Bat, they want no part of this engagement. And once the BKB on Lina fades, he's gotta play incredibly conservative. As you could see, it's just too much team fight on the side of Gambit. Really well done there to just force that engagement around the pit, get the objective, and secure an advantage in the game. They are rocking and rolling now.
They really are. 4,000 advantage. Keep it going. Maybe someone will discover that bounty rune on bottom and you can push the advantage a little bit further. It's still sitting there 28 minutes in. It's only been alive for 3 minutes. But Gambit are drawing a line. That's coming in from FNG. Push the bottom lane. There is no tier 2 tower down there, so if they have a purpose with this Aegis the Immortal, it could have been to clean up the other tier 2 towers, but as we were mentioning in game 1, tier 3 towers are the biggest currency. Get rid of that shrine and really restrict the map for NIP. The homing missile is chasing Gunner. He's got movement speed, he's got a Yule Scepter, he doesn't have a tier 2 tower. He doesn't have teammates near him either, but that'll be fine. GPK's like, oh yeah, bounty rune, I'll take that.
Maelstrom picked up on the gyro. He's starting to get really strong, Tobes. Nice X on Shacklow, abusing the factor of that TP back in, then return. Any map mobility is quite nice just to improve your team's efficiency. Means that he's now full mana with that new item and then looking to stay aggressive with that Aegis. They can leave him bottom and perhaps look to sweep around the map. Mid tower still available for Gambit to take. It hasn't even taken much damage yet at this point. Yeah, that will be the objective they search for.
And they got extra defense now too. Not just a BKB, you got a Lincoln Sphere on the Shadow Fiend that's arrived. It's gonna make it almost impossible for Biver to get any level of initiation onto GPK. And in fact, he's even just putting it on the Gyrocopter. Like if that's the way you're gonna play this, Gyro will be your front liner. Razor has given some decent momentum up to the top lane, Biver. He can keep that going if he needs to. Same thing for Universe. On the bottom lane, NIP just keeping the longest poles pushing.
So far, you know, what I feel like is really missing from this NIP lineup, like nobody seems to want to take risks ever, Toby. It's been 2 straight games. Like, there's 5 heroes mid hitting your tower. You can see the Razor, he's just hiding up top, but all game, I feel like there's opportunities. They could have, we haven't seen a single move with this Lina bots. You know, you can't bat one lane Centaur the other. A little split, all of a sudden, Gunner TP's in, that's a kill. Not happening.
But I also don't think Gambit's giving him the opportunity. Like it feels like NIP have the game plan. You push out the sides, we win this game on the side lanes.
But no, you don't, Toby. You don't have late game.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a plan. I'm not saying it's a good plan. I'm just saying it's a plan. PPD in a little bit of trouble. Gonna dodge the arrow and then just TP out, understanding there's no more stuns to stop him.
Dire are scanning.
But NIP are just playing the map control game at the moment.
I suppose I feel like they once again had this maneuver that once again was not going according to plan up in that top area by the hillside around the Dire tier 3. And once that move has failed, it just feels like they've deflated. There's no more aggression, no more killer instinct. And I understand at this point you're up against the ropes. There is an Aegis on Gyro, soon to have a Mjolnir. You've got a Lincoln's now on GPK again. He's a big fan of that item. It's just a playmaker's choice, right? Helps your game. You're always able to stay on map. Gives you that outplay potential. Not surprised. If he's going to pick it up on an OD, why not the Shadow Fiend as well?
Batrider's dragging the creep wave in the mid. They can't push the tier 2 tower. The backdoor protection will kick in. Centaur's pushing the bottom, but this is still like it's brilliant in a way where Gambit want to have a fight.
Peter.
Oh by FNG, so much damage. PPD got hit by the arrow. Gunner's doing the best he can. FNG actually dropped to 100 HP until he soared his life back up again. A Yours and Light Strike array, still not enough. But while this is happening, the top lane's pushing in. The Centaur's still farming up. You get a kill onto PPD for sure, but the tier 2 tower doesn't die because there was no creep wave.
Okay, so this is my thing, Toby.
Okay, what's your thing?
You're a Razor. You have...
Oops, bye, Biver.
You have BKB TP. You saw them hitting your mid tower. Get into the base, hit the tower. Your support is dying under his own tier 3. There's absolutely nothing Gambit can do to stop a BKB teleport. Play with some aggression here. If you're gonna sit top and just shove this wave, you're not only hampering your own item progression because you're not farming jungle as this occurs. You're giving away all this time and space to Gambit's heroes to continue to grow their advantage. I'm all about cutting waves, but you gotta take a risk here and there. I don't believe an NIP hero has cleared a jungle camp in like 3 minutes. Gunner's gonna get some space to do so now, but even that is BKB now down to 8 seconds.
There's a blink in 1 second time. This can just be straight initiation from GPK. And even if it doesn't end in a kill, it can end in a BKB duration going down for Gunner. Gyrocopter's forcing the top. He's got his own 8-second BKB. There's a Lotus Orb also on the Kunkka, so more save. There's your Yule Scepter. FNG getting tapped up. Vampire gonna just 4-star him quickly. Stampede down 2. FNG quickly plants down the Tombstone because Gyrocopter, he's ready to fight, chasing down Gunner. Gunner has to BKB. He's trying to find the physical damage, but he can't see him. The Moonlight Shadow allowing Gambit the cover they require. Flat Cannon off cooldown in 2 seconds time, and then the damage to the Gyrocopter with big Biver looking for his own stuff, but Universe left to do it with the ship. It's gonna negate so much of this early damage that NIP want to have. Biver will finally get raised down. Gunner as well underneath this shrine. The SF can't do enough damage. The arrow flies forward. It won't connect over on Skidder. Instead now it's the Tyrant connecting on Skidder himself. Hopstop, Universe is trying to do some heavy lifting as his Centaur, creating space for both Skidder and Gunner to give Skidder a triple kill and to put Gambit on the retreat. Shashlo is on the run, but the Light Strike Array, it will be able to connect. He doesn't have a lot of mana to keep going with this. The Yule Scepter up. That was actually from Skidder to buy in some time, and now Shashlo up. TP cancelled. Gambit will lose heavy in this fight.
Just a bit too aggressive there. The BKB, you can see Gyro going so deep here. If he gets Gunner, it's all worth it, but he doesn't. Excellent Crimson Guard, the save from Peter. Now the reinitiation.
Oh my God, Universe.
SF gets the ultimate, but there's BKB heroes around. No real damage done. You get Biver, but who cares? That's a 4-position bat. Skeeter finishes off the Undying, and now active Shrine into the turnaround. This arrow misses, and all of a sudden, both cores standing still, double stunned. Laguna, they lose 2. That was a huge fight from NIP. That AC from Skeeter as well, putting in work. That 10 armor turnaround, very integral when you're playing against a SF and a Gyrocopter. And Nip, they fight back hard. They take a lead and all 4 bounties? Damn.
Yep. It's looking good. The AC you mentioned, the Crimson Guard, the pipe, so much negation from NIP, and they're working on the Aghanim Scepter for Universe. I want to give him like massive props as well. Like,
it was all him.
Like the double stuns, the space creation. It's almost like the snipers that we saw earlier today from Virtus Pro. Like you need to have these frontliners to let Linus, to let Razor go ham, and to create that space even for the initial retreat after Gambit, but they wouldn't have been able to do that without the farm from the side lanes, Kyle. with these critical items to actually give that, to give the armor, to give the shields. And maybe the question should have been actually swinging the other way too. It's like, okay, so NIP, like they're definitely not the instigators. They're waiting for Gambit to come to them. That exact type of scenario, that's what they were hoping for.
Their new timing is going to be level 25, especially with the build the Shadow Fiend went for. That 40% cooldown reduction, Hex queued up next. He'll then have a faster re-up on his Linken's BKB, Yule's the Hex, all of these items. Suddenly, he becomes that spell-casting extraordinaire we've seen many times from players such as
So is that
Miracles.
what they're just waiting for? They're waiting for the 25? They're waiting for these lower cooldowns? Like
After that fight.
Is there a better thing that they can do that's something they can improve on from that last fight?
Oh, you can't squander your BKB chasing Alina moving away at haste.
Okay, good thing you improve.
Your fight for Gambit is all about that boom team fight with the both the SF ulti. Unfortunately, that engagement, it was only used to kill the Bat Rider, and BKBs were utilized already. You've got to be careful looking to continue chasing when there's a Centaur, an Alina, and an Oracle on the other team. They're going to be able to turn things around. Even though Gunner at 400 health, it doesn't matter. He's got all his spells and plenty of mana. Now with a Daedalus and a DD bottled, he is a huge threat.
All right. Clean up the sentries, look to Roshan. He will respawn in 38 seconds. There's so much momentum on the bottom lane for the Radiant side. They're always pushing out the top. Of course, that's just easy money for Dream. trying to complete up that Satanic. He's actually got the Morbid Mask already flying out to him. Some extra sustain. So it's Gambit who need time now.
Still very much anybody's game, however. As we can see, these fights are coming down to a razor-thin margin. If there's no Shrine there, that could be a completely different engagement. It's also cool, it just seems to trade back and forth between which team actually finds these kills.
But as this game goes longer, you see that swing being a lot higher. Like you change it up by about, what's that? That's 12, 14,000 in the experience. Net worth's pretty high. Tombstone being dropped down by FNG. They're looking for a target. Centaur having to run this one off. Where's that X-Mark Torrent? They're going after the Centaur, but that's a Centaur. You don't want this. You want something better. Biver goes up, and here comes your call down, well away from everything. No one from NIP is looking to engage here.
You cannot chase up the high ground, Gambit. You already made that mistake once. Don't make it again. Be very cautious. Not just that, they have no gyro call down now. NIP looking to get aggressive again.
Why does Dream's actually starting on Roshan? He got bashed up, so he's a little late to get out of the pit. Universe obviously not having this information that we have, so he wasn't just going to jump and go.
Yeah, buyback up on every single hero in this game with the exception of Kunkka and Mirana. SF now spending his on an ultimate orb, so he won't have one, but it does not look like they're going to be approaching the pit anytime soon as is.
And they want to get some extra money into Universe. He's 500 short of his buyback if he finishes his Aghanim Scepter right now. He needs more surplus. Gunnar will come in, look at Roshan. Sentry Ward being planted. They have to get rid of that Dire Ops, however. As sees everybody coming in. Arrow flies forward. Skidder. Man, that almost looks like he knew. Dodging it out. X marks the spot. Hey, Biver, get over here. He's going to get crushed by the boat. Is there enough protection with the promise and maybe with a pushback? In a call down and flat cannon damage. Another jumper from the SF winding up the ultimate, but the BKB was already protecting the lead, but they had the physical damage. Gunner back underneath that shrine. I can't believe this thing is still here. Because they haven't taken the tier 3 towers. The false promise PPD will die. He has buyback available and back to Roshan. 4.3 KHP.
Yeah. Best defense in this game for Gambit's a good offense. You've got to get on top of Gunnar. Don't let him sit in the back and chunk you with that dataless damage. They do a great job forcing the Roshan engagement. Now they're going to try and get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Gunner's TP'd in. Whoa, he has no BKB. You got to be so careful.
Wow. Down to 50% Universe. There he is with the double hoof stomp, creating a little bit more space. Lasso from Batrider. He's caught Mirana in the back lines, but Dream starting with a flat cannon damage, splitting all across NIP, and Universe putting himself to the test. He's fat. That Mega One is Dream. If he can just die, the Soul Rip keeps Dream alive. And the arrow, it hatches Gunner in the tree lines. Skidder as well, caught by the torrent. The feet are getting wet. Gunner having a little bit more time. Bolt by PPD, getting that false promise off. Again, has to sacrifice himself for the greater good. The false promise will wear off. Gunner is still barely alive. The same cannot be said from Skidder. Sent up and towards the air. The Yulson protects him, and then four-staffed up. Dream is staying with him under the tier 3 towers. They continue the dive, and GPK, he's even going to BKB for this one. The Universe is done. Will not stop the SF from beating into that Centaur. Dream begins his own TP out underneath the tower, barely surviving. Man, calculated or big balls. Either way, Shashlo up in the air. He'll hit the deck into Gunner's stun, and he'll lose the life of the Kunkka.
But somebody, the runes. I can hear Bulldog in my ear right now. All 4 still on the map. Check out this replay. Gunner, man, what a play from PPD, because Gunner just walks into the arrow, tanks it, praying for help, and there's Peter coming through, making sure that his core, Lena's going to survive with like 200 HP on the outside, but because he lives for so long, it keeps Gambit in the engagement, and they end up losing, who was that, FNG and the Mirana, who both bought back. Skeeter with a timely Yule Scepter will be able to then save himself, because there's no follow-up stun. The boat whiffs. Nice pushback from Biver as well to keep Gyro away. They do lose him eventually, but Shacklo and the gem go down because it just took so damn long. Hang on, more action coming.
Yeah, they're chasing after Biver, if we're going to start calling him that now. SF blinks himself forward as the Scythe actually puts it over on Gunner. A quick stampede. This is Aghanim's upgraded, but it's still not enough to save Biver. Oof. They do drop the Tombstone, however. That's maybe feeling like NIP would come out. But without the tier 3 towers dropped, Gambit still can't remove these shrines on the map.
And that's going to be big. I mean, now there's no more Aegis as a part of this game.
Yeah, no
won't be
Aegis.
up for a while. 5 minutes on the first respawn.
No Aegis, no cheese. Both got burnt during the last engagement.
Yeah. Gunnar, yeah, he's huge right now. 25k net worth. Number one.
They caught the Lina. The arrow flies in. Hexed up. Gunnar is dead for 100 seconds. Space is being created.
He does have 6k in the bank, though, so plenty for a buyback plus an item. But that is, what, the third or fourth time our man is caught off guard? Godlike streak going down to the gyro. That is less than ideal as he now closes in on that butterfly, only 2k away. And we've discussed this. There's no MKBs purchased on the NIP side. So sure, that data list is a ton of DPS, but all of a sudden you're doing 35% less because there's going to be evasion up on that gyro carry. Level 25 now as well with 3 charges in the homing missile.
Just attack faster with plus 100. Do it, Skidder. I think he's also tossing up at the moment if he wants to finish up his Satanic, but he needs the buyback available. As here they come, Lena's buyback is up. Will she decide to use it? Field trying to create space as the Tombstone will stand with the tower. The lasso, they got him! They did not get the Lotus off in time, but Gyrocopter protected by the BKB, just TPing out under all of NIP. Away to safety.
They have no gem either. They lost it. Wait, someone have it? No, it's on Uni. They might find Shaklo once again.
Biva has dust. He's not using it. Shashlo is waiting in the tree lines. Here comes the arrow.
My God.
Almost hit on the Bat Rider. He'll get out. And so will Vampire. They all retreat.
That's the dream. And now the game is so simple for Gambit. They already want to target the Lina. Now he's got no buyback. He'd be dead for an eternity, effectively, if they're able to find him again.
Got no buyback, and BKB's on cooldown for 35 seconds.
And it's also now just a 5-second duration. You got to be, I mean, credit to Uni. He's 3-0-11. The man is playing out of his mind, doing everything that he can to keep his teammates alive. They seem so focused. He's like he's like a parent of a twin 4-year-olds. They do everything they can to harm themselves, and you've got to do your best to keep them out of danger.
Don't play with the diapers. Don't play with the diapers. They're full. Get away from that one. Away from the sharp knives. Arrows are fishing for information through the trees. It's sort of right. There's to pick the other side of the mid lane. Mass homing missiles get to fly forward. They're all being cleaned up because Lina and Razor just attack so fast. So that one time I was like, maybe homing missiles isn't the greatest thing, but it's probably better than global. Does anyone skill global call down?
Nah.
I don't think I've seen a game where I've seen a global call down being skilled.
Man, I also, I'll be honest, this Bat last pick, have you seen a lasso?
Yeah. In the last 3 fights, it wasn't bad.
Let me rephrase. A lasso that warranted a 22-pick Bat Rider, because thus far, really not much work being done. Although credit to FNG, he's almost always getting those tombstones down as his team engages. Makes it very difficult for Viber to properly position, especially with just a Blink Force Staff to his name. He really wants that BKB up ASAP.
I will always remember the argument for Bat Rider, which is the fact that he's mechanically just always going to be a great hero. Vision, maneuverability, able to pierce the immunity. It doesn't matter as long as you can grab your target. And he did grab the Gyrocopter. He instantly forces the Gyrocopter to TP away when that fight began. So he diffuses the situation. But I get what you're going for. You want to see him stop the situation.
And soon Gambit, they're closing in on those huge items. I mean, you've got the Butterfly now on Dream. He's not indestructible. You're going to have an E-Blade to peel physical damage away from his allies on GPK. And keep in mind, he's got that cooldown reduction and all these active abilities. SF now playing with a 40-second cooldown on BKB, a 13-second cooldown on Sheepstick, 7.5 on Lincoln's. Like, it is so much fun to play this hero now.
I think Lena's probably the funnest one to watch. Plus 175 attack range, having that Daedalus, just being the long-range sniper that she can be. And I think it's one of the biggest things for Gambit. Like, how do you break high ground unless you're able to get NIP to go down? Because the second you go up, you're going into a place where you shouldn't have vision.
That's true. And NIP, they know where they're strongest.
And here we go. Called out Vampire in the mid lane. The Observe Board gave him the extra information. Dead for 100 seconds. Roshan may respawn in 56 of this, but the pressure's being applied on bottom lane.
There's no buyback on the Mirana. They know this on Nip. They can look to perhaps make some maneuvers here, but it's just so difficult to try and break a base.
But they don't know when Roshan's going to spawn up, and Gambit can keep doing this where they also split push. Adding a little bit more pressure to the bottom lane may have been a little nicer, though. At least forcing one TP back from NIP, but the illusions of Lina are pushing in the top lane. The Dire scan up because they don't. Maybe they lost the Roshan timer. He's 20 seconds away from the potential spawn time. FNG. And they're actually coming out.
Don't walk up the high
ground. There's a hop stomp over here. They at least get the observer ward down. Lincoln Sphere protects FNG. Instantly the tombstone taken care of and a quick stampede away. And still Dream wants to try and take this fight, but has he got the life? He's still got the Titanic turning attention over towards Gunner. BKB duration. It'll last long enough to get away to safety, but Skidder still in the middle, just walking through. I don't know. He is in the wrong part of town. GPK's going to get the Requiem off, but it's only Centaur who's close by, trying to create more space. Tom will catch him out. False promise. Buying more time for Universe. Mirana's still not up. Oracle low on life. The Ghost at the bottom, a little bit more time. Now it's back over to Universe, but Skidder, the re-engage, the Lina, the cannon from range, doing the work. Gunner's so low in life, being chased down by the zombie. The E-Blade pops, so at least he can't attack. X-Mux spot pulls Skidder back in once again. PPD's giving all the life he possibly can, being totally ignored by Gambit, so Laguna can finally connect onto Dream, killing him off, and now the chase happens towards Conquer. Everybody go invis. The sentry ward's planted. He's right on the edge of detection. Will hit the deck, turns for one attack. Vampire's there. The buyback's coming thick and fast for Gambit. X-Mark, Torrent, arrow flies through. Hits absolutely nada as Razor still protected. PPD ensuring no magical damage is able to connect as Roshan has spawned up. And the question will be, fight or Rosh?
You gotta try and contest this Rosh if you're NIP. You don't have the buyback on Gunner. He's gonna come back in, reset, full man and HP. This could be the fight for the game as we once again can expect a real barn burner here. Both squads need this Aegis. Refresher Orb on the Rosh. This is number 3.
Here we go. Stampede time is already off cooldown.
It's getting low.
Roshan, very, very low, 2.3k. Watch the timing for it. Here comes your ship, your Torrent. The BKBs will protect him. Roshan snatched by FNG. He gets the Aegis to the Immortal as down comes the Razor. Bit by bit with Laguna. FNG will join him, but that just means that more tombstones for NIP to deal with. Razor will buy back, TPing out towards the Shrine. Gunner protected enough by the false promise. The damage from GPK is not going to be enough. Another hop stomp. Universe, create as much space as possible. Skidder, look at me. I've got a disco ball as he moves over a little bit further. SGPK blinking forward, searching for PPD. Glimmer Cape, one raise, incorrect. Second raise, he's holding it. There's the Observer Ward to give the vision. 3 heroes from NIP, down without buybacks. And maybe this is finally enough for Gambit to come high ground and take their first tier 3 tower of this game.
It's gotta be Toby. What a play. I mean, Uni's doing his best. His core heroes, they're doing their best. They're wandering into no man's land, taking so much damage. They have the BKB defensively like 400 HP. FNG, the hero, picks up the Aegis from under all the core's noses.
I'm just waiting for GPK to jump in and go for it.
It's just deja vu. It's the exact same game. Nip, I love the aggression, but they make one mistake in the top jungle. All of a sudden, the game's going 50 minutes. You don't have the late game. You allow the enemy cores to get 6 slotted and level 25. Uni, he is averaging like 2.7 heroes stunned per attempt, but now dead for 60, no buyback. Not much to do but watch his base go down.
These stats may be created by Kyle's brain. Full megas is what Gambit's going for. They want to ensure it. By winning this game, they lock in that top bracket position, a winner's bracket berth. The second chance, you could say. But they need to finish the job. Tier 4 towers. There goes your pop as refresh a shot and destroy Biver. He'll buy back into the game. He needs the Blink Dagger Lasso 4-star into the fountain. That's the way this works. Buyback's up from the Lina, and here it is, the last hurrah. How much have you got? Skidder, he gets a little bit of attention, still has his BKB available. Oh, no, my God! Oh, Gunner! Man, he thought he was a hero. That's really the game. Universe again, just improving that stun counter. Skidder, he's tanking as much as he possibly can. With the help of the Satanic Heal, it was pretty good, but that is GG. Called out now. Gambit will 2-0 NIP, ending their run in second position behind the 1-game defeated TNC, who ended with 9 points, the same as VG Gaming. Man, Gambit, they're such an entertaining team to watch, but it feels like that they played multiple types of Dota and they made the best of opportunities that NIP gave them.
They really did, Toby. And just, once again, they hang on, they fight through it. A hell of a long game, and it's ending in a similar fashion in in this entire series. It's just Gambit taking this decisive fight in the end game, forced into multiple buybacks, but it doesn't matter. They pull through in the end. Another great performance by GPK and Dream on those big cores, but I got to give my MVP to Vampire with those arrows, dude. I swear, like no setup even. In fact, I think he had a lesser hit rate when there was an X first. Oh, what a game.
Man, fantastic from Gambit. Terrific performance from them. I'm interested to see what Red breaks down first, either that game or the three-way tie for 4 points in Group B.
Yeah, I'm already getting my abacus out and trying to work out some mathematics. We'll give you an update as to how Group B has finished. But one thing we do know, of course, is that TNC have finished top. And now we know that Gambit have qualified in second place. They'll play Vici Gaming in the upper bracket semi-final. It'll be our next series. Don't go anywhere. We will be playing the upper bracket semi-final game number 1 after this particular breakdown. We've got 2 fantastic men alongside me who are going to break down this and talk about the group standings as they happen as well. Will and Purge. Inevitable in the end, but that was backwards and forwards all the way through the game. It was fun to watch.
It was really close consistently, yeah. There's a lot of moments where like one team would be losing, Nip would be looking like their core is about to be crushed, and Universe comes in and hoof stomps. He did that about 16 times throughout the course of the game. That guy played Ownage. Gunnar played extremely good also.
He did.
Just fantastic plays from both sides.
Yeah, well, disappointing, obviously, for NIP to go down like that, but they can take a lot more from that game than they can take from the first game, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like they actually played the fights pretty well. The problem is, like, they didn't win any of the fights decisively, and they always took fights on their side of the map. Like, all the big fights that we saw were always near their shrine area, so even when they won the fights, it'd be like, you won by one hero, he tries to push out a lane by himself, and then Gambit were just kind of they were just constantly rushing at them. They never really relented at any point. They never gave them space to maneuver, which I felt like was the big difference.
Yeah, and it's a good sign of a team playing with confidence as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can lose 3 fights in a row and just keep going at it because you know eventually you'll break them. I think that's a really good sign of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see the replays in just a moment, Kevin. But what stood out for you in terms of the way that Gambit played?
The way GPK played Shadow Fiend, I think, was pretty incredible. It's like he's not trying to carry the game himself. He's like playing a utility burst kind of role. Like he went the standard items, but the only weird thing he bought is probably the Lincolns. He bought it the last game as well. Used it in a few crucial moments to block big spells, and he abuses the low cooldown on your 20 with your 25 CDR talent, and he just keeps putting the Lincolns on Gyro. Gyro becomes the guy that gets focused. He kind of sits a little bit behind, and he waits for opportunities to blink Hex and do a lot of damage to an enemy core, and then he can kind of disengage and redo the same thing. So it's a little bit different of a Shadow Fiend playstyle than has been the standard for like a decade. Okay. But it's in still a very confident way that shows that he's a fantastic player.
Why do we not see the Shadow Fiend more often, do you think?
It's not as reliable in ultra late game scenarios because it is all like I cast duels, cast spells. Whereas I don't know, there's a long period of time where it'd be like you get a BKB, you buy a Satanic and a Butterfly, and then you become this like right-click carry thing. But it's not as viable right now as the spellcasting. I think.
Well, agree.
You agree, Will? The Shadow Fiend assessment?
Sorry, I was looking at the fight mid where he actually just like I was just watching Gunnar. I was just watching Gunnar win like 4 fights in a row for his team, and they were still losing. And
he did play really well.
I didn't remember like it being like some of the fights look real one-sided in favor of Nip, and I'm like both games I'm like, how did you lose? And in that regard, it's like, yeah, you know, we can look at it as analysts and be like, oh, well, it was a good showing. They kind of got close in 2 games. But if you're a player, you're probably going to feel like garbage because you're like, well, we probably should have won both games.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm watching these games. I mean, the mid game looks so good for them, and then something just falls apart.
I mean, they still did have damage problems on the Nip side. I did like that Gunnar went for like Deadless, and Razor got an AC, which is pretty good. I look at Razor a lot too in a game like this where they had damage issues, and I kind of wish you maybe would have bought an Ags. My thought was like buy Ags plate mail instead of an AC. That way, when you do run into fights with your BKB for the first like 7 or 8 seconds, you're lowering a lot more armor because it's pinging on 2
If he gets the
heroes.
Ags, what item would you want him to drop?
No, I mean he buys Ags and a plate mail instead of AC.
Okay.
As his like major item after BKB, because that way when you run into fights for the like first 7 to 8 seconds, your ulti's pinging on 2 heroes. You're lowering a lot more armor. That way when Lina does start right clicking after like the initial clash of the fight, she's going to do a lot more damage. AC is very similar, and I definitely think it was a great alternative, but maybe like if you need a Razor to like facilitate damage, not just like him static linking isn't going to win them fights. They need somebody to deal a lot of damage, and lowering armor with the Eye of the Storm might be another way to do that with the lineup that they had. Is my thought. I don't know if that's necessarily like the best solution, but if Lina is going to do right click damage, they need more minus armor to be able to deal with a Gyro and a Shadow Fiend, and even like the Undying felt really difficult to kill in a lot of cases. So minus armor is a good way to do that if they're high HP.
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room right
What's
now.
up?
Because there is an elephant in the room. Team Liquid have gone out.
Mm-hmm. Other teams lost too. Just kidding.
I know. It's just that we happen to have a member of the team here on the panel, so I just want to talk to you. I don't want to be mean about it, but it's a poor performance.
Not. I mean, I'm here as an analyst.
Sure, but it's a poor performance.
Of course, I'm incredibly disappointed.
Yeah,
they know that too. I'm pretty angry. Most of the time, I'm just like kind of disappointed, but like I'm pretty mad. It's like I don't know. I feel like a lot of these games are winnable, especially like the Wind and Rain one. Like we beat them in the quals, in the scrims leading up to it. It feels like after the NIP series yesterday, there should have been some momentum, but obviously, for whatever reason, things didn't go well. I have to go back and like watch the games with them to like figure out.
It's impossible to assess where that's gone wrong right now, isn't it?
Yeah. All I know that is like the overall result is obviously not good. I wouldn't be, I'm sure the players are disappointed. I'm sure everybody involved right now is a little bit disappointed.
Yeah. Okay. Team Liquid have gone out. They are bottom of Group B. Let's take you through some of the results that have occurred today and wrap up everything in Group B to confirm where the finishing places are. I don't know if we can have the finishing positions right now, because there are 3 teams who are all tied in Group B. That's Group A right now. We had that earlier on. Vici Gaming, of course, going through 9-1. Alliance 7-3 going through as the top 2. And Beast Coast and Virtus Pro also going through. Do we have Group B?
Oh, it looks like...
Let's have a look at Group B. TNC 9-1, Gambit 6-4, and then we've got Ninjas in Pyjamas, Wind and Rain, and Quincy Crew all on 4 and 6, and Team Liquid on 3 and 7. Now, do we have confirmation? I'm going to wait for a message in my ear that we have confirmation that that is the finishing order with Ninjas in Pyjamas in 3rd and Wind and Rain in 4th, because, of course, I have the Neustadel score, and I don't know what that is off the top of my abacus is not good enough for the Neustadel, but I'm told that is the finishing positions.
Yeah, that's what Liquipedia shows. It's kind of confused on Liquipedia because Wind and Rain shows yellow, as in doesn't get knocked out, but they're below Quincy Crew in the rating, so their coding is not updated to our current tie-breaking form. But it does show that, Quincy Crew's up.
And this is the official bracket. VG Gaming will play Gambit. That game will be coming up next. That's our first and final game of the night, if you like, from the bracket. TNC will take on Alliance. Beast Coast will take on Wind and Rain. And Ninjas in Pyjamas will take on Virtus Pro.
Ooh.
It's going to be a lot of disappointed Liquid jerseys in the venue tomorrow. They will wear them. I know it.
Okay.
It's my go-to conversation. I'm like, sucks about your team, man. And they're like, yeah, this is why I'm here.
Okay. That's rough.
It's gonna be Blitz, and I'm talking.
What have you made of the 2 groups and the group stages that we've had over the last 3 days?
I'm really happy with the team quality as a whole. Like, I don't think anybody played massively disappointed. I don't think there's any like obviously weak teams here. It's just a lot of really good teams that are all relatively close, and there's been some really good Dota. Good variety too, considering the meta.
Yeah, and obviously surprised with Team Liquid, but also all the teams are kind of fairly evenly matched, bar 1 or 2, Will, in the sense that they're all trying to find themselves.
Yeah, I mean, aside from TNC, Group B was pretty open. I felt like nobody really had a stranglehold on that aside from TNC. I liked the parity. I thought it was actually pretty interesting. The fact that Wind and Rain were like taking games off of everybody. It felt like they split every single series except for the NIP one, which I thought was really impressive. And it's good for like the tier 2 scene for things like that to happen, to show that you can perform online.
And it's got them through as well. So yeah, congrats to them for holding on to the draws all the way through. Let's catch up with FNG now as we wrap up the final series of the group stage. Find out what he had to talk about with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey guys, I am here with a very relieved FMG from Gambit Esports. A heavy sigh here standing up. What's going on, boss?
Well, we go upper bracket, boy.
Yeah. I think nothing to do but celebrate at this point, right? Just smooth sailing now.
I believe we have games right away, right?
Well, yeah, you got to go do your games, but then smooth sailing all the way to the finals after that. And you got lower bracket, too.
No lower bracket.
Well, just in case. Not going to say you're...
Okay, sure.
All right. Does it matter to you, by the way, being upper bracket or lower bracket as a player?
I mean, it matters a bit, right? Because you want to play Dota as much as possible, so it kind of feels nice to go upper bracket. And we want to play Vici a lot.
So, yes, you will survive up there. You will be strong. Who do you think will be joining you up in that upper bracket, sir?
TNC?
Yes, correct.
Oh,
yes.
It's known already.
Yes, I know it's known already. I watched the game.
Check this tournament schedule, bro.
I do know the tournament schedule. I was just saying, who do you want to see? Not, who's going to be up there? Who do you want to fight against? About TNC? Vici Gaming. Why?
I mean, I like Rotike. It's like big boss of the Dota, You always want to meet some big boss.
Yes. Would you consider yourself the ROTK of your team?
Small boss, maybe. I mean, how can you compare me to Rotike? Come on, bro.
I don't know. I think I could draw some same conclusions. Both terrible in interviews. I'm just kidding. Hey, no. Have a great time. Thank you, sir. Congratulations on the upper bracket. And we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks, with yet another legendary interview with FNG's fast becoming our favourite interview, isn't he? Wrap things up then on this group stage. It's been very fun, very interesting, and also a little bit surprising here and there. Them scraping through, by the way, Kevin, just for context for the fans at home, is interesting, isn't it? Because win this series gives them a top 6 guaranteed finish, one more best of 3 win, and they're top 3. That's how important this win was over NIP.
That's a pretty big deal, too, for the team. Gambit has been an organization that has been always so close to like the tier 1 level quality teams, but they always fall a little bit short. So I think they could really use some success.
Yeah, and scrim-wise, all the players have been telling me that they've been brilliant in the scrims, and they've been probably the best team they've faced. Is that something you've faced as well?
Yeah, for sure. Like before the quals, we thought that they were the best CIS team, and the downside is like we also thought that Navi was the other best team, but like Navi, they didn't actually get to show their potential, whereas like Gambit are showing their potential right now. They're showing up at LAN, they're showing up for the qualifiers. Good on them.
Okay. Who's overperformed, Kevin, in the group stages? Either group.
Play-wise or?
Yeah. Play-wise, results-wise, whatever you want.
I mean, TNC going, undefeated? They didn't end up losing a game, correct?
One game right at the end. They lost the final game. I think they were experimenting in the last game.
We'll just pretend that one didn't happen. They're undefeated in the group stage. That's incredible to me. So definitely good showing from them. Yeah. I think Vici Gaming still looking strong despite slight roster shuffle is what we expected, but it's shows some more stability. So that's basically not put that one in your playbook saying like they're maybe doing good all season probably. So just, more delineation. The biggest surprise obviously is Liquid underperforming, but
Well,
for me, it's Beast Coast. I mean, they lost to the 2 top dogs in their group, but I saw most of the games. They all looked pretty winnable, and on top of that, they 2-0'd everybody else pretty dominantly too. I feel like this team has kept the momentum from TI.
Yeah,
I felt like after TI, a lot of people would say like that's a fluke run, but aside from the 2 top dogs, I think they're right there. So they're probably the biggest surprise for me. Disappointment so far, I'd say, aside from Liquid being the obvious one. Maybe I would say Virtus Pro. I just felt like this is a good benchmark for them. I felt like because they're not going to the minor, there's so much for them to play for here.
Right.
Although they did scrape through, this isn't really how they wanted to do it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they need more practice and more just play time, really.
Yeah.
Disagree? Because you didn't look kind of convinced there to me. You were kind of like, maybe.
I don't know. I think that there's some problems you can solve just by like being together longer, but there's some problems like maybe there's just a chemistry issue, and I just didn't want to respond and be like, I don't want to throw them under the bus, but like I guess we'll see. They're still in the tournament.
I was going to say they're still in the tournament, and it's still very early for them as well. And we shouldn't judge them too harshly in terms of where they're going to end up at the end of the season. We have no idea. Plenty of teams have bounced back from a poor start and ended up at TI doing very well, so we know that happens as well.
Hope so.
Indeed. I think we was praying for that. But Mercedes-Benz MVP, obviously you guys have been voting. It's still open, of course, and we'll get some ideas from these 2 men as well as to where they think the Mercedes-Benz MVP is. Have you got one, Will? Has anyone stood out for you significantly that's kind of gone, that guy's playing really well?
I got 2.
Who do you got?
GPK and Vampire, in my opinion. I think they've both been playing fantastic consistently. We've watched a lot of Gambit games, so that's going to obviously influence. I barely caught any Vici ones, even though they have tons of wins. There's like quite a few really good stand-up players on every team. I'm actually quite surprised.
Would you have Gabby in there, for instance, from TNC?
Yeah, a couple from TNC as well.
Maybe KP as well? Yeah. He's played very well?
Yeah, safe to say.
I'd probably put Tims for myself right now.
I think Tims was in the top 3 yesterday of the most voted for as well. So
I think he's been absolutely stunning throughout this entire group phase. Like in Group B, I felt like he's been the best 4, and it hasn't even been that close. And I feel like that's been the big difference maker for TNC.
Better than Vampire?
Yeah, I think that he always gets farm. He always has impact. His item builds are always really good. I mean, he had to play 4 Disruptor, which I don't see much of, but he was able to own with that. Guy just feels like he can do it all. You put him in any position, it feels like he succeeds right now.
What about newer players? Not brand new players, but newer players with their new teams that maybe have come off the rosters. Talking about like Epic Kid and Save and players like that. Anyone stood out for you so far?
I think Gunnar had really good games today. As a whole.
He's not new, but he's new in a top tier team, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean he was on the verge of like top player, but is he going to get onto a pretty good team? I would say he shot a pretty high mark for the team quality they got on. I mean he's godlike that game, despite them being very close to losing consistently. So I think
he had a good game one as well.
I think he's playing great. Definitely playing very well.
Well, anyone else?
He mentioned it before, but GPK. I feel like this guy looks like a veteran. You couldn't tell me like this is one of his first like LAN tournaments. Feel like he plays like he belongs to be here. It doesn't seem like he's losing any sort of matchups. When I saw him play against Sumail, he was able to win a lot of those matchups or go straight up even against the person that I think is probably the best pure one-on-one laner in the world. So if you're using that as like the metric or the litmus test, I feel like so far he's been doing really well.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, is it?
No, not at all.
What about the change positions? How do you measure those? Resolution particularly in the 3, now Fada in the 5. They've done okay, haven't they?
I think Fada as the 5 is probably by far the biggest one, right? Like Rezo in the 3 still looks a little bit shaky, which is where I think VP right now are struggling just because he's having some difficulty getting himself into the game. But Fada as a captain, I mean, he gives his team varied drafts. He gives opponents different looks. It feels like they all respect what he's doing. You can see that they have an identity and a playstyle, which I feel like maybe these players lacked before. Now he's given it to them, and they're just running wild with it.
How much does that, Kevin, help that he's played those core roles? And many of the players that he's playing with, many of the heroes that he's playing with now that his cores, he knows what they do. He knows how to play them. He knows what they want from a support role. Does that help? As a 5?
It should. I think it's a little bit of a irrelevant statement, kind of. Like it definitely helps, but he's been around for a long time, as have other players. I think it's just I don't think it's something that I would put on like, oh, he's played other roles. I just say he's just super good.
Yeah, and just general experience maybe.
Yeah, general experience. He's just got very good game sense. He knows the strengths of heroes at most levels. That's really important for supports to know you can get away with, even though you're a weaker hero. He doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't maybe forget where people are and die in silly ways. So those are the kinds of things that you need to play support really well. So I don't think it has so much to do with his previous heroes played.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Enough from Blitz and Purge and myself from right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, though, we will have a series again. That's right. We treat you really well, don't we, when it comes to ESL 1. We'll dive into the bracket play as we kick off ESL 1 Hamburg and see where the last 8 teams will finish up.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts. The origin of these shadows is
in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Guess who's back?
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Indeed. Welcome back to Germany for live coverage of ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. We have completed our group stage. We're about to embark on the journey through the brackets of the upper and lower. And we start today with an upper bracket semi-final match. It's a slightly different one than we billed earlier, but yeah, not going to be disappointed because it's TNC versus Alliance going head-to-head in around about 15 minutes or so. So we'll preview that match, but we'll also talk a little higher level and talk about 2019 Dota, maybe look ahead to 2020. Alongside me, two men that have talked plenty about Dota, and I know they've got plenty in the tank left to talk about it as well. It's Nahaz and Purge alongside. Gents, let's start with 2019. What kind of year has it been for Dota?
I mean, I think there's obviously the one storyline of OG at TI looms over everything else. You had the greatest Cinderella story to me in esports, and the first time back-to-back TI winners. You know, they made history well outside of Dota with that kind of a run. Otherwise, though, things have been rather top-heavy, and that's going into this next season. One of my big questions is it going to feel so top-heavy? We started to discuss this on panel the other night, Perch.
Hey, it's definitely something that I am slightly worried about as Dota is hitting. It's like been an esport for quite a while, and it's great and all that there's consistency, that teams can get those W's consistently. And I kind of ignore OG when I make this point, but I want to see more like team variety winner stuff. Like And I don't know if the best way to do it is by eradicating double elimination brackets sometimes to get some of those upsets, which we saw at Boston Major, for example. It's one of the reasons Adfinum got second place, which was a great storyline. I'd like to see that a little bit more. And I'm also happy Valve adjusted the DPC system a little bit. There's higher earning potential for the lower placing teams. They make more money than they did before, which I think is good for the health of the scene. But I'd still like to see a little bit more money come down as well. So maybe do that with more prize pools going to lower teams, maybe more single elim or better chances of teams going farther, because there's just those stable guys at the top. They're too damn stable.
Yeah. They're almost too good, don't they?
Well, it's like you're not secret VP.
Has it changed this year, this season though? Has that changed now, or the potential to change because of all the roster shuffles? Or
there
not?
hasn't been a minor or a major yet, Paul. It's a hard question.
Sure, but that's why I'm saying. Do you think it might change this year?
Well, it's going to be great after the first major minor because none of those other teams are playing. So,
but you asked the question. I do think there's a possibility. What we've seen in the last 9 months or so of Dota in 2019 is you've seen these teams like Gambit who really have looked very convincing, and they've gotten that consistency against the other teams in the region. But then, like, think back to Katowice, for example. You see them against everybody else, and you say, man, this is a pretty good team. And then they play Secret. Yep. And it's just clear from the get-go, from the sound of the horn, that Secret is just a tier above. And what we're seeing in this tournament, that's partly why I find these early season tournament storylines so compelling, even without a new patch, is that you're seeing these teams find themselves and you're seeing them adapt within a very mature meta to the strengths of their players. I think some of these teams, like Alliance, if they get some basic issues figured out, they're going to be able to take some games off the big dogs. But again, everything changes. Those majors are so long. You have to be able to adapt your strats. You have to be able to change a lot on the fly. And that's where I think the test of time and veteran leadership really tells.
And you got to retain your confidence too, I think is a big thing, because even like there's so many matches too. There's scrims, and then there's group stages, and then there's playoff stuff. And some of those big dogs with more money in the bank, with more history of winning those tournaments, it's probably just less stressful as a whole, especially right now when some of those big dogs have been winning enough for long enough that they just probably, I would imagine, just have less pressure, knowing that they're pretty secure. It's like they might flop a little bit, but in the long term, they're going to be fine.
I don't know if it's less. It's just you've got these guys. There's a hell of a difference going into the final couple of days of a major, knowing you got Kuro or knowing you got Puppy. I'm still convinced that a big reason for Puppy's success over such a long period of time, he's a lightning rod, man. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna push some of these out there drafts. I'm gonna pick some of these non-meta heroes, and if we lose, it's on me. And his other 4 guys, they just get to play Dota, and they get to get better at the game, and that's a big part of why I think he's been so successful over a long period of time developing younger players.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you think that applies to Liquid and OG in many respects as well, in terms of Seb in OG, particularly in No-Tail as well? They have 2 very experienced players, and Kuro in what was the old Liquid.
I wouldn't define it the exact same way, but I definitely got OG vibes when you're explaining that point, just because it's basically letting your players play pubs is the easiest way to describe it. It's not necessarily doing wacky drafts, putting all the onus on the captain, say, oh, if they mess up, it's him. It's that you're also giving them comfortable heroes that they excel at in pubs to play in a pro game. Like they were playing Zeus mid, they were playing tons of Monkey King, picking tops in those weird heroes that aren't necessarily top tier, but he's super comfortable with, and it allows him to just get in his comfort zone, lower the stress level, and play their game while also having good teamwork and those other good things that help you win Dota games. So yeah, they're very similar points.
100%.
I will give you one thing that Seb said to me, not this year, funnily enough, but last year. Sometimes you need to give your players permissions to make mistakes.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, just to feel okay about it.
I can find you 100 different books on management that will have variations of that phrase. It's just true in so many different fields. And I was thinking as Purge was giving that great explanation, you know, if you put Thompson or if you put Ana in different team environments, do they look like these same truly transcendent players? I don't know the answer to that question. It really is the team environment. And that's why these guys like Puppy, like Peter, like Seb are just so valuable in the long run in Dota. That's big question, right? Something I think a lot of people aren't thinking about right now is where is this next generation of leadership going to come in Chinese Dota?
Yeah.
Because
through a transition,
ROTK and Jowett have moved on to coaches, but it's not quite the same.
Yeah. Yeah, when's those next ones coming through?
What do you mean it's not the same though? Because I feel like.
Well, ROTK is different, isn't he? Because he's dominating the team still. Yeah. He's the one sitting in the drafted chair. He's still drafting. He's got like I'm told he rules the team with an iron fist. He's like, no, you will not do this.
My point is other Chinese teams can do that. The Chinese organizations are a lot more top-down controlling in that they have bigger prize. They have like more funding. They have more structure. They have team houses that the teams are in. What's to say that you can't just take some Chinese player that is maybe a little bit washed up, similar to how ROTK was at the time, not as much success, throw him into one of those team environments. And then you, again, are the oldest player on the team. You have more experience. Why can't they repeat that success? I would argue better than Western organizations, and because there isn't as much top-down control.
I think that's I think that's an empirical question where I think we're going to see that very empirical question answered over the next 1 to 2 years in Pro Dota, because I don't necessarily see the next generation of great Chinese captains out there. And I think the question is going to be answered, how much can you replace the in-game captain, the truly transcendent in-game leader, with that organizational infrastructure and the great coaching? That's a very open question to me in Dota.
They'll be good in drafts, but in-game, unsure.
And that's the point I was going to make, actually, was that Blitz said earlier on, it's in the Heen case, right? He couldn't get in a game. At least now, actually, they've got a player who can do what Heen kind of did for them, but they've got a player in game like in March that can do that for them now.
It probably helps a lot, for sure. Yeah, it's very easy to like watch players and criticize, but once you're in the game, there's a lot more to think about. It's difficult to take a step back and realize what's going on and direct your team to do the correct things. So, yeah, I don't know if that'll ever happen. If there will be some kind of in-game coaching thing like there was in CS:GO for a brief moment, but.
I'm intrigued by that. I agree. I think China is a fascinating region as it is. One more topic before we move on. We have to move on relatively quickly because we're going to get into the upper bracket semi-final in just a moment. So 30 seconds each on, is the DPC better because it stayed the same, or would you have liked to have seen changes?
Why don't I go first before you yell? Okay. I think it's...
You knew, didn't you? You knew that question was
I've seen your statements before about it, and I know that he's not... he's slightly negative. I'm slightly negative. I do like that the prize distribution spread a little bit. I think the minor major system seems okay. I guess my major concern is still around money spreading down. I'm worried that Valve is doing we got to have the biggest esport tournament of the year because it's important, and they're hurting the scene in a huge way as a result, because those 12 to 17th, 18th place teams are not getting that much money, and the 19th to 30th teams are getting nothing if they don't qualify. So that's what I'm most concerned about right now, because it's going to add volatility to team roster swaps. That was more than 30, my bad.
I think I'm basically agree with that. At the end of the day, it's a matter of extent. I'm really about two things. Okay, I think Dota needs to be less about 2 weeks of the year and more about the remaining 50. I think TI is amazing. I think we've all. TI has been defining for so many of us in terms of our experiences in Dota, but the other 50 weeks of the year, there's just not a lot there a lot of times. And I think that's a shame, because I think there are a lot of young people that are trying to make their livings in the other 50 weeks of the year on this game that deserve to be able to make a living, right? There's a lot of resources in this system. And what we're seeing right now is over 2/3 of the total prize money awarded during years awarded to TI, and 75% of that is pocketed by the top few teams. And I don't think that's the best resource distribution. I think that there should be a lot more people that are playing this game and analyzing this game and producing content for this game for a living that are confident in being able to pay their rent next month.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. We're going to move on, and we're going to get into our upper bracket semi-final. We're around about 5 minutes away from that. Two fascinating teams that are going into this one. They've played fantastically well already. We've waxed lyrical about how good TNC Predator have been, and we've also marvelled at some of the matches that Alliance have been involved in Group A. TNC, the winners of Group B, go head-to-head with Alliance from the runners-up spot in Group A. As we said, Vici Gaming Gambit was the original game. However, that one, we'll see that inside the arena. Alliance versus TNC. Gents, this is, I think, of the two, I'm slightly happier to do this game out of the two. Do you know what I mean? Like when you say, I think, no disrespect to Gambit, but I think Vici are probably strong enough to 2-0 that one if they want to. This one, I don't know which way this goes.
Look, if you go by the results so far at this tournament, the level of play that these teams have showed, these are two of the top 3 teams, Vici being the other one. It's not particularly close in my assessment, although I still like my Dark Horse Beast Coast pick, but
Instead of your dark horse TNC pick, which
you know what? You just, again, the next time I do that at an event, you fire me immediately. Reddit rejoices.
We've recorded that. We've got that on video. Production have got that ready to play. That
TNC has been amazingly strategically sound. Gabby has been special this tournament. That's one of the things that I was looking at TNC at the tail end of last year. Can Gabby get to that same level that Raven showed throughout his years at TNC? I don't know that he ever fully got there for me, but this tournament, he's sure looking like it.
All right, well, we're going to get more from both of you in just a moment. March, the man in the middle of the chair, but it was Tim's that caught up with Sir Action Slacks earlier on in pre-match mode.
Hey guys, I am here with Tim's for the pre-match interview for TNC. How you doing, boss?
Doing good.
All right. Of course you're doing good. Upper bracket, best of 3, the first best of 3 yet. Do you like best of 3s instead of best of 2s?
I don't care, actually. It's fine.
You don't care? Is that because you're so good that nothing phases you?
It's just Dota, bro.
Now, I talked to your opponents here before this match, and I asked them how confident they were that they could defeat you in 1 out of 10. They said 20. How do you feel about that?
Okay. Maybe let's see in the match.
Oh, damn. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you guys that you're going to be pulling out ahead of Alliance?
Maybe just 6.
6? The rest of the team is they seem to be laughing, sir. 6 is the best you got? That's almost a flip of the coin.
Yep, we're just gonna play. No overconfident. Yep.
All right. Humble, focused, and not overconfident. That's winner talk to me, Tims. Thank you very much. Get back to your chair and have a great series. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, Tim's there, who's in the top 3, or was in the top 3 yesterday for the Mercedes-Benz MVP. He's certainly had a great tournament so far. I'm sure it's going to continue.
He's a stud. The guy is in the top 4 all-time average assists per game in pro play. You give him a hero with Earth in the name, and you watch him ruin the other team's game.
It's very true, actually. I hadn't thought about it like that. He has been impressive, but his teammates around him have also been impressive. Everything that we've seen so far from them would suggest that they might just be the favourites now.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's why this matchup is so exciting, is because both teams have very similar characteristics. They're all like former best players on their previous teams with slight adjustments. So it's like there's that excitement of seeing the same thing that we saw before, but it's a little different. And now they have to play against each other, and we're going to see which one's truly the best.
Yeah, it's a clash of styles too. Alliance's style here has been very good to watch as well.
They've been very good, but again, the looming question remains. You know, Kyle suggested it on the panel the other night, and it's a storyline we've been pushing. You know, can Alliance win when Nico Baby is not their be-all, end-all GG win condition? You know, I think you saw the recipe earlier today. You attack Alliance's side lanes, and all of a sudden, they don't necessarily look like that same dominant team, and I think TNC are very well equipped to do that.
Yeah, Alan, you picked up on earlier the fact that Limp and 33 could be the crutches that they need. Both of them are going to have to step up. Limp was actually with Sir Action Slacks a little earlier on in terms of the pre-match. So let's find out what he makes of the match ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. I am here with Limp from Team Alliance. You are in the upper bracket. Game 1. This is our first best of 3 against TNC. How you feeling going in, dog?
Very confident.
Very confident. What a strong boy. I believe that. You guys won that last tournament. You seem to have no problems at all in this group stage. Everybody is bowing down to you. But come on, if anyone's going to give you a challenge, it's TNC, right?
I mean, we'll see. Hopefully.
Oh, damn. This is the spiciest interview I've ever had. Sir, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you guys going to win this game? And no one will make fun of you if you lose.
How much are we going to win this game?
Yeah, 1 to 10. Like, are you going to destroy...
20?
Damn. All right. This is fire. Okay. I'm just going to let you get into that game. I don't have any other questions. I can't pierce this, man. He's full confidence, boys. Back to you.
Plenty of confidence from Limp, as I said before we had the interview. Alan, you pointed out that he's one of those players, isn't he? He has got some signature heroes, and if they get him in, they can rely on him as well. It doesn't always have to be about Nico.
And he is. Look, this guy is. I continue to believe as good a technical laner about as you're going to find in the game. I mean, he is close to that Sumail level. But again, it's the mid-game decision making, it's the late-game positioning in fights that separate him from being a really awesome technical player to being a true top 5 mid. I still think he has what it takes to make that leap. But real quickly, Hanskin has played outstanding this tournament. The top 4 assists per game so far in this tournament are 3 through 5 from Vici, and Hanskin is number 1. And I think he has made a huge difference in terms of his early game roaming for this team.
He's certainly stepped up as well, hasn't he? I don't remember him having the big games last season.
That's always kind of been the knock on Simon, going back all the way back to when I worked with him on Complexities. He's a solid support, but he's rarely one of those guys that you feel like he takes over a game. And that's why I've been so excited to see his performances in the last 2 events.
He's also playing, he used to play consistently 5, now he's playing a 4, so he's got more space, got more items to do things with. You're supposed to be rotating and moving, so. The Earthshaker Morphling was not going to be in the game.
No, but the Beast Chen opener is.
And this is, again, signaling that TNC has watched the tape on Alliance and said, we know how we want to beat you. We're going to attack the side lanes. We're going to apply constant map pressure.
Again, by the way, from KP. That's the second time I've seen him do that in 2 days.
And it's actually nice to have these against a Void, because Void is a little bit slow, even though his laning is pretty hard to beat. He's not going to be able to defend his tower very well. So if you take the fight to the enemy side of the map, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to slow that down. Jakiro is good at slowing down pushes, though. You hit 6, the wave is dead. Dual Breath is fantastic. Lowering attack speed helps offset what Beastmaster does. But you could argue that goes both ways, that Beastmaster or counters Jakiro Dual Breath.
Jakiro fast becoming a signature hero for Alliance. I think they have about half the Jakiro picks in the tournament so far. Obviously,
they're
with the
becoming my
Chronosphere.
favorite team.
Oh, that's all it takes, right, Paul?
Of course. Yeah. Pick Jakiro more than 5 times in a year, and that's it. I'm all yours, baby.
But again, when you talk about slowing Void down in lane, we talked about it with the Puck the other day, about how you get these powerful right-click range harass heroes, and he doesn't get that really big value out of time. I think a Beastmaster Chen combination can work the same way. Beastmaster is going to play in your face. He's got a good attack animation, good base damage. Chen's going to be applying constant pressure to those lanes. Can also function as a safe lane lockdown if you need it later in the draft.
I miss when Beastmaster could throw axes all the time. That was a good patch.
Oh, yeah.
I used to really like playing Beastmaster.
Sumail, right at the beginning when Sumail switched to offlane, and he would just play Beastmaster every game, and he would just stand under your tier 1 tower and axe you.
It was very fun. You just
hilarious.
fight constantly, throw axes, farm creep waves into small camp. Oh, good times. Now you just spawn your boar and attack people slowly.
Whirling axes, bring them back.
I am curious when we are going to see a phase 1 Naga counter in this tournament to the Void, because every team so far that I've seen pick Void first phase, their 4th ban is Naga. And nobody that I've seen so far, the matches in the mainstream, has gone ahead and picked up that Naga first phase.
I think there was the one versus Quincy Crew, I believe, or some other.
TNC
played it twice. It played it at least once, but that was the 7th pick overall Naga.
I remember they used it with like Song to do disruptor ultis and setups like that to counter him. It was really effective, actually. No, it was against Morphling, actually. Excuse me. That's one.
Oh yeah, that's really the game they beat the Morpher Shaker last night. Yeah,
it was the Morph Shaker.
That was
reverse. We can beat with what we've just beaten you with game.
Yeah, that was a really good showing for Naga.
It was. Because initially I thought that was going to be a KP Naga, and it ended up being a Gabby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, a Gabby Safeline Naga.
Yeah.
It's definitely getting more uncommon for players to massively swap roles, and I honestly feel like it's only gonna be more consistent now with ranked roles, with role swaps, role selections. It's like lanes are static now. Like you play the role that you signed up for. Every game you go to the safe lane if you're 5. Every game you go to the off lane if you're 4. Unless you get into high level games where they're like, okay, the core matchups are really bad. We got to try lane aggressively and swap mid to safe lane. It's like a rare thing. I feel like
last
time
season
goes on.
You're right. Last season those 3-4 roles were very interchangeable. Saw a lot of that.
It depended a lot on the team.
It does depend on who was in the team. And Zai,
for a team like Secret comes to mind, right?
Was often the case that they would do something like that, and Secret as well were one of the other teams that would swap it around.
Now, I think the big circumstance under which you're going to continue, and you always will see lane swaps, is as you see 33's Legion Commander, which he had played 6 out of 8 games going into that last series, get banned out. Here's second phase. You're going to see the cheese picks, right? The Meepo mids, the Brood mid. When your offlaner happens to be your Meepo or Brood player, that's when you can see the lanes get shopped. This Night Stalker ban, by the way, Gabby has had 2 wins on Night Stalker, 27 kills and 1 death in those 2 games. The first one, 670 GPM, was the 6th highest ever out of over 3,000 pro games on the hero.
With that said, though, it's a lot easier to get GPM on Nightstalker with that.
Very true.
But I'm sure
Very
27 and 1 out of 2 games, yeah, that's pretty epic performance. So.
Bannable.
It is sometimes. It's a little bit scary, especially when you have a push lineup like this. You're gonna have vision from basically what Nightstalker does is you go to a tower that you want to kill, you turn your ulti on, and you can see everyone. And now it's like, okay, we can make perfect decisions. We see where they're hiding in the trees. You all run at them, you kill the guy, and once they're dead, you take the tower. So it's like if you have the push of a Beastmaster and a Chen, and you pair that with somebody that can give you perfect vision and team play around a tower, that's going to be a scary thing if they start snowballing.
So both teams really having studied the opponent here. The Abaddon pick obviously also targeted toward 33. That does mean, however, there's some really meta heroes still left to pull. The Leshrac is still there. The Mirana is still there for Alliance if they want it.
Yeah.
There's the Lesh for TNC, and I think this could very well be a Potom for Alliance.
The Omni's still available as well.
Yeah.
And with the Lesh, now they have another way to kill towers. Very, very good at killing towers. So Alliance has got to be getting kind of scared here about this. They're looking for 4 heroes. Yeah, Lina is recommended. Pretty good pick as a 4 that can splash waves. Slow
Flex
things
value
down.
as well, because limp mid on Lina is very, very good.
That's true. Can lane pretty good against Leshrac as well.
The funny thing is they usually do pick it in this third position as well. When they're
it's just maximizing the draft value of that hero.
The flex value, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's again, I think Alliance. Well, I thought they might go there for. I thought they might keep it a little bit more open, but you pretty much know this is 1-5-4 here in your first 3 picks.
And that's the other amazing hero for counter pushing, because not only are you nuking everything, but you're also lowering their damage output. So even though they attack fast, it doesn't matter. If you pair that with something like a Crimson Guard, the Fade Bolt that is, then the amount of damage you're taking is really low, even if they're attacking quickly.
Also a decent deny pick. TNC still could have fit that into the lineup with their number 4 position, and you saw what difference Vampire was able to make against that Skitter Rubik in the last series.
And it's super good against Jakiro too. It's the hero with the highest pub win rate against Jakiro.
Instant Ice Path, right?
Yep, the Ice Path.
I hate getting Ice Path back, by the way.
With extra duration.
God damn.
Like it's not just the same spell anymore. Now it's like, oh, it's a 3.25 second stun.
It's better than the one that you've just cast on him.
Yes. I wish all of you watching at home could have seen the expression on Paul's face 5 seconds ago, talking about getting return Ice Path, because you're a Dota player, man. That expression of just abject. Damn it!
Yeah. He's a better Jakiro. That's the problem. Like he's a better Omni.
It's the perfect joke to throw somebody's spell back at them. That's for sure.
Yeah. Wow.
And make it longer
Rubik.
or worse. Yeah, Enigma as well into Rubik.
That is some confidence from TNC.
It's a little weird. They can break trees when diving towers. Chronosphere is obviously fantastic at guaranteeing void kills. Like once he gets BKB right now, as long as he doesn't get Chronosphered, of course, he should be able to kill somebody. And that's pretty important, because if they can catch void and they have good vision with Beastmaster, and they can do roar and black hole follow-up guaranteed, that's a dead void. That should be a 1-team fight.
But then Rubik steals that black hole, and then they've got Chrono, they've got black hole, and then
Paul, I just said everything I just said was void dies. So yes, it doesn't matter as much. Assuming he doesn't have buyback and can't TP. It is. It's also good for pushing. You've got summons with the aura. Like on paper, TNC's lineup, all 4 of those heroes are excellent at pushing. So. And
that's more the thing.
And it's KP's Enigma.
Absolutely.
Guy's always been a good Enigma player.
They are the most confident Enigma team at the tournament. They first phased it the other night against NIP. Big difference there was Rubik was off the board, but they did run it with a Chen and an Abaddon, kind of similar in style here. This is TNC saying we're going to play on your side of the map. How are you going to make us leave?
Well, Alliance did it by picking a Magnus, which is a BKB piercing stun with reverse polarity. So he could potentially, I think the range should be good enough that he can interrupt a BKB black hole from Enigma.
Well, this is also the thing about the Magnus is it's also a little bit of insurance for that Faceless Void. If Nico is going to get pressured in lane, he is going to have that Empower to fall back on, not necessarily because I expect TNC to go very aggressive in the laning phase here.
That's a good point, yeah. He can push out other lanes more aggressively even if he doesn't have his Maelstrom yet. He can kill a lot more summons just by Chronosphering jungle quicker. Yeah, it'll be a really nice advantage to have. Curious to see how, very curious what the itemization is going to be this game.
Nice TA ban there. That's an RML special, and it's one of those heroes that TNC will frequently use to just bring the draft together.
And it helps push as well. Minus armor, it's going to facilitate everybody else dealing more damage. Would have been good. It's always good to have like one conventional pick that isn't a push hero that is good at like killing, for example. Be the good follow-up to the stuns.
So do you think TNC are lacking damage here, though?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's basically just Leshrac right now. He's the only one. They've got right clicks and stuff from summons, but yeah, it's basically just Leshrac right now. So he may have issues surviving. Very smart pick.
Man.
Pugna on the other side.
Yeah, that really, it puts a lot of pressure. If you were going to go OD, for example, with your 5th pick, puts a lot of pressure on that. I thought TNC might have been looking at an Alchemist before that Pugna comes out, but I think Pugna puts a lot of pressure on the Alkin lane as well.
And if you're worried about your opponent's dealing enough damage, you can decrypt to stop the physical right clicks. You've got a blast from Nether Blast. Even just setting up a Nether Ward really defensively is going to make it scarier for TNC to go high ground. Leshrac is going to take a lot of damage if he doesn't have magic immunity. And it gives them another damage source outside of just like Chronosphere right clicks with mag, and now they've got a.
They're going to go ahead and Alk anyway. And I think that's the hero still that brings TNC's draft together. It gives you that burst farm. It gives you that damage potential when he's going to get that Radiance online super early. I think a lot is going to hinge on that Alchemist laning phase.
That's true, but I expect that TNC Predator is also going to be able to pressure side lanes pretty well. I don't have a ton of faith in Enigma as a laning hero. Generally, I see him lose those lanes. If he can have a pretty decent lane, they can do the side lane pressure. Alk should have a free game. Can he then turn it into good team fights, initiations, stun follow-ups, that kind of a thing? I think it'll be a pretty fun dynamic game. It could go a lot of different ways.
Can you see Alliance contesting TNC's jungle? That to me is the question, because I have a hard time seeing that with this lineup, and if they can't do that, I think TNC win.
It's definitely a little scary with Jakiro Rubik, but they're pretty good also. Like if Alk is 6, you can dispel like dual breath, and then your damage is gone from those invades. And Magnus is your other hero who's not amazing at it, but could. They have some potential, especially Pugna. If you get Pugna in there, that's the guy that's gonna, with +1, gonna be able to kill heroes.
It's gonna be a great game.
It is going to be a great game. Thank you very much, gents. It is time to head over to our commentary team, who I'm sure are very excited at all the numerous movie-looking spells available in this one. Enjoy.
That's right. The all-knowing analysts have promised us a great game. Blitz, is it going to be a great game? TNC versus Alliance? I mean, this is a good matchup.
Oh, yeah. For sure it is. I mean, TNC, we get to see how good they really are.
Yeah.
Because Group B looked bad. Group B did not look so hot. I think a lot of people would agree on that. Like, TNC, they did what they were supposed to. They absolutely clowned on them. But I felt like Group A, like Vici and Alliance were so evenly matched. Beast Coast did not look bad at all.
No. I mean, it feels like Group A was a little bit more stacked after seeing the results of which.
We're Henry G and Sadakist.
Henry G and Sadakist? Dude. I mean, I'll be honest, that might be an upgrade.
Are they like the Toby and +1? It's Owen and Fog.
Yeah, they're pretty much the Owen and Fog of CSGO, so I think they got an upgrade.
Oh, yikes.
Hey, there we are. Capitalist and Blitz. Welcome, everybody, to TNC and Alliance. We saw the odds come up. This is definitely going to be an interesting match.
Do you remember what I said when a good Alk game is?
When is it a good Alk game?
What I said about yesterday?
Yes.
What did I say?
Well, the viewers probably don't remember what you said, so you should probably say it again.
You don't remember, do you? I literally said it at the beginning of the game.
I remember asking you about it. Normally, I do remember these things, but...
Okay, I said that it's really good when you get to play against these, like, mid-game pace heroes like...
There it is. There's our odds coming up with TNC Predator. The heavy favorites. You were talking about the gap, right? The 15 to 20 minute, you can't pressure them.
Yeah.
So you were talking about Void, I believe.
And Mag.
And Mag. You were talking about Mag too.
I was saying like Mag PA, Mag Jug lineups.
Right.
Because the problem with them is they want to farm. They want to chill and farm while this guy gets active on the map.
Yeah. And by the time you come online, Alk has already hit his 3-4 item.
Precisely.
So that's where our panel was talking about, like, hey, you gotta get in there. You gotta get inside the jungle, and they were kind of theory crafting. Who can do that? Pugna seems to be the best person to try and contest Alchemist's jungle. They've got Rubik and Jakiro, which is just kind of okay.
Pugna's pretty good, but everything you have to think about comes down to like what happens when he gets his BKB.
Yeah.
It's not even the Radiance that's the big thing. Because like he'll get the Radiance fast. It's how do you deal with this hero when he has BKB? They're hoping that their Void is able to do enough damage.
What do you think about the Enigma pick, by the way?
It's just what TNC runs a lot. Like when we did prep during Dream League or whatever, we were looking at their lineups and stuff like that, and saw that they picked a lot of Night Stalker and what was the other hero? Enigma.
I've been wanting to see that. I don't think they picked it so far this tournament. The Safe Lane Night Stalker.
KP and Tim's both play it as well. The
Tim's plays it. They play a 4 Night Stalker.
Oh no, the Enigma.
Gabby.
The Enigma.
Oh yeah. So it's a nice like. I found their opening to be a little weird though. The Beastmaster Chen opener from TNC.
I think they're just heroes that they really like. It fits like that March style of Dota play. If anything, I feel like Chen and like Io really encapsulate how this guy wants to play Dota. He just wants to like kind of tank it up, help his safe laner get a good laning phase, and then just kind of sit and get carried.
TNC is one of the few teams that is like still actively running the Wisp Gyro duo.
Yeah, it's like, you know, March is like, all right guys, I outdrafted them, like now you carry me. He just kind of chills. Of course,
every
it's, like,
once in a
more
while I'm gonna
complicated
run
than
into a smoke gank and die, and that's fine.
Like, you know, I did my job. You know, they're happy for it. I mean, March is a really good 5 player, but he really, especially in this meta, embodies that like, I'm gonna sacrifice my own game to make everyone else's better. So it's like, how much impact do you expect to have him in game? So it's better to put him on these kinds of heroes and let Gabby and Armel shine.
Yeah.
Not everybody in the game can have that huge impact. Everybody gets a huge amount of farm. It just doesn't work like that. Like the greedier cores that you have and the greedier players that you have, it means you have to lean into the 5 position even more.
Yeah. All the more important for you to be able to win your lanes, which is what, you know, at least the Chen pick is designed to be able to do.
Yeah. I will say, by the way, we've talked about TNC ad nauseum, but I think, for example, like, I really like Alliance's new lineup. I feel like it just kind of makes sense to me. It feels like they have a lot more identity than they used to. Like, I used to think that Limp was that player that like could never really put it together, had all the intangibles, like on paper, good player, wins his lane, good teammate from all accounts, like really stable guy. I mean, we've met him through several alliance, like he's really chill.
Yeah, super nice, chill guy. Can shit talk in the interviews we saw in the pregame interviews with Slacks.
Yeah, so it's like, what exactly is it that prevents him? And I think what he really needed was like, no offense to Kyle or anything, but maybe he needed the right kind of captain to enable him to sort of like build upon his strengths. And now that he has a lot of that confidence, this team, it feels like they've got like an identity. Because there are a lot of castaways on this lineup. You've got Hanskin, who a lot of people flamed, you know, going into the season. They're just like, this guy? You know, like, this guy's never shown us anything. Well, it's like, no, he's always been good.
His brightest moment was when he first came into Dota 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, like, ever since, it's always been middling or poor results.
Yeah, but this guy's always been good. He just... The coolest part, I think, about this lineup and what I appreciate is they all work together really well. Maybe, like, individually... If maybe it's like, oh, hold that thought, is KP likely going to die here?
Work together to finish off KP for the first blood for Nico Baby.
Yeah, Nico Baby probably like they're, you know, huge star and all that, but when it comes to it, like a lot of these guys, their reputations have taken such a big hit, especially like Fada. You know, everyone was like, really Fada 5? But you know, they just make each other better, and I think that's really cool to see.
So you think this lineup is more than just a Nico Baby vehicle?
Yeah, of course.
Like, could you swap out Nico Baby for, let's say, Skeeter from Ninjas and Pajamas, and with this lineup still see, like, maybe not the same success, but, you know, relatively close?
I don't know about that. That's no flame to Skeeter, because I just think, like, they just work well for each other. I think this is a lineup that I hope gets to stay together just because I feel like they make each other better.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really cool thing to see in Dota.
Yeah. It's definitely been a lot of talk about how Nico Baby is a game winner, but the rest of Alliance do set him up for
they enable
success.
his playstyle for sure. Like, they started this lane by tri-laning from. They're going to make sure that he gets absolute free farm.
They gave him the first blood.
Really what it is a carry nowadays in the meta is like, if we secure your farm, just don't lose the game for us.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're going to do exactly as we expected. We're going to give you the free lane. We're going to make sure this off laner doesn't mess with you. Just, you know, do your job.
Meanwhile, Limp is able to focus on what he does best, which is winning 1v1 matchups.
Oh, Limp is like the king of winning lanes. He actually, even when they were bad and stuff like that, that old squad that he was a part of, he always won lanes. That was never the problem with Limp. You're never like, man, Limp just lost his lane for the 15th time. It was like, Limp won his lane. Can he get something out of it? As most likely going to go down here, Armel.
Good rotations
TP though by
from
Tims.
Fada and Hanskin. Armel, he's slowly regenning, but it's not going to be good enough. Hanskin will take the last hit for that kill. 2 kills already for Alliance in the first 6 minutes of this game.
A little bit expected, just because I feel like their lineup is really slow. And I think that's why you have to pick Gabby as like a non-one position hero here, because you have a Chen and an Enigma.
Yeah.
You have 2 heroes that don't really do anything for you for quite a bit of time.
And you have a Beastmaster. That is a slow offlaner. That is not a hero that's going to run around and get you kills nonstop at 12 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
he wants to secure his own offlane first. You want people to come to you. You don't want to have to come to people.
And I think that this game will be a really good test in a way for Gabby to be able to demonstrate how good, because we've already seen him carry games, and this is going to be, I think, one of the ultimate, like, hey, you really have to be a do shit safe lane carry. You have to make all the moves, because you don't have anybody else to make the moves for you in this game.
This Enigma won't make space for you, and we see that off the bat. He's going to hit a very nice stun, get in front of 33, make it so that it's impossible for him to survive.
Just sitting on the high ground, waiting for KP to run up, and he will run into his Prism of Doom, especially with time of dilation. They don't even need the Chronosphere, I think.
No, they got him. They got him.
Yeah, they got him.
This is what I mean. They're going to secure Nico Baby's farm. But they need to do this because they do have the better lanes, I'd say, at being able to get kills off the bat. And it's easier for their heroes to rotate and make moves. Aside from like 33, his life will just suck. He's gonna max in power, and you know that's what you got to deal with, buddy.
I was gonna say, like, Beastmaster doesn't want to rotate out of his lane. Gabby's gonna have to rotate to him. You know, they could get the Primal Roar kill and then turn that into a tower. It's so good if this safe laner can actually kill the offlane tower before he rotates. Mid lane, we're gonna watch Tims try and protect the mid tower while the Alchemist is away farming jungle, but he will die, and it looks like the tower may fall as well. So Alliance already picking up the pace, putting the pressure on these early objectives with their core Pugna.
Yeah, they recognize, oh, this is a very nice stack to steal though. But they're recognizing exactly what we said. Like, our lineup is meant to win this phase of the game. Let's get aggressive as possible because TNC have there's no counterplay for them. There's nothing that TNC can really do aside from move Gabby around the map.
All right, now what are you going to do with this, March? Gabby, they're actually going to turn and fight and maybe kill 33. He is able to walk away. The telekinesis
on
put
top of the
on
cliff.
top of the cliff with Limp just laying into him with that life drain. So Gabby will eventually die here, and so will March as he cannot get away from Nico Baby. Once again, Alliance are able to get kills without having to use their Chronosphere.
But they're going to lose the top tower for this. This is where KP's game now gets enabled. Like I said, even though he has Roar, he's not going to move. He wants you to move to him. So they're going to grab this tower, and what I'd really like for them to do is just completely own this side of the map now. You probably aren't taking mid tower with the heroes that you have, as we're going to see the replay again. Probably should have killed 33 there.
Yeah, that was, I think, a little bit of bumbling of spells there, but...
2 nice kills for them. TNC just kind of have to make space wherever they can.
Yeah.
I don't think they should have been that aggressive, but they did steal stacks.
They did steal stacks, and they did get a tower off of all that.
And they haven't had to use the chrono yet, so they should be a little bit worried about that at all times right now.
Hanskin setting up to go for the 10-minute bounty rune. Is actually going to get the telekinesis toss up into the cliff area from KP, so he's a little bit delayed, retreating backwards, but they're going to turn with a Primal Roar. Limp, though, coming in from the side. Get the bounty rune and get out. That's the play for TNC, but they may not be able to do so as Nico Baby actually pops a Chronosphere. He had to time walk in, so he had to save himself with the Chrono. It looks like Tims will pay the ultimate price at top lane for getting that bounty rune. Still, though, how many did they get there, JJ?
That was 2 for 2.
No, that's 3 for TNC.
3 for 1, okay.
3 for 1. So that's got to be worth it, right? For an Alk lineup.
Plus, I got Void Chrono off.
Oh, yeah, that actually makes it mega worth. Fada, don't think you're getting away from this one, my friend.
Fada is so incredibly dead. Hadouken.
It is one of those nice 5s to be able to push out lanes and such, but he is going to be food for Beastmaster.
Oh yeah, Beastmaster's just going to chase him in circles. It's hard to hit the ice path too. Hanskin going to get that freebie. Gabby's farm, of course, they've got the boots of travel on him. TNC especially seem to like this build on all their cores.
Yeah.
Just added mobility. It's really nice when you have Beastmaster too because you can TP onto any of the animals.
Mm-hmm. And the combined idea of having vision, right?
Yes.
Like they always have the sort of vision hero that makes your boots of travels more useful because you're able to abuse, push in lanes where the enemy team is not, while still simultaneously being able to group up. I think Leshrac is just an insane space maker when put as this sort of like safe lane core where he's able to get his guaranteed farm, because he literally just runs down lanes, he bursts down towers, and he bursts down lane creeps. He's able to farm neutrals really efficiently. It's so hard to keep this guy from farming.
He's gonna get it stolen now though. So that's 4 points of Edict. Gotta be careful. They've got 4 points of Edict now, and they've got a Pug now.
Now,
be a little bit
TNC,
concerned.
they, we're talking about the danger of an ALK lineup. And to be honest, it's looking like TNC, they're just going to hit their timings on the ALK anyway. But this is more of a mid-game window for TNC, right?
Yeah.
Like Alliance, they still have the better late-game carry in Void, right?
Trying to think. Yeah, I'd say so.
With the mag and stuff.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tools to help him out. They have a lot of damage that they can throw into the Chronosphere too, which is always what I look for in a Void lineup.
Yeah.
Sometimes I felt like some of the, the Fighting Pandas or whatever, they just pick this Void and be like, well, it's fine. We got Void back. Without really thinking about any of the other conditions that enable the hero.
Yeah. And some of those conditions are having damage you can lay into the Chronosphere, and Alliance has that in spades for sure.
Oh, look at this. They are going to bring Gabby in. This is what we expected. For TNC, they just want to kill whatever hero they can. Yeah. If that makes sense. You're less concerned about getting core kills and more about slowing down the timing of Alliance. Because I think Alliance especially is one of the more prolific 5-man lineups. Like, they really like to 5-man around the map.
Yeah.
So don't give them that opportunity to get these pickoffs. Don't let them just like group up for free. Otherwise, they feel real good about themselves.
Do you think that's why they went for this like last pick Alchemist and this Leshrac pick? Those are heroes that definitely abuse the fact that you want a 5-man.
Yes.
And if you 5-man, you can't be all over the map and you can't stop Leshrac and Alk farming.
But eventually you will have to take team fights, which is where I think Alliance feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
Like their team fighting has been unreal throughout the season so far.
2,000 net worth lead for TNC. So pretty much means the game's about even, seeing as they have an ALK lineup. But with the Radiance coming up, this is just going to speed up his timings even more. He's going straight for the BKB. Straight for a fighting build, which kind of leads into what we were talking about, a very mid-game focused. Gabby does actually find Fada here, but with the TP rotations, Gabby quickly realizes he can't stick around. He's going to be caught by the Ice Path, Micropyre, taking so much damage already, but there's no real catch. And now TNC, actually just some extra space being thrown out by KP, goes for the Primal Roar to allow everybody on his team to escape cleanly.
He's very fast.
Yeah. Leshrac or Beastmaster?
The Lesh.
Yes.
Lesh just kind of ran away.
I hate that about that hero, man.
But there are a lot of counters.
Blame Sumail for that one, man. Ever since he came up with the movement speed Leshrac build, that has been abused one way or another, different builds over time. The hottest thing being going boots of travel first. 15-minute bounty runes. Looks like TNC have secured 3 Alliance. They are giving up so much ground, and now they're going to give away hero kills as well. Gabby, though, may be in trouble. Look at Fada. He's trying to sacrifice his body to make sure Gabby doesn't get too far away, but do they have any lockdown? They're going to have to use the Chronosphere to make sure that Gabby does die here. The Chen heal going off is not going to make a difference. Not for Gabby and not for his neutral creeps, it seems.
Now we're at a 5k lead. And this is the concern of when you have Void Mag, is like you usually want an offlaner on 33 that can put pressure,
yeah,
or protect towers. and he's not really either of those roles. This is very much like a Nico Baby, you know, do your thing, which is ideal for ALK drafts to play against, which is what I was trying to tell you yesterday. Like, playing ALK drafts against these kinds of slower pace lineups where there is going to be an inevitable time where you just want to utilize the fact that you got 4 points of Empower means you can't really team fight. You're 4v5ing effectively. Your mag doesn't really have too many items, like he can't really do anything aside from be an Empower bot when you decide to go for the skill build and go for this playstyle.
You can't attack the enemy team, the map's getting smaller, so there's less farm for you to work off of.
It's like the same
anyway.
reason why ALK actually works really nice against like anti-mage and Spectre lineups, because you push the pace so quickly.
Hanskin, with a haste rune that he found, will try and get the kill on a Gabby. Thanks to the splitter steal, he will be able to land the Ice Path follow-up, and Gabby's still not dead. Now the Primal Roar coming in from the side. KP, he actually wants to fight this one. That's because Armel is coming in. Unstable Concoction, nailing the Pugna. Got the Decrepify off. That's going to be able to buy Limp sometime, but Fada's already dead on the side, and Limp is eventually going to die to the chase down. That is a kill streak being given to Armel as well.
I like what Hanskin's doing here. He's trying to split things up, but he might actually just get caught anyways. The Eidolon's trying to find him right now. If he pops the Pulse Nova, he'll know for sure, but gets the Yules off.
That'll be just an easy chain stun combo.
They might even decide to go high ground here. Oh,
yeah.
No, they're going to back up and reset. This is not really the Alliance like bread and butter, though, that I'm used to seeing anyways. I'm used to seeing like 33 play those like I press W, buff you up, but I can also sit in front of towers and defend. Mag, of course, has Empower, but it's different than like a save in that regard. And TNC throughout this tournament has been pretty good at getting map control, to say the least.
Maybe this just isn't the kind of draft that can punish TNC. Definitely seems like the kind of lineup where they said, we're going to let TNC crash into us and we're going to beat them in team fights when it really counts. So far, that hasn't happened. With a 9,000 net worth lead on TNC, it's tough to see how Alliance will be able to kill more than just one core in a team fight, but we'll have to see. Especially with the BKB. Armel is now going to go for a heart after the BKB blink that he's picked up. And possibly a pipe for the Beastmaster, and that would just make Armel unstoppable, I think.
Yeah. For Alliance, you have to take a fight. Like, that sounds silly to say, like, obviously they need to, but the problem with Void as a hero against ALK is that Chrono has such a long cooldown, but ALK can always fight. So it doesn't even matter if you win one fight. You've got to, like, stomp that fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the ALK is just going to do the same thing, go down lanes. This time you don't have Chronosphere. Like, you've got to make your stand at some point soon. Otherwise, you'll lose way too much map control. They'll get Roche. Aegis is the counter to Chronosphere.
It did kind of seem like, they were trying to use Nico Baby early, to run around that time where they were getting kills, but he didn't have to use Chronosphere.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of stopped. It felt like they stopped putting in that pressure, of like trying to use this Chronosphere every single time it's off cooldown to get some sort of kill. To at least slow down the TNC flood that is about to happen.
Stun's being charged up right now. They're trying to see if they can get any stragglers here. The instant jump in on a Limp.
The Hawk manages to find the Pugna, leading into the Primal Roar just to make sure that the mid-core of Alliance does die, and the tier 2 is now theirs.
They can just go Roche now too, TNC.
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be a moment, though, where Alliance have to look at this game and just feel like, we're losing everything right now. You at least have to chance a smoke. Maybe not look for a straight-up 5-on-5, but something along those lines, because you are losing all semblance of map control.
I mean, they've given up 3, now 4 bounty runes for this time, and a kill, looks like, Espada. Okay, the Chronosphere laid out with no Chemical Rage, no BKB activated either. This is a good time to get a lot of damage onto this. Oh, and if he gets a little bit more stuns than Chen Heal going down, Armel finally pops the BKB, but he still goes down, so that is a big win for Alliance. KP now going to try and make it back. Ice Path, not quite long enough. Nico Baby not quite lucky enough to be able to get a bash. Maybe with the black hole from Tim's. 3-man black hole. Oh, with the axes over the top, but they need a little bit more damage. It's just not quite enough. They'll be able to get the Rubik kill, yes, but Nico Baby is still the monster you need to be able to defeat here. Gabby, now the damage is going to be here, but he immediately gets RP'd by 33. Nico Baby doesn't want to challenge the Leshrac, though. He wants to get out of this fight. There's the ice path, but it doesn't actually hit Gabby, so he'll be able to get the stun back in. Nico Baby going back in with a time walk. You can't time walk into that fight. You don't have BKB, you madman. He's going to try and get back with a second time walk. KP almost catching up to him, but no, not just enough vision or distance to be able to get that primal roar up.
Wow, Tim's completely salvaging this fight. Looked like KP was going to go down for sure. They were all stacked up in the perfect position. Fada just barely didn't have the ice path. That was enough to do it. They get the kill one after another. Their Beastmaster's strong enough, and look at the Leshrac coming after pressuring that top lane. 33. This is not the kind of role that we like seeing him on. His RP doesn't really put out damage. His team wasn't willing to fight around it either. You never like those like full retreat RPs. And now that Chronosphere is down, TNC is going to abuse the fact that their Alk is fight ready at all times.
Yep.
There was a pretty big error that he made too. His Reaver was inside his stash. Or he actually most likely lives there.
Yeah, I think so. They had just like barely had enough damage. They would have run out of damage. He would have regened up, and well, I think there was a lot of reasons that Alliance was lucky.
Yeah,
I think
TNC,
they were lucky Gabby didn't have Boots of Travel sooner for the black hole play.
I think TNC were just a little bit, they were cocky. But Alliance have to take fights, and they saw that Gabby wasn't there.
Yeah.
Probably thought this is our opportunity. You have to use, you can't not use Chrono for 20 minutes against an Alk lineup and expect to win.
Yeah.
And Hanskin's gonna get caught up again.
Poor Hanskin. He's sitting in there in the trees, but it was directly in sight of that ward that was laid out. Nico Baby does have the Chronosphere. With just the time dilation, he's really hoping he can get the kill without having to use his ultimate and be abused. He will be able to get that Aegis away.
Oh, but top though.
He has to TP back to the top lane to be able to protect his tier 3. Well, that's going to fall. Maybe protect the barracks. They don't have Gabby here. Nico Baby has arrived, but he wants a better Chronosphere than just locking down this Alchemist who sits on the front line. They're slowing down. Now they're going to go for it, and it is just going to be this Alchemist. And they don't really have a ton of damage to lay into him, but the Chemical Rage has worn out. Chen Heal going down, but Gabby and the rest of TNC is now here with the BKB activated by Armel. Nico Baby just does not do enough damage, and TNC are just going to calmly walk out of this fight, and they can take Shrines at their leisure now.
They should reset, get some mana, take the Shrines, and they can go for it again. As we see, Nico Baby comes in, leaps in pretty confidently, but the Alk still had the remnants of his ulti for the first 2 seconds there, and by the time it ended, with the Chen heal, not even close.
I mean, there was also no Jakiro to lay damage into it. There was no like Ice Path to chain stun even. There was no life drain. That was on cooldown.
They're just going to go for it again, and TNC rightfully should. If you thought the fight was easy before, now there's no Chronosphere.
Well, the assault begins, and Alliance may just have to concede this lane of barracks unless Hanskin can get something really good here. Unstable Concoction leading off, follow-up Ice Path. Just chain stunning him, but no real damage.
He's in the back, but he needs to catch the Rubik or wait for the Rubik to steal his spell first. I don't even think it's very necessary for him to have to lead in with a black hole. This is their fourth layer of in case we mess up. And that's the crazy part about their lineup. It looks so scary.
The final trump card in the deck is not needed. They walk away with a lane of barracks and a 20,000 net worth lead now on TNC. And a fresh round of items, BKB for Gabby. The medallion now for the Beastmaster, which eventually he will turn into the Solar Crest to amp up Armel even more.
Part of the problem, I think, with like when you have Void plus Mag is what Void really needs more than like that damage is that attack speed. Everything that he gets item-wise and his skill set lends to attack speed, whereas like Empower doesn't really do that for you. It pays off because you start to farm a little bit faster, but you need time. Like you need to buy more time for your Void so that he can get like 4 items, and then he's a beast with this Empower. But as it stands, like, you know, he just doesn't really put out enough damage, and like we talked about before the game started, the Alk timing is so good versus the Mag timing.
Pretty sure TNC's gotten like 14 out of the last 16 bounty runs.
Yeah, that helps. Doesn't hurt.
jumps up to another 23K with probably with Shrine going down. We're going to be looking at a 25,000 net worth
That
lead
net
for
worth
TNC.
has never
before they
dipped
go.
in this game. Jeez. TNC's so good. They make everything look so good.
Yeah.
This isn't... I don't even know if this is Alliance being like bad. They played the early game reasonably well. But I just want to give a lot of credit to TNC.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the team can just play out of their minds, have good drafts. And this is like their... This is one of their last stands. You have to stomp the fight here. Nico Baby looking for the back line. He's going to catch KP first.
Leads off on KP, and that's all he's going to Chronosphere too. TNC is just way too split up, and Tim's waiting on the high ground, waiting for his opportunity to be able to jump in. They finally... No, he still doesn't finish off KP. He still gets Primal Roar. 33 doesn't catch anybody. Tried to go for the RP, but he doesn't see an opportunity. Now he's going to let it down with 2 heroes.
Look at
With the
Tim's.
cleave, they can do some damage. Tim's just waiting this entire time. Eventually, he will show himself and try and get that one little stun. He's just a small little half-second stun. That's all he needed to do to be able to make sure Nico Baby dies. Black Hole still in the bank here as Hanskin's going to get jumped in by Armel, and that's it. Now the Black Hole comes out.
Give it back to them.
Stolen by Hanskin. He gets a 4-man, but that is all you will get out of this Game 1 Alliance because TNC, another perfect thrashing.
I will say, aside from that bottom fight, which actually Tim's amazing Black Hole made okay, I don't really know where the missteps were. They just kind of cleanly took you out. For Alliance, you have to be prepared to play against this style. I think maybe because they saw the Gambit game, they thought it would be a little bit more slow pace. Like, oh, well, TNC, they look like they're down to chill. And it's like, no, if you go Mag, Void, we will punish you. We'll take this Alk. We have this Chen. We saw how deadly that combo was at TI. It was like a 80% win rate together. They'll pick up these free wins against you.
All right, well, I don't know. Marsh is just some kind of insane captain, man. He's led so many teams to TI, and it's looking like he's leading TNC to an easy ESL 1 victory at this rate. We'll see what happens next, though, in Game 2, TNC versus Alliance.
Yeah, let's hold on to those TNC horses just yet. Still plenty of games ahead of us to get carried away. TNC fans all over the world rejoicing right now that they've maybe got an SCA Titan at ESL 1 Hamburg. They're certainly looking very good and a good value for money in their first game as well. Just one more will guarantee them a top 3 finish at ESL 1 Hamburg already. And we haven't even got to the Barclaycard Arena. Alongside me are Purge and the Has to break down game number 1. And gents, what a just an outstanding performance from TNC. What more can we keep saying about this team right now?
It's the TNC that we've seen throughout this event. It's the TNC that understands what you need to do to win the game and just gets there a little bit faster. I think that Blitz is right that bottom fight was kind of TNC just slamming the Alliance window shut.
Yeah, we saw last weekend. Sorry, Ken. We saw last weekend. Alliance looked fantastic. They made a great comeback. They've won a tournament. They won Dream League. TNC just made them look very ordinary.
Yeah, I think they just outdrafted them a lot this game. This is like one of the things you can do sometimes with push lineups. Everyone's kind of scared about it. You say, we're pushing, Alk. And then you're like, oh, that's not good. And then also they were so singular on their damage output. It was all magic damage. Pugna was their core. Pugna amplifies magic resistance, does more magic. They had Jakiro as a support. He's almost all magic. There was a lot of times top where it'd be Beastmaster gets gone on or Leshek gets gone on, and they just don't die. And that's because March utilized the Chen to have lots of magic resistance creeps. And the way that magic resistance works is that if you have more sets of them, the way the math works is that it amplifies. You get extra. It's not just like 10% everyone. You get a little bit extra. It's like a little bit more beneficial. And that ultra counters Pugna, because Pugna's whole deal is, I want to lower your magic resistance. So magic resistance reduction against tons of stacking magic resistance ores means you just don't do any damage, and you saw that. He also didn't buy Veil, so he didn't really give himself any more extra damage here. So they just had all this trouble killing cores in the mid part of the game. So any moves that Alliance tried to make outside of Chronosphere, and even Chronosphere at the end, it was really hard for them to get kills.
Yeah, Divine Favor and Chemical Rage is also pretty good.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, that's what's creating a lot of that tankiness as well. And I think the beginning of the game, the lanes for TNC felt a little bit static. I was a little bit worried with this 4 position Enigma in particular that Alliance was making a lot of those early game moves. But if you notice, they got the kills from time to time, but they never really made inroads onto that Radiant side of the map, denying the Alchemist his jungle. And he did get pushed out of lane. I mean, he got doubled up in CS by the Limp Pugna, but the Jaws theme is playing in the background. You know, with that Alchemist, he's going to come out 20 minutes with his Radiance and his next item. And I love the fact that Gabby goes ahead and just he builds Radiance, BKB, Blink, and just goes in.
Watch KP's survivability here. He gets Chronosphere, marches moving the creeps close to the Chrono, so he gets the magic resistance aura, and when he gets low, pops both heals, he finally roars and runs out. It's like the extra healing that they get and the magic resistance that they have just meant that there's no damage coming out of a Faceless Void who has a Maelstrom. It's all magic damage. The time lock procs are magic. It's like, and then they have a Pugna and a Chihiro. It's like there's no way to deal damage. And eventually, if you can't burst those guys down, they're gonna outlast you, and then they're just gonna kill you with like a stun and like 4 little Alk slaps.
And this was the knock on Void for a long time, right? I mean, as good as Void has been in the meta recently, the knock on him for a long time was he was just too slow. And he certainly felt slow in this game. That Maelstrom is not enough. It's a great farming accelerant, but it's not enough by itself to do damage inside the Chronosphere and kill all these heroes, especially with all the sustain that we've been talking about.
It's good enough normally, but against all of the magic resistance auras and the Chen, it's definitely not enough damage.
Okay, Alliance, talk about what right now in the break?
They need a strat. Their confidence has been unfounded. People are going to play back that limp interview in their mind at 20. It'll be like 20, and then they're going to cut to the end of the game where they're just done.
I think that's going to be a new GIF meme at some point out there. That aside, they know how to come back in games. They're not down and out. They've done it already. We saw it at Dream League, obviously, as well. So they know how to come back.
That's true. Maybe he meant 20 as an 0-2. That might have been.
Purge.
You never know.
And on that note, we're going to take a break ourselves here and cool down. TNC, we hope you're enjoying their play. We're certainly enjoying it as we head into a break right now. When we come back, game number 2 between these two titans of ESL 1 Hamburg for a place in the top 3. We'll see you soon.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. thoughts, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Reasons, baby. Leave it all for the fade.
TNC versus Alliance is our first upper bracket semi-finals. We welcome you back to the City Lights of Hamburg. It's ESL 1 Hamburg, powered by Intel 2019. We are just a few hours now about moving everything over to make sure we bring you from the Barclaycard Arena tomorrow, the live show that I know that you're all looking forward to. The group stages have been very enlightening, though. We've learned an awful lot about these teams, not least of which about TNC and how silky smooth they are at the execution of the fantastic March drafts. On the other side of things, though, Alliance have come unstuck a little bit in game one, but we know they've got comeback ability. There's a new word for you as we rejoin Purge and the Has here on the panel. We're going to get into the draft pretty quickly, Alan, and it's a draft that now, I guess, a lot of importance is on for Alliance. It's not just about execution and how they play the game. Sure. There was a lot in that last draft that made sense from TNC again.
I think at least ex post, you can say that Alliance got a bit outdrafted there, but I think the fix is pretty easy. And the more I think about it, the more I think it's not the Nico Baby Void. I think the 33 Magnus was a big problem in that draft. You picked the Magnus 8th overall, and it gave you this other massive cooldown that you had to play around, and it really limits 33's ability to control tempo. You look at this guy's having a lot of success on Legion Commander for a reason. He's very, very good at controlling tempo at this hero. Think about what he did earlier today on Bristleback, a hero that can just play in these constant engagements and handle pressure brought from the other side of the map. That's what I want to see now more from 33. I think he's their key player here in game 2.
I totally agree with everything you just said, but they needed a solution against the Enigma Black Hole, right? Okay. That was clear. Like if Enigma gets BKB Blink, he's going to pick his target and they're going to die every single team fight. And if he can't RP to defend against that, if they don't pick something in that position or with their last pick that can interrupt it, they're going to have issues.
I think they might have.
That's why they picked it.
I am less concerned about that when I know. If I knew it was going to be a 4-position Enigma, I'm a little bit less concerned about that because the BKB is coming online a bit later.
It was obvious, actually, in hindsight, because they had already picked Beastmaster and they had Enigma. It was clearly going to be KP or Beastmaster, vice versa. So, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it was too big of a worry.
But I really do think, again, TNC going right back to it in the first phase here. Everybody is talking about Nico Baby, and for good reason. I think this guy has a chance to be this year's Nisha, but I think long-term 33 is going to be the keys team. If this is going to be a consistent Tier 1 team throughout the year, it's going to be because he takes that next step.
Is it our, I don't want to be too mean too early, but is it quite predictable at the moment how to beat Alliance? Is it shut down Nico, make sure you don't give 33 a comfort hero, don't give one of the signature heroes to Limp, and all good? Is that too simple?
Can't you just say that sentence to any team, Paul?
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's a matter of
TNC right now. How do you beat
extent.
TNC right now? Because March's drafting is unbelievably good right now.
Yeah, but
KP's playing a range of different heroes, so you can't look him down. He likes go at you, run at you off laners. It's not like that because he can play Veno.
It's why a lot of why I love Pro Dota so much is because this becomes a part of that team's storyline throughout the year. We're saying these same things about Liquid midway
Sure,
through
I'm not saying we're saying...
Liquid, if you shut down Miracle, they can't win.
Yeah,
right?
no. We've been there. So my point is those three things. Have TNC figured that out?
I think they're just better.
You do? You just think
They're
they're on a
certainly
different,
playing better
different
now.
range right now?
They're just better.
Yeah.
And when you're better, you see cracks and you try to figure out why they're better or why they're winning, and damn it, they're just better.
Yeah. Okay. So what do Alliance do in the meantime?
Get better.
Do you know I had a fire extinguisher brought in just because you were so spicy at the end of that last segment? I thought I might need it.
Where's it? Spray me. I'm ready.
Wow.
Let me turn the other way and close my mouth first.
Getting back to the draft. I cannot believe I heard the word "spray me, I'm ready" on a panel. I am very disturbed.
From Purge.
From Purge. Wow, usually Kyle's the one I have to worry about going there. All right. Anyway, no,
Y'all the perverts. It isn't me. I was talking about fire extinguishers.
See, I was talking about fire extinguishers. I'm with you, Kevin.
Nahaz.
Oh,
Nahaz.
it's the dirty old man with his money together shirt.
The brain of Nahaz over there.
Were you quick to say dirty old man? Because you are a dirty old man. Is that why it's on the mind?
No, I was just going to make fun of Brett because he's older than me.
That's okay. I've got less gray hair.
You much less gray hair. This has been since 26, dude. Anyway, coming into the second phase here, Alliance do still have a lot of options. TNC takes the Alchemist off the board themselves. We had actually seen that. Several options still left, though. The Naga Siren is still on the table. I'd really like to see that again from TNC.
What do you make about the Leshoga opening?
I think it's fine. It'll give them tower potential stuff. Ogre is safe and fine.
Yeah, I think... I was going to say it gives them flex, but it doesn't anymore because they've now revealed that they've got an Abaddon in the team, so it doesn't really give them the flex that I was going to talk about.
How do we not talk about that here?
Yeah.
Most teams aren't. Like, there are Ogre 3s
I think it's the one that slipped down, though, isn't it, Kevin? Over the first day, sure, ban it out. First phase, no one plays it. Second day, got through a couple of times, didn't really impress. Third day, today, it's gotten through quite a lot today.
For the games we've watched, I've seen it on other streams a little bit. It's still a pretty big staple.
It's still good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh,
it's
God,
still
It didn't
popular.
look good as a 5, admittedly, but it had a rough game against the Bristles, so it's hard to kind of figure out.
Yeah, I think you throw the 5 game out, and I think
it's still a good hero.
Yeah. You look at the game that like Resolution plays it at a 3, and they've got Bane. I mean, they ended up losing, but they've got Bane, Abaddon, and Shadow Demon, and they're just running underneath the tier 1 tower, just saying, "What are you going to do to us?" The hero is he's just a bully. And I think it's terrific in terms of creating the kind of space and relieving the pressure that Alliance struggled to deal with in game 1.
This gyro, Enigma, Undying for TNC.
So it seems like people are picking Undying a lot to secure Gyro Sling. Helps a lot if it's against a strength hero. One thing Blitz is talking a lot about is that Centaur beats Gyro because of the base damage advantage. Undying takes that away against strength heroes, so helps Gyro get for sure last hits. Go ahead, talk about Ember Spirit.
He's 1-11 so far at the tournament.
Yeah.
He's been awful, and he's looked very slow. He's looked like a hero that, yes, I know he's got this magic damage potential in the mid game, but he's looked like a hero that has had trouble scaling into the late game, as we know Ember Spirits can.
So, why are teams going back for him every time?
So there's always this like shift in the meta. It's not for sure happening here, but if some team starts going 1-11, you just pick them later in the draft when it's a good game.
Right.
Yeah.
When he's got less counters.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's no
less
disable here
opportunity for
apart from there's homing missile and black hole.
And homing missile is
But-
extremely
Legion
easy.
Commander? Yeah.
Homing really easy to dodge. Use for 1 fire remnant. You can dodge it with slight sometimes too, pretty easy.
That is such a
So this
sick
will be a
Legion
4
pick.
Enigma.
That is such a sick Legion pick.
It's pretty good, yeah. Dueling Ember is obviously excellent, but
Another 4 Enigma.
yeah.
Yes.
Gold Deny is definitely something that we saw out of Tim's that game.
The only 2 Enigma picks this tournament have both been by TNC, and it's been Tim's both times.
I mean, Enigma's been out of the meta for a long time, it feels like. There's always periods of time where it's dominant, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, Enigma's bad now. Maybe too easy to kill in lane or something. But the 4 Enigma is maybe the difference. Maybe the 3 Enigma, probably too rough at like standing in lanes and not feeding your hero or your Eidolons. But the 4 with a capable 3 seems more viable.
Well, I think it's a lot of teams have they figured out that to run a 4 Enigma, he's going to be in those mid lane secondary camps. He's going to be in the jungle a lot of the times, and then you still have to have a way to bring pressure in the other lanes when you have that hero that's going to be off the map for a lot of the first 8 minutes of the game. TNC were fairly good at that in the last game. They traded water on that top lane as KP's Beastmaster. He did give up a death, I believe, or 2 on the top lane, but he traded fairly well for himself early. This is, man, I think this draft has really gone sideways after this Ember pick. I don't know where he goes. You don't want him in the mid lane. Nico Baby, that was his first really bad game of this tournament, was when they put him on safe lane Ember on the second day.
That slug ban.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it beats Abaddon, I guess. Against a melee hero. Kind of makes sense.
Is that a brood ban?
That is
ban, right?
core
And a
Night
core Night Stalker,
Stalker.
yeah, it is.
And that is going to be disgusting.
Is that their mid hero? What's going on?
I think Gyro did.
Gyro goes mid.
And then they're just going to safe lane either
Stalker?
Legion or Night Stalker. Okay.
Well, Legion can. It just depends on the matchup. I think these heroes can
Gabby played Night Stalker already, right? So.
Yes, he did two Night Stalker games in this tournament by Gabby, and
they were both
27
amazing.
kills and 1 death. Yes.
I do kind of like it against like both Ember and Leshrac. They're very spell reliant heroes. So if you can hypothetically get on top of them with a lot of farm, then you should be able to pressure and kill them. So and Vision for Legion duels should help you pick fights. Wraith King, pretty solid pick considering against all the melees. He shouldn't be kited too much, but Night Stalker does also kite him, I guess.
It's a lot of swords on Alliance's team this time around.
That is true.
I mean, but you look at this TNC lineup, and apart from the black hole, like they kill Wraith King once, and what changes? Why aren't they just going to kill him again? That's what I worry about. This other than the black hole. Okay, you could talk about duel. I don't know.
They have some cover, I guess, with Ogre and stuff like that.
I mean, Abaddon needs, the way he plays right now, and the reason he's so good, he needs to be able to just run up to these towers and whack, 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 and force engagements on his own terms. Night Stalker all of a sudden is running around with perfect vision, able to take those tower fights either under his own or under the enemy's, no problem. I think this is a really strong draft by TNC.
Another strong draft from TNC. Thank you very much, Purge. And Nahaz, we are all set then to get into our second game. Our TNC about to take a clean sweep and take place inside, or move a place inside the top 3 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Or can Alliance stretch them and take a game back? Let's find out.
What did I say, Blitz Dota? What did I say I wanted to see from TNC?
Night Stalker?
Their safe lane Night Stalker. And they're going to run it just for little ol' me. And maybe to be able to 2-0 Alliance, but most importantly for me.
Do you think it's going to be a 2-0?
I don't know. I haven't actually fully digested the drafts in my brain and come up with analysis.
I see.
Is it going to be a 2-0 Blitz Dota?
I don't know.
Professional analyst?
Alliance have, I don't know, dude. I'm just garbage. Maybe Dota's not my thing, dude. After this, I'm just gonna become a homeless guy. There's nothing wrong with that.
True.
That's my true calling. Alliance, I mean, they have good heroes. Like, they have heroes that they feel comfortable with. 33 is on a hero that I feel like he can win on. Let me say, I feel like he is wasting his talents on a hero like Mac.
Yeah. Being an Empower bot is not.
Yeah, like I want this guy to stand in front of towers and be a boss and run in front and passively create time for his true carry Nico Baby. I don't want this guy to like sit in a jungle, hit W, and then walk around in circles where he does like 100 damage RPs. You know, that doesn't feel very good.
Stun 1, stun 2, stun 3. KP will be able to shrug off at least the movement speed slow from the Wraithfire Blast, but he's body blocked by Limp beautifully. And stun 4 and stun 5 will make sure they get the first blood for Limp.
Oh, this feels good.
And already, well, he may have gotten first blood on Alliance, but everybody saw that first game from TNC, and they're heavily back in the Southeast Asian squad.
Right, that is a one-sided 7-1, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, not even the Patriots-Jets game was that bad.
You had a bet with Kyle, didn't you?
Yes.
What was your odds?
Me and Kyle bet $20, and he was very confident. So for anybody that doesn't know, this doesn't apply to you, but he bet on the Jets to win, and he took 3-1 odds.
Uh-huh.
And
that was the official Vegas odds?
Yeah, we just looked up the Vegas odds. It was 3.5-1, and he got absolutely dumpstered. The score was like 33-0 or something. And somehow, GGBet thinks that this is going to be twice as bad as that was. I've yet to see it, so, you know. I mean, I think Alliance deserve a lot more credit than that, but Maybe they just think that TNCs are just good as hell, which, you know, might not be a terrible sentiment either, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they've only lost one game so far here at ESL 1. We're going to watch March probably die here. They're going to be able to chase him down. They do have a split earth. May not need it, though.
I don't even know if that's that good of a trade, though.
Just kind of dives and, yeah. I mean, he didn't get the last hit on the kill.
No.
He got to reset. Maybe he was low on regen. But yeah, trading your core for a support's never got to feel that good.
Bottom lane, it looks like KP's doing okay in the XP department. Is getting blocked by Fada completely. Not really sure where he's going to go.
And now Nico Baby may be able to block him in a little bit more. Rayfire Blast couldn't lock him in the trees. Will be able to get a few more stuns. If they could get a really big crit here again from Nico Baby, they might be able to get the kill, but it doesn't come.
Wastes all his mana, though. They've done a very good job of zoning KP out. They weren't able to do that too much. Even with the tri-lane last game, I felt like his Beastmaster got way too much. He was the same level as the Void for the most part. As KP is stuck around, healed up. He's got a huge wave under him. And boldly, Alliance decided to give up the Enigma again, which I don't necessarily think was the reason they lost. In fact, that
Tim's
game
really didn't
kind of
have to-
felt 4 on 5. Like,
Yeah.
Tim's just kind of chilled and had the easiest job. He's just like, in case you need it,
Yeah.
it's here.
that last fight where he literally just stood on the high ground the entire time, came out with one Malefice, and that was it. Like, that proved
It was
that
kind of adorable. He's like, again, in case you need it, I'm here.
I'm here for you.
Don't forget, your good old buddy Tim's.
Your good old emotional support buddy.
In case you're wondering who to vote for Mercedes-Benz MVP, the passive pressure he was able to put out. It was the implication.
That's true. That is, you know, with the MVP vote, it's even more respectable how passive Tim's was. As they're going to lose our Night Stalker here. This is the Abaddon off-lane core with a support that is enabled. Gabby is oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage. Well, Gabby, he may still die to the Diabolic Edict. It's a little bit close, but yeah.
All right, he just turned around and thwacked him once. I don't think 33 realized how much HP the Decay was doing.
Yeah.
He probably only had like 300 there. Just,
and Night Stalker hits very hard.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, he has a very high base damage.
I don't love these traits from 33. Yes, you are getting the kill on a Gabby, but he's only level 2, and eventually it'll hit nighttime, and all of this that you've done doesn't really feel like it's worth it. If anything, I feel like he should just be in a position where he's looking to trade a little bit more farm.
Yeah, the first kill was definitely way more egregious because you killed an Undying, and that always feels terrible because he comes back with full mana and starts decaying you again.
Fall into his trap card, man.
Yeah.
But when it comes to CS, wow, this Legion is doing well.
Yeah, they. This is something about this. You said, you know, last game obviously you got way too much as the Beastmaster. This TNC formula works out so well where they're able to. KP was one of the most adept solo offlaners 2 seasons ago.
The thing about KP,
Tim's is that greedy 4 who doesn't want to really lane that much.
Something about KP that I noticed is I think he gets a lot of flack, no pun intended here, because of the kind of playstyle he plays. He's not really a 2-on-2 meta laner. He's the kind of guy that, like, you leave him alone, he's always going to get what he's supposed to get. He's never going to carry you in the same way that a lot of offlaners can, but you're just not devoting as many resources to him either.
Yeah.
So it's not a big surprise when he doesn't, you know, he's not 20-0 with, like, all the farm in the world.
Sure.
But he's not supposed to play that role.
3-2, and we are just about to get into not only the Bounding Rune spawns, but also the nighttime, and 33 is in trouble. 3 more seconds till the Aphonic Shield. He's going to have to juke out Gabby. Gabby goes the wrong
Give up
direction.
the Bounty Runes, though, as a result. You can see that March is already on the hunt.
Well, maybe Hanskin, he is faster than March,
close.
and he will be able to land the split Earth and maybe get the kill. Oh, the neutral creeps may be able to take it away from him. No, Hanskin draws the aggro out, gets the kill on March, gets the 2 Bounty Runes.
Nice. Well done. Hanskin already picking up a very early Arcane Boots, which is why I do love when supports are getting the last hits in these kinds of tri-lanes. But remember, the real game hasn't started until Tim's is pressured to leave the jungle. We saw the exact sort of start in the last game, and it didn't seem to amount to much, but mid lane looks like this is going to be an easy kill onto Armel. Nice rotation by Fada. I think he's more or less given up on bottom lane as a...
Yeah, I think that was a smart read by him that, like, they gave KP way too much. He can't impact that lane anymore. Try and do something else
They messed
else.
up. They're like, well, what can you do?
Yeah.
Ogre being here. The problem with Ogre is, like, once that laning phase doesn't go like it's supposed to, you don't get it going from, like, the beginning. The enemy offlaner doesn't really care. And I'd imagine that, if anything, Legion probably deals with you the best. Just because you get to trade hits. As Fada gonna get stunned up, called down to follow. This should be a free kill for Armel, alleviating his pain from dying. Surprised that Fada decided to hang around for that long.
Yeah. Then again, he's like a level 3 ogre. He didn't give up that much gold. He didn't give up that much experience.
Yeah, but I'd imagine like level difference, like from both sides. You can see Legion's doing just fine. He's already level 6, in fact. They're gonna make a move on him, and they have to slow down his game. KP is having way too free of a time as stun 1, stun 2, stun 3. Here comes the Edict. The nuke, though, is gonna make him really quick, and this might just get him out of here. I mean, they three-man stood.
He's so tanky.
They also three-man stood on top of his nuke and just kind of gave him a haste.
Gabby, meanwhile, they're able to kill the solo offlane 33 at this point. They needed to stop KP, but then you just leave any hero against Night Stalker in a 2v1.
33's game. This is now his 3rd death, I believe. It has been slowing down so much. That's why I didn't love that trade. Even though you're trading with a Night Stalker, it's not that easy.
Oh, this is a good duel, though. With the rotation coming out from Armel, they will be able to get the kill onto Hanskin, taking away his kill streak, too. Oh.
This is so huge that KP was able to win this bottom lane despite being in a 1-on-2 against an Ogre.
Yep.
The entire point of Ogre is you sit there, you bonk the enemy offlaner, he doesn't get anything, you win your lane. And now 33,
his lane is ruined.
Yeah, he does have... They're all... Okay, so they all took time to tip Gabby.
Gabby ran away from the kill, so they would have more time to tip him.
I like it.
Oh, boy.
There's a meta being established right now, and TNC... The fact that they're... All right, so now Tim's has entered the game. He's got his Helm of Dom. They have to defend the safe lane tower. They're going to bring down Limp.
Limp is going to get ensnared up before he can get on top of KP, but he should get close enough with the slight, and he does level up Change just to be able to get a momentary stun, a pause onto KP, but KP's running so fast and he's taunting so much, he's not going to hit by the split earth either, and KP survives again.
That is the 3rd time that they've tried to do that, and he gets out, and this is just the amount of resources that you're devoting to try to slow down this LC that's already had a very good time. I can't imagine this is what your game plan was supposed to look like on the side of Alliance. And even though I said, like, you know, KP gets a lot of flack, he's going to give you what he gives you, he's definitely overperforming in this game.
Dude, somebody needs to make sure that 33 gets level 6.
Yeah, this guy's level 8 on the side of LC, conversely. 33 is just getting right-clicked down by Gabby. His game's been fine. They're definitely going to lose this bottom tower. If you go down bottom again and you don't kill KP, I genuinely think your game is just ruined at this point.
Yeah.
You will not win anymore.
Yep. They've already sacrificed 33s.
It's just too much.
So much, and they've
had to
still
go
lost
down,
the tower.
and it gave the Gyro enough space to catch up after they got the kill and slowed down his game. You can't afford to do that again. You get maybe one good attempt at that. And he's still not level 6 on 33. Gabby getting aggressive. He's going to pop the shield on himself. Once again, they want a TP.
You know, you need the Aphotic Shield to blow up on the creeps to get your level 6, 33.
Nice.
He does get the deny. Well played.
But that's like the upside for him right now.
Yes.
Yay. Oh, the net. He's taking a lot of damage. But no Enigma quite here. This is going to be a lot of Eidolons farmed up by Limp. So that's a little bit of a win. And Fada is set up for the top bounty runes, but so far so good from TNC. Their draft, their 4th position, Enigma is not being punished in either game.
There is still, now I'm not going to say bright spots for Alliance, but we're talking about how 3 players' games are ruined. That means Nico Baby and Limp need to step up because they're the only ones who have a semblance of a game right now.
This is where, if you think Nico Baby is a tier 1 carry, he's going to overperform for you and dig you out of this like shit show of a game.
Yeah.
He's probably like looking at us like, what the hell are you guys doing? It's like, I'm having the chillest game, and you know, all of a sudden,
like I'm trying to be K1 Hector right now, guys. Like I'm trying to farm Wraith King jungle, but you know,
you're supposed to carry them, but like,
yeah, Beast Coast gave Hector a chance to win the game. Right now,
yeah, they're you don't want to put your carry in a position where 10 minutes in you're losing by 3,000 gold and all your lanes look really rough. They are going to create some space for 33. They needed to take this tower in return.
But Armel, who's level 11, is already here in the bottom lane. We said Limp also needs to step up here, and this is going to be a massive kill. Using that Invis rune to be able to get on top of Armel, who's probably really far forward, but simultaneously really just fine. Too tanky, it seems. Top lane rather, back over to KP, who is going to get silenced up in a moment here. The split earth, it's going to miss. Hanskin whiffs that one, and as a result, the LC is going to get out of here, and Gabby, he's now going to hunt for a kill. Now, 33 is still not leveled up his ultimate, so he will be able to use it in the coming moments to try and turn this fight. KP gets stunned up, but immediately takes that off. With the press the attack, Gabby flying around in the trees, can't really be gone on either, so...
He's got to be careful, he's about to lose that here in a second. Should just use this time to farm a little bit, and if you're Alliance, I'd like to see them get... You have to get aggressive. You have to punish the fact that they've got this 4 Enigma. It's, you know, it's daytime right now. There's no Night Stalker ulti. Do what you do best. Gather mid, use the Abaddon, just force down that tower, make it hard for TNC to play this like slower paced game. Because their lineup is very timing based, is the downside of TNC's lineup. Like, they have to move around when they have their ultis, when it is nighttime. That is the one thing about Night Stalker carries. He's very limited. He's absolute garbage during the day.
And even if like Leshrac and Abaddon's games were both ruined by the laning phase, they do have a sick duo that is really hard to contest when it comes to taking towers and defending towers.
Yes. Like Lesh has had a good enough start in this game. Abaddon, I mean, 33's game is so rough. He's at 3,100 net worth. It's lower than the 4th position of both teams.
Alliance knows when you see March, don't go on him. It's a trap.
It's a fake out. So Gabby just wants the farm. I think everybody on TNC now wants to reset and farm. Alliance did a very good job. I really like their mid move. They have to take advantage of the fact that there aren't cooldowns. Even if you're a little bit behind and you know you're behind, you have to play around when you feel like you're strong.
I mean, with Gabby's current pace, he might be able to pick up his Aghanim Scepter around the start of the second nighttime, and that's going to be hugely impactful.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll quite get it.
Yeah, it'll have to be off of like bounty runes and maybe like 16.5 minutes in.
I think he'll get it like probably like 16, 17 minutes. Yeah, I can see that. But he'll have his ulti in 3 seconds. I could see a situation where TNC might want to fight around this time.
Yeah.
I could see that being pretty good for them.
Fight for the bounty runes with the use of the Night Stalker ultimate. They've got all their abilities up right now.
Yeah, you should feel pretty confident at taking fights right now.
I said that, and then Gyrocopter used his ultimate to help farm some neutrals a little bit faster. That's the beauty of Gyrocopter.
I mean, Gyro's also going to hit a very good axe timing.
Yeah.
TNC, they're pretty item and timing dependent. So this slower pace, I think, they prefer.
Yeah, this is where Limp needs to find a connection. He needs to find some sort of kill that leads into an opening.
You got to find some room for your team. Find a lane for 33 especially to play in right now.
Because you can't bring the Wraith King online. You just haven't given enough time yet. So
something I can't remember who said it, but they were like, when you get Radiance on your Wraith King, it means like you want to farm a little bit more. It doesn't mean automatically go time, because that's when your farm peaks the highest, is when you get that Radiance.
Yeah, with Midas and Radiance, and Wraith King does not have like this insane strength gain. You are very squishy.
Yeah, you're just there to farm some more. And then once you pick up like 2-3 items and you can get to the back line, that's when you want to participate in these engagements. But for the time being, you know, just farm away. Which means that Alliance will also have this like really sick timing too, so they shouldn't be too concerned either. I think last game, looking at the lineups, I was really glad I got to see a Mag Alk situation so that I could show you like, hey, this is what this looks like and why it's such an issue. But I think this game, they at least have a lineup that's much better, and it can actually scale, and their timings match up a lot better too. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is like 3-3's game has been slowing down just so much.
I think it's going to have a hard time being impactful in some of these fights with the combination of this AoE control of the black hole and then also the AoE silence.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of situations where you're going to want to be able to throw an aphotic shield or something, and Night Stalker's just going to camp himself.
Oh, this should be a stun by Hanskin.
They are going to be able to get that with a follow-up. Silence being completed for 33. They're going to try and chase down this Legion Commander. He's still so tanky, and he still has the pipe.
All right.
You're not killing this bad boy.
This is a very good item against Alliance's team, which most of their damage being magical has...
Oh, what did I say? 16.5 minutes in? Gabby has 1,400 gold.
Okay, sick.
So, Aghanim Scepter online for him.
Your timing was nearly perfect, sir.
Aghanim Scepter online for Armel and 90 gold, so they might as well wait for both of these items. I don't really see anything stopping them from fighting. Oh, Blink Dagger up and 400 gold for Tim's. Jeez, all these like crazy key items are all coming online for TNC about the same time.
Oh, they're smoked up here. They're going to get spotted. They're pinging like crazy, and Alliance's move has once again been shut down, but they do have the Radiance now, picked up by the Wraith King. His farm's going to go up quite a bit. Armel coming up here. He doesn't want them to just continue to farm. He's going to at least pop the ulti onto the Abaddon.
Just want to be able to keep him from retreating. They'll kill him after the borrowed time. If they... Oh, well, Gabby's going to come and get out of here. He's definitely dead. It looks like Hanskin's going to be fed on by the Night Stalker. They don't have a son to be able to save him.
Position
now the Tombstone position as well to be able to slow down all these heroes. Vada's definitely dead. Looks like Nico, baby, he may be dying twice here. Limp's going to try and help him out. 33 with the buyback coming into this fight, but honestly, it looks like TNC, they've hit their timings, and they look like they're too strong. Sleight of fist after sleight of fist, but TNC don't slow down. They're going to be able to finish off Nico, baby. This is going to be a dieback for 33 as well. Limp is even going to be chased away. He's not going to be able to find a single kill. He sat there casting sleight of fist after sleight of fist, but nobody from TNC got low enough for him to commit.
Beefy boys. That's what they've got. Lots of beefy boys. And Tim's once again, just in case.
Just in case?
I'm not. Don't forget about Tim's. You're good old boy Tim's. Still in the running for MVP.
Hey, I have my Blink Dagger. I'm ready.
Got to get that air time, you know? Camera time.
I mean, I just love this, right? It's like TNC, they hit all their timing windows at once.
And they just go.
And KP said, I'm forcing this fight no matter what. Like, dueling an Abaddon doesn't feel good at the start, but you guaranteed you're getting a kill and forcing a fight. And silence onto the Ember Spirit. Oh, no. The AoE silence will wear out, though. Gabby. Oh, finished him off with the AoE void with the help of March as well. Now Hanskin's going to run over by the Tier 1 tower. And that is such a fast pace. We go through the replay, and right away we come back to TNC just killing fools.
And the nuke is here. Tim's has finally decided to participate in this game. Gabby is just blocking him off so that he can set up for the duel. TNC is so good, and they are so fast at playing Dota. It happens in a hurry because Alliance, the game looks pretty okay. It's pretty peaceful, and then all of a sudden, in a hurry, they run at you. Look at that dip. It is sharp and precipitous. No breaks at all. Just straight down the line.
Plummets downward. Alliance are now in a big old hole. And they've got to find a way to climb their way out of it. That's going to be through Nico Baby's Wraith King. And he is currently in that Radiance minus farming time that you're talking about. You can't do anything else.
No, the Radiance alone isn't enough to deter anybody. Like,
we saw that from the last fight.
They chased him for about 40 seconds, and you would think, oh, well, what is Blitz talking about? Like, the Radiance is sick. It was burning them for like 40 seconds, and they didn't care.
Yeah. That was a long fight.
He got like 4 stuns off. He burned them for as long as he can. Like, that's the ideal situation for a Wraith King, and he still can't fight. So you just farm with this hero. You use this Radiance to get even more farmed. You speed up your farm progression until you have Blink Dagger, until you get other items. It's not like he has upgraded boots or anything like that. So his game pace is going to be a little bit slower than you expect. I mean, this guy just straight up rushed it as an item. So he needs a little bit of time. And this just comes down to the laning phase, I think, being so rough. 33 thinking he had to get into some like weird fights, whereas KP was able to just chill, farm, take his game bit by bit. I felt like KP wasn't pressured to do anything really in this game.
No.
Just play your laning phase out. And now a BK, like the timings have just happened so quickly.
BKB for the Night Stalker. Yeah, these are.
And these items that are coming in for Alliance, I don't feel like helps deal damage right now. Like the Maelstrom's nice, but you know, they have a pipe.
Yeah.
And they're all strength heroes that just sort of run at you, and they've got plenty of ways to disengage.
2700 HP on the Night Stalker, 2000 on the Gyrocopter with the Diffuser Blade, 2000 on the Legion Commander with a pipe and a Blade Mail now.
Yeah, like this item would have felt really good about 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Now it just kind of feels like you've got to get it because you need some sort of damage item that's cheap. That's the entire point of Ember. But you might just lose way too much on the map right now. If they lose that mid-tier 2 tower without even having to pop Knight, that's when you know like Alliance is like, we can't ever fight. And you're probably going to give a Broshan right after that.
TNC is going to back up only just to defend their tier 1 bottom lane. They're not going to give Alliance anything.
And look at this pickup by the Gyrocopter going for the Diffusal Blade. You're going to put even more pressure on the Wraith King. It makes it so hard for him to fight. And it's just really nice against the Ember too. Embers don't like playing against Mana Burn.
Yes.
That's why the Jug Diffusal Blade feels really good against this hero. You get like 4 hits off. This hero that entirely relies on mana to cast. You know, he's not like an auto attack kind of core.
Yeah. And when you're also like much stronger than the enemy, that Diffusal Blade can just mean 1 extra kill off of a team fight thanks to the inhibit.
Dude, TNC's so hype. Oh my god, these guys are so good at Dota.
Yeah, dude. I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like these guys are like far and away. They're looking like the best team here.
Alliance is a good team. They just won Dream League. They did very reasonably well in their group.
Yeah.
They took a game off Vici.
Yeah.
I think they were like the only team to. And suddenly it seriously just looks like they are, you know, they're in like some sort of like warm-up game against like their C squad. They're like, just roll out of bed.
Yeah.
Play some dotes.
I mean, like, is this such a dominant performance that I feel like I'm watching like a, you know, Team Secret in the middle of the DPC or like Virtus Pro like 2 seasons ago.
This is exciting. If you're a TNC fan, like, you know, I like a lot of the players on the team, but this is making me quite hype. I don't want to be biased or anything, but you can't help but like teams that play this way. They just kind of run at you.
I don't think we've ever talked about a team like this before. And that's just because that's the analysis. They just look that good. We're going to see them just march up into the high ground. Armel is going to focus on hitting the tier 3. They are getting
Guys, it's daytime.
They're diving way too far here.
It's still daytime. I'm not sure what you're doing, but this isn't even the peak of your strength.
You could wait 1 minute and 15 seconds, that's all. But they won this tier 3 real badly. The Fire Blast multicast. Oh, they are going to be able to get the duel coming out from the Legion Commander onto Hanskin, turning out some of that damage. Not quite enough to be able to win the duel, though. Hanskin eventually falls.
The Black Hole!
Black Hole! Tims! He's finally here! And he nails a 4-man Black Hole to be able to win the fight. Is Gabby going to be able to chase down 1 and 2? Ember Spirit, though, gets away from that silence. He does get some sleight of fist with the buybacks coming out from Alliance. Maybe they can win the second part of this fight, where they can chase down some heroes, but during nighttime, you can't really leave your base.
Oh, Tims, relax.
Don't forget.
They all forgot. They all forgot.
They all forgot. They forgot about Tims.
Oh my god, Tims did. He was just chilling for 2 games just to deliver that Black Hole.
Try harder.
Oh my lord. All right. They had to use 2 buybacks. The game isn't quite done or anything like that. But keep in mind, it was just daytime.
Yeah. Dude, that was actually just, that was a little egregious, the fact that they just forced high ground during daytime. They could have waited a minute. They could have waited 30 seconds.
No, you don't
to
stop.
have the, you know, the Night Stalker overlap of Dark Ascension into the nighttime.
Stop.
But the TNC train don't stop, baby. It just keeps going, keeps chugging.
And Alliance, I mean, they've got to be looking shell-shocked right now.
Yeah?
Like, they haven't experienced this kind of series in this season yet. This is the first time where I really feel like in this season they've been just like challenged.
Yeah.
Because seriously just getting the shit kicked out of them. And this isn't even, the crazy part is like, normally, you know, I'd like to say like, oh, maybe Alliance could have done this or that better, but like, I just want to give all the credit in the world right now to TNC.
Yeah.
Because sometimes a team is just very good and they're playing really good Dota, and that's what you should appreciate.
They drafted a good situation, overplayed their lanes a little bit, and then just follow the formula of like, okay, we're strong enough to beat them now.
Look at Marsh. This was supposed to be a trap that Alliance set up, but TNC read it perfectly. KP was there with him, and the two heroes at bottom, they have a BKB core down there, so they feel safe, so not really giving any sort of opportunities up.
I want to point out the Blink Dagger picked up by Gabby. A lot of people wonder, like, why do you go Blink Dagger on Night Stalker? Like, aren't you really fast? But you want to get on top of these heroes from the start of your Crippling Fear, especially against somebody like this Ember Spirit.
Yeah,
and with the BKB, I don't think Ember can really survive.
Hanskin's just going to go down.
Easy pickoff.
Gabby's just going to blink in there very aggressively, does not care about the tower or all the creeps on top of him.
KP is...
Yo, quick gyro for me.
I mean, KP is a little weird. Like, if you're TNC, just 5-man.
Just, yeah.
You don't need to do anything else.
He's feeling himself, that's the thing. He's definitely feeling himself.
He's goose-stepping his way over to the tier 3 at bottom lane, where TNC are going to push in with the Siege Wagon and the Tombstone out.
Yeah, Armel doesn't have Satanic quite yet, so you've got to be careful. No Aegis or anything like that. Did lose it in the previous engagement, and they don't have Black Hole. So
he's going to jump in with a Crippling Fear, immediately getting on top of that. Call down on everybody. The call down on all of these heroes with the duel on top of that. The Amber Spirit is immediately gone. He's going to buy back. Armel almost dying in this fight, though. Nico Baby with his BKB. He needs another hit. He gets the Raid Fire Blast, but the heal's coming out. They're trying to body block him. Another press the attack coming out, and now he's slowed down. Nico Baby.
Limp is going
he's not going to be able to get the kill. Limp can't quite get him with the Sleight of Fist. He's been stunned up. He's been silenced. He's not going to get him at all. Armel.
And the rocket flies the other way.
And now they're going to turn back and finish up the rest of Alliance without their Gyrocopter because they don't need him. Gabby, he's actually going to run out of mana here, so his damage may run out, but not fast enough as they're going to be able to finish off at least the Wraith King, chasing away Hanskin, maybe turning back for 33. March, the captain, kind of needs some help here, but KP, he's just going to chase Hanskin away, and they're going to turn as a team back over to that Ben, who does manage to finish off March.
Yeah, but this is about as good as it gets, I think. 33, gonna have that ulti pop. They're gonna chase him every step of the way, get the duel, get a little bit of damage. There's no buyback on the Limp. I was just saying, maybe relax. You don't have Satanic or Aegis, and then all of a sudden, an instant duel. Gabby blinks in, gets a 5-man Void on top of the call down.
I mean, their initiation just happened all at once. They blinked in on the Legion Commander and the Night Stalker at the same time.
For a second, there was just a calm, everything was chill. They were just hitting, and all of a sudden, everybody rushes in at once. One mind Dota.
All right, well,
I mean,
one
Alliance
last
are making
hope
this
for Alliance.
This is such a short night. The combined game time at this point, it feels like it's been about an hour.
Yeah. They're gonna back up. All right, they're gonna play it a little chill. Deal with the shrine. I guess Roshan's up in 3 minutes, but you still have 2 minutes of nighttime.
Radiant's top shrine has fallen.
And you still have Black Hole.
Yeah, Tim's is here.
Tim's is still here.
Tim's is still.
Don't forget about Tim.
Don't forget about. He can still get the MVP. He's like winking, you know. He's like, don't forget about your boy.
Yeah.
They have 4 melee heroes and a Leshrac who thrives on being like close range. That is, Tim's is gonna get nice black holes.
Yeah.
It is just kind of inevitable.
Oh, they're gonna go. Lynn's trying to do a little bit of split pushing, but KP, he's gonna get.
Oh, nice
jumps away. Spider senses tingling.
He probably recognized like, oh, they're actually just chasing us around. Like they don't really care about any of these objectives right now. March might pay for this. He's hanging around with Armel. Sentry Ward's gonna get dropped.
They force the heroes to bottom lane. They think maybe we can take control of this area. Maybe we can de-ward that cliff that is always gonna be warded, but no.
Kill the rocket. That's gold. Okay.
Not even that.
That's you really need a BKB on this Ember Spirit. Once once he gets nullified too, it's going to be like a mini Doom. When he gets on top of you with the blink and the silence, can't get away from that. That's going to make Limp's life even harder. Is it going to make
He just got the 40 damage talent
the
too,
long
so
way.
this is going to be a big initiation. They're going to start off onto the Ogre. While there's Gabby going straight for that Ember Spirit every single
There's
time.
literally nothing
the
he can
mini
do.
Doom, Ember Spirit can do nothing. Limp is just dead, and he has no buyback. Nico Baby's going to lose his first life here. 33, going to be forced into a borrowed time soon. There's the black hole to make sure Nico Baby has no chance to be able to do anything in his second life, and that's just it. And it feels like it's been over for a solid 15 minutes. TNC. Clean, crisp, beautiful Dota coming out from
They
them.
did not even make it 30 minutes. What was the previous game? I don't even know if we hit that mark at that point.
I actually don't know.
My word, that is a team. They are so good right now.
Well, maybe Group B wasn't that bad at all, and TNC is just that good.
Whatever TNC does, I knew TNC was good because anything they did, everyone tried copying.
Yeah.
And TNC was like, well, like...
And TNC's like, oh, you thought that was cool. Wait till you try this. Wait till you try the Night Stalker.
Oh, look at that.
You guys think Alec is good?
The point down, they're saying KP, that's our man. And Tim's is in the background, just like, don't forget about me.
He shows up on Chemic.
And KP,
I'm here too.
Look at this. And he's pointing at March and saying, no, March is the MVP. You got to appreciate it. They're just loving each other.
Yeah.
They can feel it. That jump at the end. It looks like Alliance are still in pretty good spirits. It was their first test.
There's nothing else you could do at that point but just laugh it off.
So it happens, guys.
They've got a lower bracket to go through still, but TNC are going to be moving on to the upper bracket finals. What an exciting way to start ESL 1.
Fantastic start for TNC. Predator, who have guaranteed themselves a top 3 finish here already at ESL 1 Hamburg. They've made short work of that, haven't they? Alliance, however, as Cap rightly said, will have to make their way through the lower bracket, and we'll see them in action in the Barclaycard Arena over the next 3 days. That is it as far as today is concerned. It's wrapped up the group stage. We've moved into the upper bracket as well. We're going to wrap up this series and the day as a whole with Nahaz and Purge alongside gents. Another clinical display from TNC.
It was another dumpstering, and we're seeing a pattern here, and that's should give everybody a lot of confidence in TNC. It wasn't just their groups; it's that they're also showing up Alliance, and I'm just wondering who else are they going to take down? Can they keep going? Excited to see how far they get.
This is a team, Alan, that less than 7 days ago won a big title at Dream League against some good teams, good quality teams. I know it's early in the season, but my goodness, TNC just dumpstered them in 2 games here and they made them look super ordinary. This is a championship-winning team from the weekend.
Yeah, it's early in the season, but TNC look like they're playing at least December Dota here in October. They just look 2 months ahead of everybody else in terms of their development and their coordination as a team. So many of the storylines we've been talking about are these teams developing and coming together. Well, this team, how much more coming together could they possibly have to do? And they've also looked like they've had the answer for all of these just meta OP things, these concepts that the other teams have been exploiting. First phase Void, no problem. Alchemist, Abaddon, he's unbeatable.
Don't forget Earthshaker Morph.
Earthshaker Morph. We'll use it and then we'll beat it.
Yeah.
Enigma, no other teams played it at the tournament. We're 3-0 with it.
And others like carry Night Stalker, and he comes out with his first Ags fight, and you're just like, oh my god. They make all of their strategies look broken. And they've done it with a lot of different strats at this point, and that's like the perfect sign of an amazing team.
The 18-minute item timings. All of a sudden you get 2 Ags, they pop out the jungle, and they got 2 Ags on Night Stalker, and you get a Blink Dagger on Tim's, and it's like, we just lost the game.
It was beautiful. The defusal on Gyro was perfect this game, very reminiscent of Topson's defusal Gyro purchase. They're against both Abaddon, whose mana is important, Ember's mana is important. Mana is important on Wraith King in a big way. So it's just perfect itemization, quick items. They were able to save the Gyrocopter here as well. Just incredible play by them.
And then on top of that, they're all playing well individually. They're all playing well as a team. And the 3 that were originally there and the 2 that have played together before have come together in perfect harmony. And the drafts are really good as well. Yeah. There's not really any... Where are the cracks right now?
And the one more good benefit of them, in case you don't want to keep talking about it, but they got that fun factor. It's
they do. They are very chill, don't they?
Arguably what helped OG win 2 TIs. they're having fun. They've got the 3 guys having a great time, but they're also highly skilled, pairing them with a little bit of cool, calm, and collected to create like an atmosphere that doesn't get too ahead of themselves, doesn't get too excited, because sometimes you do need to not get too amped up about, hey, we're winning, oh shoot, we overdove, now the game is over. That's
I have to tell you,
sometime.
though, that secretly, actually not secretly at all, I am super excited to see how this team carries on improving over the next few months, and then maybe into next year, and then towards the, like, the sky's the limit for this team. It really is. I know we said that so many times in the past about TNC lineups, but this one really does feel like the real deal.
I just want to see the all we don't give an F final. I want to see Beast Coast and TNC play.
I'm the same. I already said that was my dream final here.
Amazing.
No offense to anyone else, but that was my dream final as well. I'm totally on board with you. Let's take a look at the bracket for you and show you exactly how things have panned out. We've only had the one game, of course, during today. Vici Gambit will be to come. TNC beating Alliance. Alliance will drop down. They will play the winners of Ninjas in Pajamas or Virtus Pro. I'm sure they'll be quite happy to play either of those two teams right now, both struggling a little bit, and Alliance have been in good form outside of that. The loser of Gambit and Vici, of course, will play Beast Coast. Obviously, not Wind and Rain, even though we like them, because obviously we have to have Beast Coast going through to make our dream final.
Absolutely.
It's true.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. All right, let's catch up with KP right now. He's had a fantastic tournament. He's with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey guys, here with KP after an incredible 2-0 on Alliance. Sir, you got to be feeling good after that one, right?
Yeah, feeling good.
All right, cool. So Alliance didn't really seem to put up much of a challenge for you. Most people thought that it was one of the strongest teams in the series, in the tournament. What'd you think about Alliance?
I think they just went prepared for us, I'd say. Yeah.
A little lacking on homework, or?
Maybe a bit.
So if Alliance isn't the team that has a chance of stopping you, who is? Who do you think has the best chance of putting you guys down in the lower bracket if it were to come? We're not saying it will.
I guess the 2 other upper bracket teams, Gambit, Vici.
Yeah.
For now, I'd say Vici because we haven't played them yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you guys played against them before, just in practice or anything?
Yeah, but I'm not going to say like how that went.
Oh, okay. We'll keep that on the DL. Well, sir, an incredible series. You guys dominated, and we hope to see if anyone can even come close to stopping this on fire team. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jake, for all the interviews over the last 3 days. Of course, going to continue on inside the Barclaycard Arena as the teams and plans will move inside that from tomorrow. Congratulations to TNC Predators once more. They've guaranteed themselves a top 3 spot. Now, let's turn our attention as we wrap up today on the MVP by Mercedes-Benz. These are the current 3 that you guys have voted for most. Eurus, Timms, and Chris Luck. This was very similar to what we saw yesterday. I'm mildly surprised by that, gentlemen, because we've seen, not that these 3 haven't played well, they have played. I think Tim's has been absolutely unbelievable, but there have also been some fantastic performances. Kevin, I know you've got a couple of players that you've really liked today.
Yeah, the Gambit players I think have been really good. I think that we're going to see some adjustments if they manage to beat Vici Gaming in the full BO3. They've already had a great game once, so we could definitely see some adjustments. Yep. And as you know, towards the end of the tournament, the teams that are winning more and more and more end up getting more votes. So we'll have some changes before it's over.
And then obviously there's March to consider, just in terms of drafting. There's Gabby to consider, who's had some unbelievable matches on the Morphling and the Night Stalker in particular. I think you can bring out KP, who's also had a great tournament so far. There's lots out there.
I couldn't help but watch that interview and be like, KP is going to win a TI someday. Is what I was thinking.
I've thought that for 3 or 4 years now. The guy is just a very, very solid offlane player. He's creative. He's very stable. He's a good laner. I mean, he had a rough last season, and I think he knows that. And there were times last season when I don't think he was playing up to his potential, but he's great.
Look, I'm okay with that, except for one thing, right? That would mean there are 2 Australians that have won TI before a British player's played at TI.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with that, because Gods would just give me too much.
Yeah.
You know.
I went down the same train of thought. I was like, he'll wonder if he'll win a TI. And then I'll be like, oh, that's another Australian. And I was like, Gods is going to tweet about it. I was like, went down the same mental path.
Definitely going to come out, isn't it? Thank you very much, gents. Always a pleasure. We're done here as far as ESL 1 Hamburg is concerned for day number 3. Group stage is all wrapped up. We've moved inside the bracket as well. And tomorrow we'll be live from inside the Barclaycard Arena for ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. We'll see you then.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.